The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Matt Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
We have or Team GB rather, has a gold medal opportunity in the next half hour or so, and that's with Emma Wilson in the windsurfing in the IQ foil. So we'll join Shojo Osaka for that race for the last 2 or 3 minutes in Marseille. A gold and a bronze already for Britain today in the rowing. Men's 8 with the gold, women's 8 with the bronze. And so Chris Hoy is in the cafe with us. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. This is the coolest cafe. This is the coolest radio studio I've ever been in. It's literally just sitting in a Parisian corner, people sipping espressos.
It is absolute bliss. Just occasionally, I would never ever dare call this work, obviously, but just occasionally I get jealous of other people who are in this cafe who are having a lovely lunch or something, or there's a man behind you in a French football away shirt at the moment who's just having a very nice cold glass of beer on a Saturday lunch. So I just get the odd twinge of jealousy when I'm sitting here.
But this is pretty cool, isn't it?
Oh, it's very cool. I mean, Backley the other day sat down and just had a pint, which I think was taking the mick a little bit. I haven't seen you since the opening ceremony, so what have you done for the last week?
Yeah, well, a bit of a holiday really. I've had a couple of work jobs to do, but on the whole it's been, the family been out, so I've got 2 kids, they're 6 and 9 years old, and my wife Sarah, so to have them out here, I've never had that opportunity before. My kids are so young, they've not been to an Olympics before, and to show them the wonder of the games, and to go and, we went to judo, diving, BMX, skateboarding, gymnastics,
brilliant,
beach volleyball, basically everything that we possibly could, trying to get the kids enthused and inspired. And they seem to have really, because they don't really know what the Olympics are, or they didn't before anyway, but now they've definitely got a great idea of it, and they've come away absolutely buzzing.
Do they see something? Because a little bit later on, we're going to you will have gone by this time, but a little bit later on, Lola Tambling's going to join us, who's in the skateboarding park event, and she is 16. Okay, which is mind-blowing in itself. And she started skateboarding at 7 when her parents just did a skate jam in Cornwall, and that's what got her interested, and away she went. Have your kids seen stuff and gone, do you know what, actually, when we get home, I really fancy trying that, and I hope for your sake it ain't BMX freestyling.
Well, it's funny you should mention skateboarding, because my daughter Chloe, she in particular, she's been, I think, inspired by the skateboarding, although she loves gymnastics too, and she does a little bit of gymnastics at school. And we saw Max Whitlock in the village, and he came over and said hello, and they knew who he was, and they were both absolutely starstruck. And I said to Chloe, "Go on, show Max your cartwheel," and she just wouldn't do it. She was too shy. So Max said, "Well, tell you what, Chloe, I'll do one, and then you do one after me." And he did that, and then she obviously followed, and I captured it on video, and it was one of the most special moments of the last week. So yeah, that's what the games is about, isn't it? It's about people getting enthused about sport. It's the variety of sports out there. There's something for everybody. And when you're in the village and you're in the dining hall and you see all these athletes from all around the world, all different shapes and sizes, 7 foot tall basketballers, gymnasts that are under 5 foot, you've got weightlifters, you've got cyclists, football, whatever, all these things, and you realise there's something for everybody out there, and there's something for every fan as well.
You didn't go to judo yesterday, did you, when Teddy Rino won the gold for France, which is one of the most magical things I've ever been to at an Olympics.
Yeah,
it was just so emotional and joyous.
Yeah, I missed that one, sadly. There's just so much on.
Yeah, there is.
As long as you can catch it on the telly, but there's nothing quite like being there in the flesh to experience live sport.
Do you when you look at your kids and what they're interested in, would you be worried if they, not worried, but I don't know, would you have a real think about if they chose to follow in your footsteps because of carrying your name?
I don't think so, because I think enough time would pass and I don't think it would be that big a deal. I just hope they find their own passion. If it's the same passion that I had, that would be amazing, because I know how much fun you can have in track cycling, and I know the opportunities, the experiences, the moments that I've had. If my kids could have anything like that, that would be wonderful. But what you can't do, I think, is push them towards anything. You've got to give them as much experience or as much opportunity as possible, expose them to all these different sports, and not even just sport, music, art, whatever, drama, whatever they want to get into. And when they find their passion, that's when you give them you try and encourage them to pursue that. But yeah, I think yeah, of course, I would love to see Callum or Chloe racing on the boards in 20 years' time. But you've got to remind yourself it's about them. It's not about you.
We were talking about Max Whitlock earlier, and you heard that, and his final Olympics, and going for this unprecedented 4th consecutive Olympics with a medal on the same piece of apparatus, which is an historic achievement. But he's already had a great career. Teddy Riner, going back to him yesterday, the French judo, he already had 5 Olympic medals. He won gold in London. He got 11 world titles. He is a superstar of French sport. And yet the tension in that place yesterday from the crowd and for him, just like, yeah, but you're a legend and it's your home Olympics, and wouldn't it be amazing if you went out on the high? That it's like, great career, but still you want to do it in your final one. Did you feel that in your final one? How do you balance that up, career versus I want to go out on a high?
I think I felt it in the 4-year period leading up to London. By the time I got to London, I'd managed to get myself in that headspace where I saw it only as an opportunity. The pressure, the burden of the expectation, of your own expectation, I managed to kind of release that and see that, coming into London, I had 4 Olympic gold medals, and I thought, well, do you know what? No one can take that away. Even if I come last in all the races, I'll still have 4 Olympic gold medals, which isn't bad.
Yeah.
But you have the opportunity to experience a home Olympics with that home support. There's nothing quite like it, and I think, as an athlete, if you have that opportunity, or even if you have a sniff of that opportunity, you've got to take it. And it was what kept me going from age 32 to 36. I was picking up injuries, I wasn't recovering as well. It was the hardest 4 years of my career, but that opportunity to experience what it's like when they read your name out, they call out your name in the venue, and this wall of sound hits you. And if you can use it, if you can see them, see that as the energy that's pushing you around the track, not as the weight on your shoulders of, oh my God, I have to please all these people. And for me, I think carrying the flag in London, that was enough of a moment. I thought, well, this is enough for all the hard work to get here.
You and Teddy Riner have done virtually exactly the same thing there. I mean, he lit the torch, actually.
I didn't do that. Yeah, he had a bit more expectation.
No, but that massive part of the build-up and of the opening, and one of the poster boys of an Olympics, and then this just sheer urge and willingness of everybody watching you, and everybody wants you to do it for you.
Exactly.
That's the other thing, which is really emotional.
As long as you can see that, and your family and friends and the general public, as long as you can see that you're not doing it to please them, they just want you to be happy. They want to see you succeed because they know how much hard work you've put in. But if you turn it around and go, everybody's expecting me to win, if I don't win, what's going to happen? And we worked a lot with Steve Peters, our psychologist, on focusing what you have control over and understanding perspective as well. You're racing bikes, on a wooden bowl in anti-clockwise circles. You're not saving lives. This isn't life and death. It's a great opportunity, and really working hard on that perspective. And by the time, the hardest part for me was the week leading up to the start of competition, because we were on quite late in London, and normally we're at the start, and we just sat and watched, in the village, Jess Ennis, Mo Farah, Greg Rutherford on Super Saturday. We watched all the other cyclists do their stuff, and it was just like, come on, you just want to fast forward and get to the bit where you can get on the track. And I always remember that feeling of about 2 minutes before getting on the track, just this calm coming over me and realising, this is it, this is the reward, this isn't a burden, this is a huge thing that not many people get the chance to experience. So I managed to enjoy it, and I promised myself I would try to enjoy it regardless of the outcome. But when all that happens and you succeed, and it's the best possible outcome to finish on a high, there's nothing quite like that.
That must have been all down to the training, not all down to the training with Steve Peters, but to be on that start line and to feel the wave of calm coming over you. Maybe as well, because that was then the final. And actually, I keep going back to Teddy yesterday. The semi-final was 10 times more nerve-wracking for everybody than the final, which felt like a little bit more of a celebration, because at least he was going to get a silver.
Yeah, I think when you've made the final, you have one more big push, and then regardless of the outcome, it's over, and you can just, breathe out and let all that pressure go. And at the end, you see it's more relief initially than elation. It's just relief that all that emotion floods out, and then it dawns on you what you've achieved. And I think he will have he'll have woken up this morning with a big grin on his face, and that moment of realisation it wasn't a dream, it did actually happen.
We're gonna talk about your Andy Murray interview, which we're going to play in a little while. In the next sort of, we'll play the Andy Murray interview about 1:15 here on 5 Live. So we'll talk more with Chris Hoy in a moment. But Emma Wilson has the opportunity of gold in the windsurfing this afternoon. Maybe a couple of minutes left of her race. Shojo Saka.
It is the women's windsurfing final here at Paris 2024. The event taking place in Marseille Marina. It is Emma Wilson of Great Britain who is leading the final at the moment. Just 3 athletes in the women's windsurfing final. Sharon Cantor of Israel and Marta Maghetti of Italy, battling it out with Emma Wilson for the medals. Emma is guaranteed at least a bronze. By virtue of winning the qualifying series, she booked her passage straight into the final. And here we are, just 3 boats, and the scores do not carry over into this final. It is a simple shootout between these 3 athletes to see who gets what colour of medals. Halfway through this final then, it's 1.5 laps of this course in Marseille Marina, and then a dart to the finish. As we have gone through 2 marks at the moment, the riders are approaching the 3rd mark. Let me tell you about these boards that they're on. They are very different to the windsurf boards that you might imagine that you've seen over the years, like a normal surfboard with a sail. Well, in the last few years it has changed. They are much shorter. They're much more the length of a bodyboard, about 2 meters long and just under 1 meter wide. So they are much shorter. They are got a hydrofoil which stick out from beneath the board and into the water. And these hydrodynamic fins give the boards a lot of lift. So they are effectively flying across the water. The fin is inside the water. It gives it a lot of lift. Far less drag. If you've watched Back to the Future, imagine that. Marty McFly on a hoverboard. Well, this is real. If your kids see it, they'll definitely want to do it. At the moment, it is Great Britain's Emma Wilson who has just dropped back into 3rd place. A lot of swell in the sea today. We can see the surf. It's been absent for most of the week, and it's caused havoc with the sailing schedule at Marseille Marina. But it's Italy's Marta Maghetti who has just sneaked into the lead, and Israel's Sharon Cantor in 2nd at the moment. However, sailing can be incredibly deceptive because the riders will choose the lanes that they might need to effectively get to the next marker as soon as they can. So Emma has chosen a different lane to the other 2 athletes at the moment. As we watch them head towards the 3rd marker, Emma 19.7 knots at the moment. The other 2 travelling a little bit slower than her, bobbing up and down on the sea. Emma with her yellow bib, with her hands on the boom, one hand on the rope that holds the mainsail together. The Italian athlete Marta Maghetti is now approaching the 3rd marker. They will round that, and then it will be the downwind leg all the way to the last marker and a dart to the finish line. The format of this is that they go through an opening series of 14 races. It was supposed to be 16, but 14 races is what they got because of the wind, with the last 2 races cancelled, and it was Emma who dominated that. She recorded 8 wins through that series, 2 second places, but all of that counts for nothing. As we saw in the BMX final yesterday, Beth Shriver so dominant through the qualifications, but didn't quite go her way in the final. Emma and her team, her coaching team, have been rehearsing for exactly this. She was beaten in Lanzarote at the World Championships by Sharon Cantor of Israel. At the moment, it is the Israeli Sharon Cantor who is out in front with Italy's Marta Maghetti. Emma has chosen to go for a very different route. So on the graphic that we're looking at right now, and we do rely on drone footage for the pictures for this, as well as graphics on the screen to determine exactly where the riders are on the sea. Emma has chosen a very different route. At the moment, though, she's just hanging onto her boom. She's picked up a lot of speed. It's Italy's Marta Maghetti, who finished 4th in Tokyo 3 years ago, who looks to be out in the lead. Israel's Sharon Cantor is chasing her down, and Emma, we will see when this unwinds as to how close she is to the 2 leaders. But it is Marta Maghetti out in front with a pink bib on today, leaning right to her left, to the starboard side, to her right, I beg your pardon. She's coming up to the 4th mark. Emma seems to have lost a lot of wind there. It is Italy's Marta Maghetti who will come to the 4th marker, and nearing the end of this race, as we see Marta, she just tacks, changes direction, Israel Sharon Cantor is behind her on the 4th mark, and there's no sign of Emma at the moment. I'm just looking at the pictures. Where is Emma Wilson? Emma Wilson is not in the picture as we speak. It didn't work for her. Those different tactics did not work for her. It will be Italy's Marta Maghetti who leads this trio towards the finish line. Italy's Marta Maghetti, who finished 4th in Tokyo, looks like she's headed for the gold medal. Israel Sharon Cantor currently in 2nd place. Emma Wilson currently down in 3rd. She'll be very disappointed with that. It is Italy's Marta Maghetti who crosses the finish line. A big smile on her face. She takes the gold medal. Israel Sharon Cantor finishes in 2nd and will take the silver. And it will be Emma Wilson of Great Britain who takes the bronze. She was guaranteed a bronze going into this final. She will be pretty disappointed with that because she had dominated the qualifying series. She's not quite at the finish line yet, but Emma's tactics in that final didn't really work out for her. But it is another medal for Great Britain and for Emma Wilson in windsurfing. She takes the bronze.
And that is Britain's 2nd bronze of the day. The women's 8 in the rowing also got bronze. The men's 8 in the rowing took the gold earlier. Let's go from the windsurfing in Marseille to the start of the Scottish Premiership season at Tynecastle. Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, good afternoon, chappers. Football is back in Scotland, baby, as they say, and it's sunny as well, but probably not as cool as your Parisian cafe, but a lot better than the golf, certainly. 0-0 after 20 minutes here. Stephen Naismith saying pre-match he hoped Hearts could continue where they left off. This was the last game of the season as well. It was 3 apiece that day. Naismith starting with Jan Danda and James Penrice are new signings, and I should say that Penrice has been through on goal, forced a good save. Shanklin has came close, and Jan Danda has cracked one off the bar. Philippe Clement has been telling the press this week that he said his team will be 200% better than last season, but they need time. And so far, in the time allotted in this match, they've had one chance, Connor Barron from just outside the box, forcing a save from Xander Clark. Fingers crossed for goals. I've probably jinxed it, but I've got my sunglasses on. It's 0-0, and it has been restored. Football is back in Scotland.
From the football in Scotland to the dressage in Versailles, and Great Britain in bronze medal position, Sonia.
Yeah, there's a juxtaposition. Yes, last time we were here at the Palace of Versailles, Britain were in gold medal position after Carl Hester posted a score of 76.5 with fame. But as predicted, Denmark's Nana Skoborg Merald posted a 78.4. That was the top score as it stood at the time. And then the great Isabel Wirth from Germany came in on her impressive black mare Wendy. 12 Olympic medals to her name, and she posted the best score of the day so far, 79.8. So it means the Germans, the huge favourites, are lying in gold, Denmark in silver, Britain in bronze, but there is just 2.8% separating the top 3, Tina Cook. So I wonder what sort of pressure is Britain's 3rd and final rider, Charlotte Fry, under now?
Yeah, Lottie Fry, she's only 28 years old, but she's used to pressure. She knows what she's got to do, and she really does need to pull out a perfect test. Carl Hester's test had a mistake in the extended trot. Fame broke into canter, so his marks dropped down. He's not one of the most impressive gladiator type of horses, so Carl's test had to be perfect, and unfortunately a little mistake meant that the scores dropped down. Pardon me, sorry, I was about to have a cough then.
That's all right.
But Charlotte, Lottie Fry has got all the pressure on her now, and we've got some very good tests still to come.
Yeah, she is the reigning world champion, though, in this Grand Prix special, so she's going to need to produce something special indeed, Mark, but she does have a cushion of 9.6% over the Netherlands in 4th.
To the tennis next, Jonathan Overend.
Well, it's a brilliant men's doubles final, the gold medal match between the United States and Australia. Rajiv Ram and Austin Krajicek for the USA won the opening set, but the Aussies have bounced back. They're really trying to whip up the crowd and get them on their side, so it is 1 set all, and we will have a deciding match tie-break, first to 10 points, to see which nation wins the gold medal.
There is a big Spaniard making a move in the golf, Ian Carter.
Yes, John Rahm, 2 under for his first 5 holes, and his birdie at the 5th took him into a share of the lead with Tommy Fleetwood, but Fleetwood responding in kind with an excellent birdie at the 4th. So the GB star has the outright lead once again at 12 under par. It's Fleetwood playing the 5th at 12 under, Rahm on the 6th with a good chance there at 11 under, Xander Schauffele also at 11 under par, and Ben An, whose 2 parents were medalists in the table tennis in the Seoul Olympics in 1988. He's 8 under par for the 12 holes he's played. He's in the group at 10 under par within 2 shots of the lead.
Thank you very much, Ian. It is the men's road race today as well. Conor McNamara.
158 kilometres to go. The breakaway leaders, a group of 5, are about 10 minutes clear of the main peloton. There's another chasing pack between the peloton and the leaders. Rwandan Eric Manzabayo, one of the breakaway riders, he suffered a problem with his chain but was very quickly able to get assistance, and he pumped his legs. He's been able to regain that leading group. All 4 Team GB riders are still in the main peloton. Tom Pidcock, who's already won gold on his mountain bike here in Paris. Josh Tarling, who's had a bit of drama. He went back to the GB race car to change his bike, some sort of mechanical problem. Stephen Williams and Fred Wright are in there as well, but they're approaching the midway point of this, Victoria Pendleton.
They are. The peloton have started to string out a bit, so they're putting a bit more speed on. The teams controlling the front and the pace at the moment, Netherlands, Belgium and Denmark, they seem to be very much at the front in the mix, dictating the pace of the rest of the group, but no real attempts to chase down the 2 lead groups at the moment.
They have got as well Ireland's Ryan Mullen, who's in that chasing pack between the main peloton and the leaders, trying to rein in that breakaway group of 5.
Countries will work in the same way that teams work in a Tour de France, will they here, Victoria?
That's right, that's the right. And actually, there's only a few teams here that have a team of the full 4 riders that you can be allocated. So Belgium, France, Slovenia, Denmark and Great Britain are the only teams to have the full allocation of 4 riders. So that gives them an advantage working as a team.
The reason, Mark, that they are only allowed 4 is they want to take that sort of team tactical element or reduce it a little bit and make it more of an individual race. So you've got 3 teammates helping you, whereas in the Tour de France you might have 6 or 7.
Conor, Victoria, thank you. They have a speciality dish in this cafe in Paris, which is a lamb shank, and they put rosemary at the top of it, and then they light the rosemary. So occasionally, Chris Hoy, that's the smell that wafts over. Yeah.
Oh, do you know, I've been looking at, there's a place it's described as the best barbecue in Europe, right. So I'm looking to head to there at some point.
In Paris?
In Paris,
oh,
yeah.
Right, okay, very, very nice. Tom Pidcock, by the way, in the men's road race, I'm assuming you watched the cross-country mountain biking. That was one of the great sporting events that I think I've seen, and one of the great pursuits.
Incredible, and when he had the puncture, I think we all assumed that he was going to be struggling to make the podium, but he is a formidable athlete and mentally strong, physically strong. He in a group of incredible athletes, he really does stand out, and it's his versatility. So he's been a cyclocross world champion, He's been mountain bike world champion, double Olympic champion. He races on the road with Team Ineos. He's been tipped as a future Grand Tour winner.
He was in the Tour de France this year for 13, 14 stages until he got COVID.
Yeah, it's his future is very bright. The difficulty is when you have that broader talent, you can almost end up not being a jack of all trades, because clearly he's the best in the world at mountain biking. But I think if the biggest target for him, or the biggest prize in cycling, really is the Tour de France. So, I think he will start to hone in that pure focus over the next 4 years, and we will. I'm sure we will see him on the top step of a Grand Tour podium at some point.
I appreciate you were in the velodrome, but how easy is it to switch disciplines? Like if somebody, I'm not suggesting that you would go and win an Olympic gold, but if somebody said to you, have a go at the cross-country mountain biking.
For me,
where would you succeed? Where would you struggle?
I think
out of interest.
Well, you look at as a junior, as a kid, I used to do everything. You usually start in cycling. You do a bit of road, a bit of time trial, a bit of mountain bike, a bit of cyclocross, a bit of track, and you very soon find out what your best talents or where your best talents lie. For me, I'm really a pure sprinter, and that's people talk about Tour de France sprinters, but really they're endurance athletes who, at the end of a 6-hour stage, can produce an amazing turn of speed. Mark Cavendish. But if you put Mark Cavendish up against Harry Lovracen, who's the king of the track in the sprints, Lovracen would destroy him in a straight line sprint. Lovracen's peak power would be 2,600 watts. Mark Cavendish would be about 1,700. So very different athletes. So in the context, for me as a kid growing up, I loved mountain biking. I did it and at junior level, maybe a top 5 in Scotland at junior mountain biking. But really, I was fighting against genetics. And as soon as I tried the track, it was a lot more like the BMX days when I was a kid. I raced BMX, very short, very explosive effort. So if I went on now as a 48-year-old, retired cyclist on the mountain bike course, I would struggle on the hills because I'm 90 kilos. So most of these guys would be 58, 59 kilos. Downhill, I'd have an advantage if I was as skillful as them because I've got that extra weight. But really, it's the endurance, it's the efficiency of oxygen transportation, the aerobic capacity that these riders have is very, very efficient. They work at a very high level with minimal stress on their system.
They're 58, 59
kilos.
kilos.
Tom Pidcock, I think, is 57, I think. There's a guy there was a French climber in the Tour, I should know his name. I think he was 55 during the Tour.
That is not far off, I would imagine. Jockey-esque weight that they have to manage.
Yeah,
and that's a struggle for jockeys.
Yeah, I think, and the hard part is you have to fuel your body to be able to ride for. I mean, today it's 273 kilometres for the road race, but every time you start to gain altitude, as soon as you start a climb, you're carrying that mass up the climb. So if you can minimise that mass, reduce the mass, then you're going to go faster for the same effort. But if you get too light, if you start to basically starve yourself to try and lose weight, you lose the power. So it's that balancing act between, it's that kind of crossing of the two graphs of your body weight and your power output. And that is some people, it's just their natural, body weight. Obviously it's not normal to be as, 5% body fat or whatever these guys are, but they train to get that energy in, energy out balance right, of getting just enough calories to sustain them through the stage and recover for the next day, but not eat so much that they start to gain a little bit extra weight.
I mean, it's a minefield, isn't it?
It's and when you get down to that level or that reduced body fat percentage, your immune system then is compromised. Then you pick up bugs. Then you're more susceptible to getting ill. And if you're doing a 3-week tour, as we saw with what you mentioned with Tom Pidcock getting COVID, you want your body to be robust. And I think in the old days, they used to start a bit heavier and would sort of almost lose weight throughout the tour as they got to the mountains. But now every single gram counts. So it's all optimized. Sports nutritionists, all the sports science and data and analysis helps them get to this optimal point.
How many calories did you have to eat a day?
Well, for me as a track rider, so power to weight is what the road guys are fixated on. Power to frontal area or power to aerodynamic efficiency was what we were fixated on. So as a sprinter, the team sprint, you've got to go from a standing start up to flat out pace. So your weight does count a bit, but really it's about how aero you can get and how much power you've got. So the wind or the air resistance is the main resistive force. So it wasn't as big a deal for us. The most important thing was, were you fueling sufficiently and did you have the right balance of nutrition to repair the damage you were doing? So when you're lifting really heavy weights, when you're doing high resistance efforts on the track, on a micro level, the muscles are getting torn and damaged, and you have to repair that by consuming protein, which the body then makes into amino acids, like the building blocks of the muscles. And therefore it was really just eating. You were ensuring that you weren't deficient in, or you had enough of the right nutrients in your diet. So I used to eat a huge amount. I mean, I would eat 6,000 calories a day normally, just a normal day. I would eat every couple of hours of a proper meal, and then you're supplementing with protein in between that time. As soon as you get off the bike, when you've finished exercising, your body's like a sponge at that time, and it really absorbs all the nutrients very, very efficiently. If you wait for 40 minutes or an hour, it doesn't absorb them in quite as efficient a manner. So you would have a recovery shake made up as soon as you finished your training session or your race. You'd have that. You wouldn't wait to drive home and then start cooking a meal. You'd ensure that your body is receiving all these good nutrients immediately, and you were never getting into that stage where a kind of negative nitrogen balance where the muscle starts to sort of break down and lose the muscle.
Because I saw the women's quad sculls who won gold. They said to me they're on about 4,500 calories a day, and to a normal person, I mean, obviously it sounds a lot, but you sort of think, well, it's just eating a lot of food, isn't it? You know, that's what, or it's a night out for some people. Who knows? But but because it's so managed, and you know, Hannah Scott was telling me, you know, you're sort of on to 8 bananas a day or something. By the time you get to the 8th banana, it's like, oh, another banana, or whatever it may be. You can't enjoy it after a while, can you?
Yeah.
Just having to eat and eat.
I think that's the key thing. I think the guys in the Tour de France really struggle because they're literally eating plates of rice, grilled chicken or grilled fish and a few veg, and it's just the monotony. It's just fuel. Yeah. It's literally fuel going in. There's no joy in the meal. But I think what a lot of the teams are doing now, they employ these performance chefs who can create really well-balanced, nutritious meals that are tasty and that they do enjoy, and there is a bit of variety. Even things like protein shakes or the rehydration drinks, you may have 6 or 7 different flavours, but very quickly you get bored of those flavours. So the key is getting something that doesn't just, you know, you don't just almost gag when you're mid-race, you're taking the same gel or the same drink. But yeah, I think as a sprinter, I really enjoyed it because I got to eat the things that I enjoyed. You didn't, you know, you had a balanced diet, but the key thing was making sure you had enough of the right stuff. And now it's far more scientific, I think. In our day, it was more about, you could see if you were gaining the wrong kind of mass, if you were putting on a bit of extra, you know, fat, and you know, coming into competition, you'd eat a lot cleaner, you would cut out things you shouldn't. But the key thing was eating enough of the right, you know, loads of protein for recovery, carbs for fuel, and then when you retire, you have to, you know, manage that. And you know, a lot of athletes talk about that. Like Matt Pinsent, I remember talking about it when he retired after Athens, and just adjusting to that. You know, that you're just so ingrained this process of I need to eat every 2 hours. You don't. You know, you have to match your intake with your output, but I think as long as my appetite tends to follow what I'm doing. So the more I exercise, the more I need to eat now, and the less vice versa.
But that kind of, not just on the nutrition, that will come into a whole variety of things, won't it? Does for you, was retirement refreshing, or was retirement difficult because you lost virtually the whole of your life was planned and routines?
And I did enjoy routine. The sort of bland answer is it's a bit of both. You know, the positive is that you have the opportunity to do all the things that you couldn't do when you were entirely focused on one thing. You had this one track focus, everything else in your life was put to the side, and then you retire and you're able to have balance in your life. You're able to have variety. You can go and do all these fun things, and I wouldn't, you know, I hate to say it was a sacrifice because it wasn't a sacrifice. I did, you know, being a cyclist, being a full-time athlete is, I think it's a privilege, and you're doing what you love doing, so it's not a sacrifice. You do have to put away, you know, other things that you know, family holidays or weddings or big days. If you're on a training camp or you're competing, you can't go to those. But yeah, on the other side, you do miss it. You do miss being part of the team. You miss the competition. You miss being an athlete at an event like these Olympic Games.
Let's go match points at the tennis. Jonathan Overend.
Gold medal match in the men's doubles, which featured those brilliant matches for Murray and Evans, of course, and it's match point to Australia. John Pears and Matt Ebden, they've got 3 of them. First one has been saved by Austin Krajicek. It's Australia against the United States. It's been played in a hot atmosphere here on Philippe Chatrier. So many kids down at courtside dancing around with flags of either Australia or the Stars and Stripes of the United States. But it's been a brilliant recovery, this, from Ebden and Pears. Pears, who won a bronze medal in the mixed doubles in Tokyo with Ashley Barty. But this would be a first men's doubles medal for any of the quartet currently down there on the sun-kissed court. And it is another match point for Ebden and Pears, who lost the first set on a tiebreak, won the second set on a tiebreak, and here we are in one of these thrilling sort of denouement, the match tiebreak, 1-10. Krajicek in his red shirt for the United States serves, cross-court, the return is into the net. Let's go, say the USA. They fancy saving match points to win the gold medal here. Well, we've seen this all before, haven't we, in those Murray matches earlier in the tournament. It really is incredible how sometimes, especially in doubles, these matches can turn completely on their heads when seemingly lost, and that's what Krajicek and Ram are hoping to do here. 9-7 down now. Ram, 40 years of age, What an achievement it would be for him if he could do this. He's won the US Open for the last 3 years with Britain's Joe Salisbury, but an Olympic gold would mean that little bit more, I fancy, especially from match points down. Krajicek into the net with the first serve. Here's the third of the match points. And Piers and Ebden, who couldn't look more Aussie if they tried in their gold shirts and green shorts and green caps. They've got the chance to finish it now. No, he's put a volley wide, has Piers at the net. Goodness me, the pressure is telling. 3 match points have come and gone, and the match continues. They will serve now at 9-8, but they're feeling it. And imagine if the United States can win this point to level it at 9-all with the gold medal on the line. I mean, these aren't match points in the first round or the second round. These are match points with the gold medal waiting to be hung around the neck of these teams. It's been a brilliant final. And the atmosphere, well, I mean, it's going to be like this tomorrow for Alcaraz against Djokovic. And can't wait to welcome Mark in to this box here at Roland Garros to watch that tomorrow. Backhand return from Ram. This is another match point for the Aussies. Surely now, there's an overhead, and it bounces over the top of the Americans. And delirium down there on the court for the gold and green. Australia win the gold medal. It's congratulations to John Peers and Matthew Ebden. They win the gold. It'll be silver for Austin Krajicek and Rajiv Ram. Brilliant final, Mark.
Great stuff, Jonathan. Yes, see you there tomorrow for Alcaraz against Djokovic. Victoria Pendleton listening to myself and Chris Hoy talking about retirement and routine and nutrition. Vic?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's made me feel quite hungry talking about food. And then second of all, I just wanted to talk to Chris about, do you remember that lemon dome cake at the Illy Cafe in Didsbury? This is one of the pleasures of being an athlete, is enjoying things like cake and coffee.
Yes.
Lemon dome cake. It was like lemon curd inside a cake. It was so delicious. Like
I had
after
totally
a road
forgotten about that, Vic. Now you're bringing it back, and you're right though. I think cycling and coffee and cake, the holy trinity. You know, you often people take up cycling so they can eat more cake, and that's kind of It's, you know, you don't really know whether it's fuel to keep you going or whether it's just you're cycling to eat more cake or vice versa. But
I'm glad you were there, Vic, because Chris had just done the whole, protein shakes, rice, chicken. You're straight with no lemon dome cake.
Yeah, it was good though, wasn't it?
It was really good. It was worth making a detour for. It really was.
Yep. Well remembered.
Victoria, watching the road race at the moment, the men's road race. Chris Hoy with us just for another 2 or 3 minutes. You've been talking to Andy Murray, and we're going to play that in a little while. How was he in the aftermath of everything?
I think he was very at peace with himself. I think he obviously was disappointed not to come back with something tangible from these games, but I think he's happy, he's content. He's very proud to be representing Britain in this Olympic team, and he always rises to the challenge for Team GB. And I was in the Team GB Performance Lodge when he came in, and they gave him a Guard of Honour with Dan Evans. And he loves being around his fellow teammates and talking to, you can see him just being another member of the team, which he is. But chatting to him now, I think he's looking forward to retirement. I think it is the right time. He feels that he's made the right decision, and I think he's got a lot to offer going forward. I think we'll see a lot more of Andy in other roles. I had a chat with him after the interview. We were having lunch together, and I think he's excited, and he's got a family of 4 kids. There's a lot of opportunity coming up for him now, and the world really is his oyster.
I mean, he has a lot to offer sport, doesn't he? Not just tennis.
Yes,
but sport.
So one of the things that stood out to me watching Andy through his whole career, from the first time I watched him in Wimbledon in 2005 until the final match here in Paris. Yes, of course, he's an amazing tennis player. That's a given. It's his resilience, it's his mental toughness. He never gives up. And you see other athletes, other tennis players, as skillful perhaps, but I'm yet to see anybody with a more determined, dogged approach. And I was asking him, where did that come from? Not in the interview, actually, but I think, or maybe it was. Anyway, I won't say it now in case it is in the interview. But what I think he has to offer is helping athletes to develop that mindset. And is it nature or nurture? I believe that everybody can improve. It's a skill like anything else. And I always had a good competitive spirit, and I was always determined, and I always sort of bounced back relatively well. But it was Steve Peters who really helped me to take that up another notch. So I think somebody like Andy, who has that lived experience, could help all manner of athletes overcome that. You know, they've got so far, but they need to bounce back and have that resilience.
But do it your way.
Yes.
Do it your way and what works for you.
Mm-hmm.
And look, there are traits that run through sport that can lead to success. But there has to be a bit of individuality in it as well. And I look at Emma Raducanu at the moment and criticism because she chooses to do this or picks to do that or whatever. But she's trying to do what's right for her.
Exactly.
Nobody else can tell you that.
Yeah, you have to. Nobody knows what's going on in everyone's lives at any one time, and people are very quick to give their opinion on social media, and without thinking what that opinion might. There's just a chance that she might be scrolling through social media. I hope she wouldn't, because I think it's a terrible idea as an athlete if you're at that level. But if she does, one little comment, and you could read 100 positive comments, and it's the one that's negative that lodges in your brain. And if you're on a bit of a down peak and a trough, it just sticks on your mind. So, I think what Andy managed to do in his career was, he'd done so much. He'd made Grand Slam finals. He'd done more than any other British male tennis player for so many years. And that could have been enough to say, well, you did really well. You got really close, but hard luck. But he didn't want to give up. And at the heart of what he was doing was the love for the game. And I think that the enjoyment of the game, his determination, and his single-mindedness. He didn't want to be a celebrity. He didn't want to be doing all kinds of other things. He wanted to be a tennis player and be the world number one.
You mentioned it right at the start when we were having the chat about the pressure of a home Olympics and when you could deliver that. When you went into that, you had 4 Olympic golds already, and nobody could take. And if it ended at that, then that's great. As a sort of final point, do you think that's, I don't know whether you are bothered about legacy, your own legacy or not, and a little bit with Murray as well, but where you are on a list or whatever people think, as long as you feel that nobody will ever be able to take away what you have achieved, that's the only thing that matters to you.
That's it. It's great for radio debate or pub chat or whatever. Who's the greatest pound for pound
fighter? Because we're at the moment with Duncan Scott and his medals, and he's gone past. Well, he's gone past you.
Yeah, he's got 8 medals, which is amazing.
But he is saying, you can't compare me because they're not all gold, or I've won some in relays or whatever. And it's like, well, don't worry about it. Duncan, you've done unbelievably. Don't worry about it.
He's an incredibly humble guy, and I feel bad for him that people are sort of making him make comment on it, because just enjoy the moment. And nobody else in Scotland has won 8 Olympic medals. It's an incredible achievement. I think he'll go on to win more. I think he's an incredible athlete. He's a very down-to-earth guy. I've met him a number of times. He's managed by the same people that manage me. So I'm incredibly proud of his achievements.
He is so under the radar for what he has achieved.
Yes, exactly. And I love that. I love that style. But yeah, I think the key thing is it's great to be, compare different, who's the best Formula 1 driver, who's the greatest footballer, you're trying to, in Olympic ways, you're trying to compare. Me, I used to ride around in circles on a bike. You've got Duncan who's swimming up and down in a pool. You've got, Steve Redgrave. You've got Daley Thompson. You've got Jason Kenny. All these different athletes in different eras. As an athlete, all you can do is beat the people, the person opposite you, or whatever sport you're doing, and take that opportunity. And it's lovely to, growing up, if you were going to say to me that I was going to be mentioned alongside the likes of Steve Redgrave or my heroes from Olympic, eras gone by, I would have just thought you were ridiculous to even suggest that sort of idea. So I still, no matter where you sit in the list, just being in the list is pretty cool. And yeah, you're right. Nobody can take away that moment. It's that experience.
Who were your Olympic heroes of the past? Was Daley one of them?
I think everybody.
Yeah, everybody of our era is. Yeah.
And it's weird because I'm now in the Laureus Academy, which is this sort of charity that helps to improve the lives of kids through sport. And the Academy are invited members from all kinds of sports around the world. And Daley's on there, obviously, and Mark Spitz, Michael Johnson, Ed Moses, Nadia Comaneci, just amazing people. Tony Hawk. So anyway, I got invited onto this, and it was just like, you walk in, it's all your heroes in this one room, and it's incredible. But yeah, I think for me, growing up, Steve Redgrave was the one, and I still think he's the greatest British, Olympian. 5 consecutive gold medals. For me, that was. But again, it's all personal. You know,
absolutely.
You can't say one athlete is better than the other when they're a different sport, different era. But it's great to be in that list.
Isn't it interesting as well that so many of you, I find when talking to you, are really quite self-deprecating of your own craft, but in awe of. I mean, you said it's something. I just used to ride around on a wooden track in a circle. Duncan Scott will say, I just swim up and down a pool, or Redgrave, I just go up and down, and yet you're all in awe of each other.
Yeah, I think you're right though. I think you, as a sports person, you have an insight, a different viewpoint of other athletes and what they're going through, and I watch things like gymnastics, and I just can't imagine. I can imagine we can all run, so we can sort of relate to 100 metres or the marathon and think, wow, look how fast these folk can run. But gymnastics, when you sit there and you watch Simone Biles or Max Whitlock, whoever, you can barely see what's happened in this. The blink of an eye. They've spun round and land,
ridiculous.
and they'll put their foot 6 inches to the right, and you go, Mark's down for that. But I think we are. At the Olympics, you are in awe of your fellow teammates and what they can achieve and what they can do.
I know you've got to go because I was talking, but on that, because I'm going to talk to Kieran Riley, going on all sorts of stuff. I'm going to talk to Kieran Riley a little bit later on, who won silver in the BMX freestyle. I mean, do you watch that and go,
yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, how do they do that with a bike?
Well,
I mean, how do they let it go? And
exactly.
I mean, how?
So I still don't, like, there was the French guy Jean,
yeah.
And that trick where he basically, the bike flips in a sort of vertical manner, and he catches it mid-air, and you're just like, it just looks like a video game. And yeah, Kieran Riley has taken the sport to the next level. He's raised the bar. There's a trick called the triple flare that nobody else in the world has done. And if you go on YouTube and you search Kieran Riley triple flare, it's about a 15-minute video of him and the process he went through to try and land this trick. And it does seem to defy gravity and physics. But I think they see it as incremental. So I remember the very first time someone did a backflip on a bike, and we were all absolutely mind blown. And then before you know it, once one person can do it and you can see it's possible, then 100 people can do it. Now there's 9-year-olds doing backflips, and then it's double backflips. Then it's can we do triples, and on and on. It's human progression, and I think when somebody raises the bar, and you realise it's possible, then you think, well, I can do that, or I can try to do that too. But Kieran Riley is. You run out of superlatives. And I watched that, and I did feel like it's in a subjective sport. It's very difficult to be objective as a fan, but I thought he'd done enough to win the gold, and it was. But I think that's the nature of these sports. You do the best you can, and you hope it's enough, and the judges see it the same way that you do.
He was very magnanimous and said he had no problem with the silver, and he thought the Argentinian did an amazing ride and deserved to say the gold. He I mean, that is one of the most breathtaking things I think I've ever seen live.
Incredible.
It really is. Right, you do have to go. Thank you very much. I will see you soon. Thank you. So Chris Hoy with us on 5 Live. Let's go to Gavin Wallace, opening day of the Scottish Premiership season, Hearts against Rangers.
Yeah, Mark, excuse me, Hearts 0, Rangers 0, and Philippe Clement asking the Rangers fans for time to get up to speed, and the way they look at the moment, they could be here all day, to be honest, and not score. Hearts, though, a different story. New signing James Penrice had a good 1v1 battle with Jack Butland. He saved it very well. Jan Danda, another one of Stephen Naismith's new signings, cracked the bar on 18 after a recycled corner. And then on the half-hour mark, we had that all too familiar whiff of a handball. Jan Danda tried to get a ball into the box, and Conor Barron appeared to handle it. VAR and the on-field referee saying nothing doing. Half-time though, Hearts 0, Rangers 0.
Oh, how I have missed VAR. Thank you, Gavin. Right, let's hear this interview between Chris Hoy and Andy Murray. Murray's career obviously coming to a close this week when he and Dan Evans went out to the men's doubles quarter-finals. He's still in Paris. He's been supporting Team GB at the women's hockey this morning, but as Chris said a couple of days ago, he sat down with him. So here's their chat.
I feel good. I was ready to finish playing, and a few months ago I was worried about it. I was quite unsure about how it would feel, or if it was the right time. It's difficult, I think, for athletes when they're coming to the end, to know. But yeah, it felt right, and I feel good about it.
How did you know it was the right time? Like, was it your choice, or was it your body basically waving the white flag and saying you're going to have to stop soon?
Well, it was a combination of both. About 18 months ago, I had spoken to my family after the Australian Open and said that I want to have a time for when I'm going to stop, because otherwise I could just keep going. And I said, maybe next summer, like after the Olympics, would be a good time for me. I didn't say it was certain, but that was kind of what the plan was. And then when I had to have the operation on my back before Wimbledon, it was a bit of my body telling me, but also, I felt like it was the right time. Physically, it was getting really hard for me. Body was hurting, and wasn't really able to train to the level that I needed to be as competitive as I would like, and that was ultimately why I made the choice.
Now I remember it must have been early 2000s maybe. I was at the Scottish Institute of Sport, and I heard there's word in the grapevine about some young, talented, up-and-coming tennis player from Dunblane, and I guess you must have been in your early teens at that point.
Yeah.
What would that kid have said to somebody if they'd been told that he was going to go on to win 2 Wimbledon titles, a US Open title, 2 Olympic gold medals, become world number 1, Davis Cup? Was that something that you believed or thought you could ever go on to do, or would that have been just an absolute pipe dream for you?
No, never would have believed that. And certainly when I was a kid, I wouldn't have believed that. But I think even when I turned professional as well, when I was 17, 18 years old, I would have never have thought that would have been possible. And I think probably now that I've finished, it's easier to have a better perspective of things. Like when I was in the middle part of my career and maybe lost in a Grand Slam final against Federer, it was doom and gloom, that's terrible. But when you actually step back a little bit and think about it, when I was 12, 13 years old, sort of considering playing tennis as a career, I would never have thought that I would have been able to win Wimbledon or compete at the Olympics and things like that. So I've been very lucky.
What makes the Olympics so special for you? Because it felt like London 2012 was a big turning point in your career, but people forget you were there in Beijing as well. And you always seem to enjoy the experience, but what makes it so special for you?
There's loads of things. I mean, being part of a big team, it's one of the things that I wish was a bit different about tennis. Maybe I loved when I was growing up and I played on football teams and things. I loved being around my friends and my teammates. I always really enjoyed going to any team competitions in tennis when we travel with the GB team, and we would play. Even when I was under 14, under 16, I just always loved that team environment. And then the Olympics is, for me, it's the best. It's the best sporting event. Being around all of the best athletes in the world across, so many different sports. I've loved the whole experience about it every single time I've done it, and I've been lucky to obviously perform really well in some of them and had great results. But even here, where didn't come away with a medal, it's still been an incredible experience, unbelievable memories that I'll have with me forever, and it's definitely the event that I'm going to miss the most.
And what is your standout moment from the Olympic Games, if you could think of one particular snapshot of time?
Apart from a Chris Hoy medal.
No, your own performance.
It would have to be.
I'll take that though.
Yeah. It has to be London, and the day I played the Wimbledon, the final of the singles at Wimbledon against Federer, and then straight afterward played the final of the mixed doubles. And although didn't manage to get the gold in the mixed, it was I remember the moment between winning the gold medal and going in to see all my team and then going out to play the final of the mixed doubles, and just I've never been so happy after a tennis tournament or during it in my life. And it was a once in a lifetime opportunity to play in a home Olympics, and to get a gold medal against Federer at Wimbledon. I mean, it wasn't necessarily going to get much better than that for me. And
was there a turning point when you beat him at Wimbledon on that court? Did that inspire you to, or make you believe that you could make that step and actually win a slam final?
It definitely helped. Definitely helped. Actually, I think more like a shift in mindset after I'd lost the Wimbledon final like 4 weeks beforehand. I was obviously gutted. I was really upset after that match. But the week afterwards, like with the Olympics coming up, I knew what had happened in Beijing and how I felt after that I really wanted to perform well at the Olympics. I didn't want to have another experience like I'd had in Beijing where I'd lost in the first round. But I also had told myself after I lost that Wimbledon final that I genuinely felt like I was doing everything that I could, like I was working as hard as I could, I was giving as much as I could to the sport. And I became sort of okay, like if I never win a Grand Slam or, you know, it might not happen. And that shift in mindset probably helped because, you know, it took a little bit of pressure off myself. And then, yeah, things changed in the build up to that Olympics. I played for sure the best I'd played up till that point in a major event and managed to win the US Open right after that as well.
Now, you're a father now. You've got 4 kids. What are you looking forward to the most in retirement, spending, you know, with your family? What kind of things are you looking forward to doing with Kim and the kids?
Well, we're going away on holiday during the US Open. In a few weeks we're going to Spain. We went away to Greece a few weeks ago. And doing things like that, like having experiences with the family that I've not at times been able to do because of the tennis. And I'm looking forward to just being at home with them consistently and not having to always be saying goodbye to them and explain why I'm going away. And then, you know, even when I've been on the phone here, the youngest ones are always like, they don't care about the tennis and stuff. They're just asking, when are you coming home?
When are you coming home, Dad? Yeah.
They watch me win one match and they're like, oh, does that mean you can come home now? And it's like, well, no, I'm still got a few more days. But just being at home with them and getting to do normal things. I love dropping them off at school and picking them up and seeing how their day's gone. And, I love doing a bit of sport with them and, things like that.
Andy Murray talking to Chris Hoy. Let's get back to the men's golf. It is really tight at the top. Ian Carter.
It's a fantastic leaderboard, and the former Masters champion Jon Rahm, who won on the Live Tour only last week. He is maintaining that form. He's picked up another birdie, and so we have joint leaders now, Jon Rahm and Great Britain's Tommy Fleetwood. Fleetwood on the 8th, Rahm just ahead of him. They're both at 12 under par. Rahm 3 under for the 7 holes he's played so far. The defending champion Xander Schauffele playing alongside Fleetwood is just a shot behind, and Rory McIlroy is hoving into view as well. He's had 2 birdies in his last 3 holes. He's moved to 9 under par and is 4 under for the 11 that he's played so far.
Thank you very much, Ian. We're keeping an eye on the team dressage this afternoon. Britain currently in bronze medal position going into the final round of riders going out. We'll have the kayak cross a little bit later on. The men's road race is well underway, so we're going to keep an eye on that for you as well. There's boxing coming later tonight. We've got athletics later tonight, including the women's 100 metres final and the 4x4 mixed relay final as well. Obviously the golf going on, and we've got the gymnastics in about an hour or so, something like that. Men's floor final will be first. 2 Brits in that, Jake Jarman and Luke Whitehouse. Got the women's vault, which will have Simone Biles involved, and then the men's pommel a little bit later on, with Max Whitlock aiming to become the first gymnast to win a medal on the same apparatus at 4 consecutive Olympics. So far today, Team GB has 2 bronze and a gold. Emma Wilson got a bronze in the windsurfing a little bit earlier on in Marseille. The other 2 medals came in the rowing. Women's 8 got bronze, men's 8 got gold, and that leaves Britain with 3 golds, 2 silver and 3 bronzes from this Olympic regatta. 3-time Olympian and Olympic medal winner Mo Sabi has been part of the TV coverage and joins us now. Afternoon, Mo, how are you?
Afternoon, Mark. Yeah, very well, thank you very much.
What a brilliant turnaround for British rowing.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround. A redemption story for a lot of the athletes that were competing out in Tokyo. Such turmoil, such disappointment of the week of the regatta 3 years ago. The last 18 months building into that was so up and down with COVID, with different structure changes within the team, coaching setup. And over the last 3 years, they've just built this really steady, progressive performances all the way through. And we've had some fantastic gold medals. There have been some standout moments, but we've also had these amazing bronze medals. For the women's 8 today, 2 years ago, the team were considering not having a women's 8. They didn't see there being the depth of athletes that could support an 8. And lo and behold, they've won a bronze medal today. So we've had some fantastic storylines throughout the whole week of the regatta. And every single rower deserves everything that they have got.
Just to emphasise just how this has been a whole squad, really, that have delivered. 8 out of the 10 crews have won medals. The other 2 crews fell very close. And as Matthew Pinsent has put on social media, I think 36 of 42 athletes within that British rowing squad go home with a medal.
Yeah, I know. It's a hard place to be if you're not within that 36 out of the 32 for those 6 athletes, and especially 4 of them where they came agonisingly fourth. But it just shows a transformation. To have the 8s also win a medal, that helps those numbers boost up. There's 9 athletes in the 8 if you include the cocks, and to have the men's 8 come across the line today in pole position for the first time since 2016, it just shows the depth of the nation with it, or the depth of Team GB within the sport of rowing. But there's been some dramatic changes over the last 3 years. We've got a new performance director in Louise Kingsley, a new women's head coach called Andy Randell from Australia, and Paul Stannard took on the head coach role for the men's team. And there was stability. There was no longer that turbulent feeling that we had in the build up to Tokyo. And it's paid dividends, and the athletes have to go out and perform. But there is always this team and a foundation of support staff, performance directors, coaches that enable the athletes to go out and perform in the right way.
What you also have is previous GB rowers and current GB rowers in harmony more. There were all sorts of recriminations and comments thrown, weren't there, around Tokyo, and even in the build-up to Tokyo. But you now look at the men's 8, for example, who in their post-race interviews with Matthew Pinsent and Catherine Granger talked about getting messages the day before from the Sydney men's 8 gold medalists, and how much that made a difference to their mindset going into this. It's a sport that is back together again, not just the current crop.
You're exactly right, and it helps that Steve Chapman, who was also in that 8 in 2000, probably called up his colleagues, but he's shared that emotional journey that the 9 men share when they cross that line in Sydney, and he knows how special it is. And when he was coaching us in Tokyo, he tried to get those messages across, but then it's quite hard to hear it. It's almost like hearing a piece of advice from your dad. Your coach is always there every single day telling you. But when your dad brings in his brothers, your uncles, and then they give a bit of advice, it means so much. And the sport is in harmony. I think there was some strange things that were said in the build-up and post-Tokyo that maybe just showed the fragility of the psychology leading into those games. I was part of that team. It wasn't unified. Even just within the men's team or the women's team, there wasn't the unity that they have now. That obviously is helped along by success, and we've been very successful in the build up to these Olympic Games. We've had some world champions, we've had world best times, and we've had boats that are unbeaten over the last 3 years. So it's a snowball effect. Once you start getting one win, then another comes in, and that's what it's felt like all of this week. It started off with the women's squad, that fantastic race where they led for 1 stroke and they hit the Dutch, and then it's just built from there. Momentum and confidence is infectious, especially when you're in the same hotel, you're in the same boat park, same chill out area. It just becomes, you just want to emulate your teammates, you want to do them proud. And when you train with somebody every single day, and we felt this in Rio, we felt this in London, when you train with people every single day and you see them do well and you've still got your race to do, you know that you're in a good spot if your teammates are also winning or winning a silver or a bronze medal.
They've been the winners, the rowers, whenever they've come in, whether that was the women's 4 that took a silver, or whether it was the women's quad that took gold, or the lightweight women's double sculls who took gold as well. They've all been great to interview. They all have their own individual story, of course. They're all fascinating on what they've all had to go through to get to the stage where they're at. But that lightweight women's double sculls of Emily Craig and Imogen Grant does stand out to me because of how close they came to a medal in Tokyo. They were, a 0.1 of a second off the podium. So of how they missed out there and yet have gone unbeaten all the way through since then to claiming Olympic gold yesterday.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon. I started off by saying what a great redemption it is for those athletes. The athletes included Emily and Imogen, those that raced at Tokyo. They had a great opportunity over this last week to fulfill their dreams, and they had all of the support and the stories. And you're going to have some characters come through over the next 24 hours out of the men's and women's eights. That's probably where the crazy gang of the team lie within those boats. Well, so you're probably going to have a lot of fun over the next 24 hours. But Emily and Imogen are just it's a fairy tale, and they're going to be reigning Olympic champions for life, which makes it even more special. Yes,
yeah, because that won't be there in LA. They're doing something else. Like they're doing coastal rowing in LA, I think, instead of the lightweights. Just on the men's 8, 2 of them are going to come on the radio with me in the next hour. All 9 of them, so the 8 and the Cox, are going to be in the studio on the TV highlights tonight. Will I need some weight at my end of the sofa to stop it feeling like I'm on a seesaw?
You're going to need a bigger studio.
But there's a real mix there, isn't there, in that men's 8 of, I think, 4. There's 4 of them who won bronze in Tokyo. There's 2 of them who are 4th in the men's 4 in Tokyo. There's 1 of them who is a reserve in Tokyo, and there's 2 of them who made their Olympic debuts here, including the Cox. So there's a real mix of experiences there.
Yeah, a real mix. So there was 4 that I raced with in Tokyo that got bronze, and we were bitterly disappointed. And I said during my commentary that when we were on the podium in Tokyo with a bronze, and we were so distraught, we didn't have our friends and family there. They're the ones that cheer you up. They're the ones that make you realise how special a medal can be. And so for those 4, they had that burning within them. They felt like they had got it wrong, like we all did on that day. And there were some things that we wanted to kind of, or some things that we felt like we did wrong as athletes, and wanted the redemption arc to play out for those 4. Then we had the 2 that were in the 4 that came agonisingly 4th but underperformed as such, and they maybe just had a very traumatic week, turbulent up and down, and they had a really bad steering incident. And then Morgan Bolden was spare, or a reserve. So for context for the listeners, he comes out to the Olympic Games. He has to do all of the training. He has to be ready for every single race in case he has to get called into the boat. And he never did, so he remained a reserve. So he's become an Olympian at this Olympics in Paris. And then you got these 2 youngsters one youngster in Tom Digby, and then Harry Brightmore in the Cox's seat. So you've got a real mixture of people that want to do better than Tokyo, go one step further with the right medal, and then you've got this young, energetic, probably wide-eyed people coming in going, wow, oh my God, we're at the Olympics, this is amazing. But they showed their experience throughout the race, and having Steve Trapmore as their coach, going back to that 8 in Sydney in 2000, he would have put in so much confidence in them. He would have gone through every single scenario, every single setup. And they spoke about having a duff stroke off the start.
Yeah, they did.
We had duff strokes. We had duff strokes off the start in Tokyo, and that just spiraled out of control. But they showed the level-headedness, the coolness to dismiss it and then to go a little bit further. It doesn't surprise me that Charlie picked up with the fact there was a duff stroke. So it was probably because he was owning it.
Right. Is he the one I have to look out for?
Yes, yeah, right. Yeah, he's one of them.
Right. Just on Morgan, by the way, who was the reserve in Tokyo. When you say you have to take part in all the training, you do all the preparation, and you're there in case of an injury, is that just for the men's 8, Or if there was an injury in, I don't know, in the men's 4, would you have had to go in that?
Yeah, so whatever race the men's team would be racing in, could be in the double, the quad, this is talking of Tokyo, or the men's 8, or even the men's 4, they would be there ready waiting to go. And that's turning up 8 days of the regatta from Saturday to Saturday, feeling like you are about to race and you don't know whether you're going to race or not. So, and it was Morgan and it was Harry Glenister, and the women's team had their spares as well. And we've had reserves here with us over the last week and a half, 2 weeks. Those 4 rowers, they get to do a reserves race, which happens at the beginning, before the Olympics even start, ahead of the opening ceremony. They're there just to test out whether all the timings and the umpires and all the launches are all in place. So Morgan has lived that for 8 days in Tokyo, and then doesn't ever get called up because there is never an illness or an injury. You don't want that to happen at the Olympics. So it's disappointing for him, but also it's a good thing for the competing athletes that they didn't fall ill. So it's a great story when you see him later and ask him about those emotions that he probably had to go through in Tokyo.
Will do. Thank you, Mo. Talk to you soon. Good to have you with us.
Have a good one.
Thank you too. Mo to be with us on 5 Live. Couple of the men's 8 should be here with us around 2:30. Let's talk to a silver medalist here at these games in Paris. Team GB's Kieran Riley, who took our breath away in the BMX freestyle. How many days ago was that, Kieran? 3, 4? I can't remember.
Mate, if you've lost track of days, but you wouldn't want to ask me.
Do you even know where you are at the moment? You are back home, aren't you?
I'm back home. I just touched down in Newcastle, so yeah, looking forward to seeing the family in a little bit of a quieter environment. Right.
So have you had a homecoming yet, or is it been right? Get to the airport, get home, and then you'll go out a bit later.
So I had a bit of a homecoming yesterday when I got back to Corby. That was really special, and then kind of surprised the family coming up to Newcastle today. They didn't think I was going to come up, but I drove straight up. Really, so excited to see them again.
So what happened in Corby yesterday then? What did they do?
So I arrived in Corby a little bit worse for wear after a busy few days. Finally got out and celebrate, and then I was welcomed. All my friends waiting, all my neighbours waiting on the street. Drinks that went round, I couldn't even stand the smell of. Never mind have one. So they all enjoyed themselves, and I just held out and we had some good food.
Are you an emotional kind of person? Did it bring a lump to your throat then, seeing all of that?
I'm not usually, but I think this last few days definitely has. When for me, like we have events every year. I've never worked towards an event for this long before, so 4 years of work definitely brings something a little bit more out in you.
Do you feel like you're in a whirlwind at the moment? I mean, checking your phone and reaction on there, and I don't know what your social media profile's been like since. Is it all really quite bizarre?
100%. I mean, I haven't really had a second to myself, and when I do, I'm then trying to be productive with that time and get back to people. And my phone's, I've almost give up. I think I'm trying to let everyone know that I'm seeing every single message and everything, but to try and get back to them is just impossible. And the response has been amazing. Chris
Hoy was with me, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, talked about a whole variety of things, and he talked about watching you, he talked about some of your tricks, and he said that you have changed the face of, you are the face of the sport, and you've changed the profile of the sport, which is very special, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, and that's something I'm super proud of. I actually met Chris in the village, and he's absolute Olympic legend, so for someone like that to say kind words, I think I've got a few appearances to make before I'm near his level, but yeah, having someone like that say kind words, it means a lot, and to be seen as one of the faces of BMX is so special to me, because there's people I was competing with, in Paris that only a few years ago I'd be stopping and asking for a photo with, so it's really special.
Is that someone like Logan Martin, for example?
100%. I mean, even still now, like I was sitting on a bus going down to plastic on cord, and I'm sitting next to Logan chatting with him, and it's like, that's surreal to me, you know what I mean? This is someone who I've looked up to my whole life since I started riding a BMX, and now I'm sharing the stage with him, and yeah, it's crazy still.
So do you pick his brains then when you're sitting talking to him, and is he quite open about telling you the secrets of his success?
I think I've definitely tried to pick his brains before. Me and Logan have I think become close friends, and he actually had some nice words to say to me after. He said after it didn't go his way, he would have loved to have seen me be the one to take it, and that meant a lot, you know. He's one of the most dominant riders in our sport, so being compared to him, that's an achievement in itself.
In his back garden, he's got a skate park, a putting green, and a swimming pool. So that you need to find out how he manages to get all of that into his back garden first.
I don't think you see many back gardens the size of his in the UK, but it's something to strive for, isn't it?
That's the next target, Kieran. That's the next target. If the other thing we was talking to Chris about was your move that you pulled off, the first man to ever pull off the triple flare, which is 3 backflips and a 180 rotation at the end. How long did it take you to build up to that, and how do you even begin to build up to that?
So I kind of jumped into that with 2 feet. I mean, it was almost a joke in passing. I was talking about wanting to be the world's first to do a trick, and I was known for the double flare in competition, and I was, what about if I just add another rotation? And Red Bull are amazing in the fact that they were more than on board to help me try and achieve that, and I severely underestimated that trick going in. And it was quite the ordeal. It was about 10 days on the first stint, and then we went back for it 6 months later for another 3 days, knowing that I was so close the first time. And I landed that trick at about 10 p.m. the last day that we had the park, and I mean, yeah, like hopes were definitely dwindling, and we'd been in there since 9 a.m. that morning, so that was an emotional time as well.
So you had those days together. You took it basically 2 weeks of trying to pull that off until virtually the last day of the last hour in the park.
Yeah, and for us as well, like 2 weeks, that might not sound like a long time, but when we're training, you can try a trick 20, 30, 40 times in a day, and with the triple flare, the crashes were so bad. It was like 3 or 4 crashes, and it was a struggle. Like the most attempts I might have had in a day, I maybe hit double digits one of the days. But it's like when you're coming down from that rotation and that height, like there's only so much your body can take before the adrenaline dump, and then that was it.
Well, also, as we've discussed previously, to leave the big tricks till the end of a routine is a risk, because you are tired at the end of the minute. So to be doing it at 9 o'clock at night, you must have been shattered when you eventually pulled it off.
Oh, I mean, everyone who was there, we pretty much said to us that I looked ill. Like, I was so, like, this trick was just taking such a mental impact on us. I get over fear with tricks. I get over that mental block, but this was just something different. And when I landed it, it was like I'd come back to life. It really was one of the few times that even I started to doubt myself, and it was tough.
I'm assuming in all the times you're practicing and trying it, there aren't mats around or anything to make it a softer landing. I'm assuming you're just doing it on a similar type of course that we saw in Place de la Concorde the other day. There's no extra protection to protect you.
No, and that was one of the big things. Was we sometimes use training ramps which are foam with plastic on top, and you can crash a little bit gentler, but this trick was so hard that it was, if I had landed it on that training ramp and then I knew I had to pull it off again on a real ramp, it didn't even make much sense. As well, with the height that you were coming down from, a little bit of foam probably wasn't going to do that much for you anyway, so it was like, let's go straight for the real thing and try and pull it off.
No, I suppose when you're coming down at that height, at that speed, a little bit of foam won't make that much difference, will it?
Oh, no. No, I mean, at that point, you're just running on adrenaline anyway, so like you can see if you watch that video.
Yeah, sorry, go on. When you watch the video...
when I watch that video, every time I'd crash, I would sprint to the top of the roll-in to try and get it done again while I couldn't feel anything.
Oh my God! What protection do you wear?
So I wear like knee pads and shin pads, helmet and gum shield, and that's probably like the norm of what you would have seen the riders wearing at the games.
Nothing on your sort of no kind of chest protector or back protector or elbows or.
No. I think my body's probably a little bit conditioned now to hitting the deck.
What? I mean, what? Are you covered in bruises?
Definitely got a few. I mean, it's kind of a nice feeling though sometimes when you haven't had a crash for a long time and you do crash, it reminds you how much your body can actually take. Like, it's the not crashing for a long time. That's what's rough because you big it up, and you wouldn't believe like some of the crashes that you see people walk away from.
I mean, there were a lot of crashes in that first round of the final the other day in Paris. Are you watching everybody go before you go? And if you do see several crashes, does that affect you at all?
Yeah, I'm watching everyone go before I drop in. And, some people will see it as like, oh, that should be a confidence booster. That's one person at the rankings. And it's like, well, I've just watched this person ride amazingly in practice. And for that to happen, it kind of just reminds me it can happen to absolutely anyone, And so, like, despite watching it, I'm just trying to stay focused on what I'm doing. And it's honestly spiked the nerves seeing that many people go down because I also watch these people 30 minutes before riding amazing in practice.
What do you do now then? What happens to you as an Olympic silver medalist over the next 2 or 3 months? What do you have planned? And also, where can people in the UK watch you next? Because we say this with a lot of sports. You don't just want people to be aware of you every 4 years when you come to the Olympics, because as I keep saying, it is breathtaking to watch you live.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I love doing in my sport is creating content. So social media is something I'm very active on and posting videos and my training and what I'm up to. And then for us, actually, it's pretty much straight back into it. September, we've got the European Championships, so I'll be headed out to Switzerland to try and defend that title, and straight back to competing. I'm excited. Is there
a thing in Tim Warwood was saying to us the other day? There's a big thing in Hastings. Is that right?
There is, yeah. So it's a team competition. It's one of the more fun events. So September is quite the busy month for me. So I'm going to try my very best to squeeze a holiday in August.
Is that a team? But is that a team as in countries or?
No. So a rider will pick a team of 4 riders, and they'll be team captain. And it's just a fun event with kind of like different categories and disciplines going on, and each rider will compete in an event, and your team will score points. It's a non-UCI or point scoring event towards like Olympics or Continental Championships. So it's nice the riders can kind of have a little bit more fun there.
Couple more before we let you go. Thanks for your time. Is your mum all right? Because she told us the other night that she spent the whole time the other day watching with her hands in front of her eyes whilst you were competing, and your dad telling her off for coming all the way to Paris and not watching you properly.
Yeah, she was honestly having her there come off the course was just like amazing. I mean, like seeing that they're proud just means the world. I mean, I'm back in Newcastle now, like heading to my parents' house, and like I know they've been there every single step away. They've saw all of the iceberg below, like everyone's just saw the tip of it, and having them on the journey and then having them to reap the rewards is like so special.
They've driven you up and down the country, haven't they?
Oh mate, they honestly, like, if Team GB didn't get me out to Paris, they'd have drove me there themselves. Like, they're my biggest supporters.
Night out on the quayside tonight?
I don't know if I'm ready.
My God, you did have one hell of a celebration, didn't you?
I feel like yesterday, as boring as it sounds, I was ready for an early night. I think I did say that in Paris as well, that I wasn't ready for a night out, and that happened. So Now that I'm at home, I'm pretty sure that all my mates here aren't going to let us leave without celebrating. So, yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, have a great afternoon. You've given us one of the moments of the games. Thanks, Kieran.
Oh, mate, thank you very much.
Thank you. Team GB's Kieran Riley with us on 5 Live, who took the silver medal in the BMX freestyle a few days ago. Back to Tynecastle, Gavin Wallace.
Yep, still Hearts 0, Rangers 0, Mark. 72 minutes on the clock. Rangers looking a little bit better on the hour mark. Ball come now to Tom Lawrence just at the edge of the box and get his foot over the top of it sublimely, and Xander Clark pulled off a great save. And then just 9 minutes later, Barry Mackay found Shanklin. He strode into the box, evaded endless amount of challenges, and it was the inside right thigh of Jack Butland that saved it onto the post. And like I say, 0-0 at the moment here, just as the ball falls out. I know Hearts can't capitalise. Shanklin a really good chance, and now Rangers on the attack. 0-0 here at Tynecastle.
Who's making a move at the golf? Ian Carter.
John Rahm, one step back, then another step forward. 3 putts the 8th to drop a shot to give the outright lead to Tommy Fleetwood, but then takes advantage of the par 5 9th. So he's embarking on the inward half at 12 under par, with Fleetwood just behind, looking to take advantage of that par 5 to reassume the outright lead. As it stands, co-leaders at 12 under, Rahm and Fleetwood. Jason Day making a big move today. The Aussie 6 under for the 12 holes he's played. He's at 11 under par, the same mark as Xander Schauffele. Rory McIlroy's at 9 under, and he's been joined on that mark by the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler, who's playing the 12th at 9 under and within 3 of the lead.
Conor McNamara and Victoria Pendleton were alongside me for the BMX freestyle the other day, watching Kieran Riley. It's the men's road race for the two of them today.
Yes, Tom Piddock is involved in this, one of 4 Team GB riders. Josh Tarling, who's shown no ill effects to a bike malfunction issue earlier on. He had to replace his bike. Stephen Williams and Fred Wright, the other Team GB riders. They've all got about 115 kilometres to go. Half an hour or so ago, they passed the velodrome, where the indoor cycling will be held from Monday. But from the very early stages of this race, there was a breakaway group of 5 leaders. At one stage, those leaders were 13 minutes clear of the peloton, but now a chasing group of 3 have caught up with them. It now becomes a leading group of 8, including Ireland's Ryan Mullen. But the big peloton, Victoria, are on their shoulders now, and that gap is almost down to nothing.
It's 2.5 minutes basically between the peloton and the lead riders. They're going to try and stay ahead for as long as possible, but I think with the Netherlands, with Belgium and Denmark all putting team effort together to build up the pace of the peloton, it won't be long till they're caught.
Yes, they are quickening the pace now into the second half of the race. Luxembourg's Alex Kirsch was involved in a crash. No visible injuries, though. He's back up on his bike, and some sections of this course have been notably narrow. Yeah,
I've noticed a few of the roads through these villages seem only maybe 3 or 4 riders wide, and there's 90 riders in this race, so the majority of the peloton are coming down these really narrow roads, and there's lots of spectators, quite dangerous at times, and thankfully not too many incidents yet, but definitely challenging to build the pace, especially if you're caught up behind that peloton group.
Sun shining down on the riders, so much colour on the edges of the course, with French supporters, so many of them in fancy dress, and obviously with the flags and the homemade cardboard signs, and they love watching this sport in France. And there's still a long way to go. The bones of 3 hours until they're into Paris, when they'll do 2 circuits of a city centre track, then down onto the edge of the Seine. That's going to be spectacular, but a long way to go until we reach that stage.
Can you imagine, Victoria, just listening to Kieran Riley there, train 2 weeks to do that triple flare and coming off all the times that you do?
I can't get my head around that. I was like, wow, like trying to get up to the ramp as quickly as possible while the adrenaline's high and you can't feel anything just seems crazy to me. Like, I've fallen off a horse a few times and been told to get straight back on, before you feel any pain. Yeah. And yes, it is the right thing to do before you get the fear in your head, or you start getting nervous. If you're just going to get straight back in and do it, but as a job, relentlessly hitting that hard surface, gosh, he's a brave guy. And I'm going to say also, his interview, he sounds like such a humble and inspirational and wonderful character, and I'm looking forward to seeing him a race again sometime.
Absolutely, I think we all are. Victoria Connor for the moment, thank you very much. 3 minutes past 2, you're listening to 5 Live Sport on a Saturday afternoon, and Dan Maudsley has the news.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. A clean-up operation is underway in Sunderland after a night of violence during which 4 police officers were admitted to hospital and 10 people arrested. Protests linked to the far right are expected in other parts of England this weekend following the killing of 3 girls in Southport on Monday. Police Land Rovers and officers in riot gear are separating anti-immigration and anti-racism protesters at rival demonstrations outside the City Hall in Belfast. The crowds have been shouting chants at each other and a small number of fireworks have been thrown between them. The BBC has removed a 2018 Children in Need campaign video from its website after it emerged that it featured the teenager suspected of carrying out the stabbings in Southport. Axel Ruda Cabana appeared in the advert when he was 11 years old. And Washington has reiterated that America's commitment to Israel's defence remains ironclad as it steps up its military presence in the Middle East. Regional tension has grown following the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and Hezbollah commander in Beirut.
This summer, immerse yourself in the world's greatest classical music festival. From the epic Holst and Beethoven to Sam Smith reimagined. And a symphonic Florence and the Machine. The BBC Proms. Watch on iPlayer, listen on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon from an overcast Paris. It's day 8 of the Olympics. Great Britain end the rowing regatta in style.
They can't lose it from here, can they? The Netherlands trying to rally, but it's GB who win the men's 8. A brilliant end to the week for the GB rowers.
There's also a bronze for the women's 8. Emma Wilson gets a bronze in the windsurfing, and Team GB are in a good position in the team dressage. Sonia McLaughlin.
Charlotte Fry has just entered the arena on the stunning stallion Glamourdale. Britain are in bronze medal position behind the leaders Germany and Denmark in silver. It's tense, the top 3 separated by the slenderest of margins in the battle for gold. Lottie Fry and Glamourdale need the test of their lives.
Mixed fortunes for the Brits in the 100-metre heats for the men, with Louis Hinchcliffe and Zarnel Hughes through. Jeremiah Azu disqualified for a false start. Great Britain lost to Argentina in the hockey. We will bring you every medal, or try to bring you every medal, here on 5 Live. We could go wherever the story is as well. You can follow live text commentary on the BBC Sport website and watch some of the events on BBC One and iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sport at the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
Straight back to Versailles. Sonia McLaughlin.
And Lottie Fry and Glamourdale making the perfect start to this final test for the British team. Remember, it's 10 teams. Each has a team of 3 riders. The scores are crunched together. The highest percentage mark for the 3 riders will win the gold medal. And this is a tremendous start from Lottie Fry and Glamourdale, this stunning black stallion. Aged 14, because Tina, he has already posted 9s on the board. And I think if we're going to get in the medal mix and disturb both the Danes and Germany, she's going to have to do that, and potentially 10s as well.
Yeah, she needs to keep up this rate, and he is really looking onside, really showing off all the power and athleticism he's got. The Dutch have already just scored 77% from their last rider, so we have got to keep up this rate. She's on 82%, Isabel Worth in the lead on 78%, but she's trending at the moment on 82%.
I like what you did there. She is. It means she's up, which is what we need. Now, Charlotte Fry was part of the British team that took gold at the European Championships in 2012. They actually beat the Germans for the first time. This combination are the rising stars, if you like, of British dressage. She's world number 3, Charlotte Fry, and she comes from a great legacy of dressage in her family because her mother Laura also competed in dressage at the 1992 Olympics. Sadly died at the age of 45 when Lottie was just 16, and she wears a locket around her neck under her stock. That's what the glamorous tie that they have around their necks. She has a locket with her mother's picture with her, so she knows she has her mother with her in the arena right now. This horse, Tina, as it goes down to just a very collected walk. I should just explain the arena, 60 metres by 20. Imagine you're watching a football match on the telly. Marker A is where the goalkeeper is, away to the right. Marker C is where the goalkeeper is on the opposing side. And then we have markers all the way around the arena. 5 markers down one long side, 5 markers down the other. And the horses have to do 36 different movements. Each get scored in terms of marks out of 10. Some scored marks out of 20. And then the numbers are crunched and we get this high percentage that we hope Charlotte Fry will hit. How do you feel at this approaching the halfway stage that she's looking?
She's been scoring really well, but Glamourdale just got a little bit stuck in the piaffe then. He just lost his rhythm. So
just
she
explain
would
the
have
piaffe,
dropped.
Tina. What is a
the
piaffe?
horse is dancing on the spot.
Yes.
He just needs to keep all his legs. He can't just move his front legs and keep his hind legs still. All his legs have to be moving. And it's a real power. It's 6 minutes, over 6.5 minutes is this test. And for these horses, they're listening to Chris Hoy, all the power that you need for the cycling. This is what we need the power in for the dressage.
Yeah,
because the horses have got to show all that athleticism and energy, and the riders have got to just be pressing the right buttons. And it's difficult when you're riding a horse to get them to change legs once, let alone 15 times, and to do it absolutely on the markers. There's
now
a
the
lovely
horse is
sand surface so that it's very even all the way through. But Glamourdale getting back on track again now into the canter, doing the 2-time changes. So every 2 strides the horse changes its leading leg, and you have to be totally accurate. We've seen some horses already getting in a bit of a muddle, and then the marks drop down so quickly from the 7 judges. She got a 9 there for that. The judges really loved it, but there are 7 judges, all with their own opinion on what they think is perfection. Glamourdale really throwing his front legs out in front of him. He's totally showing off.
Yeah, this horse, Charlotte says about him that he is a show-off. He loves people watching him. She says when she first rode him, she was blown away from the beginning. It feels like you are flying when you ride this enormous black stallion, Glamourdale, who is now just coming down the centre line. So imagine where the goalkeeper is away to your right, and he, just not far from Mark A, is doing a pirouette, which is when the horse plants his back feet and then rotates 360 degrees around. How difficult is that, Tina?
I mean, very difficult. We can't. The average person, the average layman, would not have a clue unless our horse is spinning around by its own choice, not by its rider's choice. They have to put so much power onto those hind legs and keep the really small circles, so they lose balance. They'll be losing marks. He did 2 beautiful pirouettes there. He comes back into the trot.
Yeah, this trot is just fantastic, isn't it? He's now just in the top. Imagine the football pitch. He's just in the top right-hand corner of the rectangle, coming past the goalkeeper, marker A. And he's now just coming in the piaffe, which is the trotting on just the high knee trot as the horse kind of gets to marker X near the centre spot. Mark, you wanted to talk?
I just wondered when the horse, when Glamourdale was sort of doing two movements with one front leg out, and then another 2 movements with the other front leg out, which basically gives the impression of him skipping, actually,
exactly
really, but wide skipping, and as Tina, you said, showing off. How do you even begin to get him to do that as we wait for the scores?
Years and years of training. They'll just do one simple change and then you build it up when the horses understand. It's the understanding of what we're expecting of them. But she has just done a great test, and really right behind with Isabel Worth, waiting for those final scores to come through. But they don't just sit on and perform like that. And I've sat on a dressage before, and it's like sitting on a Ferrari. I was pressing all the wrong buttons and it did all the wrong things. So they make it look so simple, and I can assure you it's really not.
I thought you were going to go down the Eric Morecambe line there for a minute.
Very nearly, if I had more time.
And Mark, Britain have gone into gold medal position. Charlotte Fry there with a score of 79.483%. That is the best score of the day so far. But there's a big but to come, because to come we have Denmark with the great Catherine Laudrup Dufour, who is riding freestyle. And just as two bits of fabulous trivia. One, Charlotte Laudrup Dufour's father-in-law is Brian Laudrup, 80-odd caps for Denmark, playing football. And also, Glamourdale, who's just leaving the arena, the big black stallion, has sired a foal with the horse that has just come into the arena. Oh. Get your head around that one.
Do they give each other a nod of recognition as they pass?
No, because you know what the sad thing is? They never actually met. It was done through artificial insemination, and then so the egg is then with this.
I know how artificial.
But then freestyle does not carry the foal. The embryo is then taken out of freestyle and put in a bog standard mare to carry the foal.
Right.
Yes, I know. Amazing,
not for the first time at these Olympics.
You're learning something.
I'm learning something, and the conversation just takes an interesting twist at the end. We'll be
Can
back.
I just one last thing?
Well, it depends what it is, Sonia.
I'm not going to go down how we created the foal between freestyle and Glamourdale, but this horse that's in the arena now used to be ridden actually by Charlotte Dujardin. It's a sensational horse. All eyes are on Catherine Laudrup Dufour because the Danes could produce a bit of magic here. And then the last rider into the arena for the Germans is a huge big gun, Jessica von Bredow-Werndl, who is the world #1 and got a double gold in Tokyo in the team and the individual. So Charlotte Fry has done the right thing. She's come in, laid down a marker. What can the Danes and the Germans do to respond?
And we'll be back to find out with Sonia and Tina over the course of the next half hour or so. Scottish football season underway, and that is goalless still between Hearts and Rangers, but we have football here in Paris as well. USA against Japan in Emma Hayes' first knockout match as an international manager. Maz Faruqi.
Yeah, and Emma Hayes' USA side, they've made a strong start against the 2011 World Champions Japan at the Parc des Princes in the first of these women's football quarter-finals. It is 0-0, 17 minutes played, but Lindsay Horan forcing a block from the Japan keeper in the early stages. It has been a really positive start for Emma Hayes since she took charge of the team. Even though she's had very little time to work with the squad, she's made some big calls as well, hasn't she, in terms of players she's left out of this Olympic squad. But the youngsters, the likes of defender Naomi Girma, really playing positively in this match, but still 0-0, coming to 18 minutes now played.
It's 0-0 as well as we go into stoppage time in the second half of the opening Scottish Premiership match of the season. Hearts against Rangers. So first day of the season, Gavin Wallace, if this ends goalless, I'm guessing Rangers in crisis already. Is that how this is reported?
Well, quite possibly, yes. Can we get the headlines written right now, maybe? I've seen a few comments from Rangers fans. It is still 0-0, 5 minutes added time. It just went up on the board as you came to me. And you can hear the Rangers fans off to my right-hand side. They're not happy. The Rangers fans I know in various group chats are not happy. And to be honest, Mark, they've looked quite lacklustre as we go into this kind of final 5 minutes. They haven't really had much in the way of chances. They've a couple of decent ones, but nothing really that you would write home about. Hearts, though, have had absolutely everything. Just as it falls to Lawrence Shankly, though, just inside Alan Forrest, and it's just the Hearts have been peppering the Rangers goal the whole day. Rangers don't seem to know how to deal with it. They don't have much in the way of options coming up front. Vaclav Cherny that's on loan from Wolfsburg, as Lawrence Shanklin gets up and puts a header from 12 yards out, just beyond the post of Lawrence Shanklin. So there may be one half of Glasgow, Mark, that might be relatively happy with this. And Rangers actually last season lost the opener of the season. You may remember that, down at Kilmarnock in Ayrshire, and then drew here 3 each on the last game of the season. So maybe kind of where they left off. But Philip Clement, as we said earlier, Mark, is asking the Rangers fans for a lot of time, at least a couple of months. If they continue to play like that, it'll be Christmas before they score. A couple of minutes to go, it's 0-0.
Back for full time, Motherwell Ross County, the other game in the Scottish Premiership this afternoon. That's a 3 o'clock kickoff. The Scottish Championship actually got underway last night with Falkirk beating Queen's Park, but the Scottish Championship and League One and League Two do have a full fixture programme today. We'll bring you half times and full times in those. To Ian Carter watching the golf next.
And watching a fabulous approach shot from Tommy Fleetwood into the 10th. He covered the front 9 in 1 under par. Fleetwood, he's in a share of the lead with John Rahm, but a glorious birdie opportunity coming his way on that 10th hole. Fleetwood in the next few moments that would take him to 13 under par. Rahm's at 12 under, Fleetwood at 12 under. Nikolai Højgaard of Denmark on the 18th, 9 under par for his round with a birdie chance there, so he could get into a share of the lead. He's currently at 11 under. Jason Day at 11 under, and Xander Schauffele also at 11 under, and the cheer you heard there was for a Rory McIlroy birdie at 14 on the par 5. He's got it to 10 under, so he's within 2 shots of the lead. Stunning leaderboard here.
You're going to be in for a heck of a bum fight tomorrow, aren't you?
It looks that way. It really does feel that way. You know, you're looking at Rahm and Fleetwood, Højgaard, all European Ryder Cup players. Likewise, of course, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, the Open champion, defending Olympic champion as well. Ludvig Åberg's muscling in as well. He's picked up 5 shots, the Swede, so he's got to 9 under within 3 shots of the lead. I'm just looking at it, actually, Mark, and if you look at it, I mean, goodness gracious me, there are 13 players currently within 3 shots of the lead. That may well go to 4 shots of the lead if Fleetwood converts this wonderful opportunity he's got coming up at the 10th.
And of course, if people haven't heard us earlier this week, there will be more than likely playoffs for medals. You know, you may have the gold medal winner winning by 1, but then if you've got a bunch of 4 behind all on the same score, they'll go into the playoff.
They'll go into a playoff for silver and bronze, which will be very interesting. And you know as well as I do, more often than not, when you have a golf tournament, yes, you have the individual winner at the end, but there are always, you know, shares for second place, share of fourth place, share of last time out in Tokyo, 7 players contested a playoff for the bronze medal, which was won by C.T. Pan, and McIlroy was in that playoff. So was Paul Casey for Great Britain from memory. So there could be all sorts of drama with the golf tomorrow.
We will go back to Sonia at the dressage to find out how the Danes have responded to Britain going into gold medal position. Sonia?
Well, Charlotte Laudrup de Vore, this 32-year-old rider from Denmark on this wonderful horse, Freestyle, this dark bay, is just doing a pirouette right in front of marker A. Remember I said that, imagine marker A is the goalie in the right-hand side on a football pitch, and she's now just sort of coming up the centre line doing these wonderful flying changes where the horse is sort of suspended in the air and then he changes his lead leg from the left to the right, and as Mark quite rightly said a little bit earlier, it's like the horse is skipping. Now it's another pirouette right in front of a line of 3 judges at marker C. Tina Cook, Olympic silver medalist. Your impressions of Charlotte Laudrup de Vore and freestyle?
They've looked, considering they've only been together as a partnership for a very short time, she's produced this mare, has given some great work. It is looking like they are going to finish ahead of Lottie Fry, which would then mean that we won't be getting a gold medal. But she's not quite finished yet, but it's looking like we're possibly moving down, unless there are any errors towards the end. But this horse has done just beautiful trot work, so elevated all the way through, no weaknesses there at all. She really sits and brings her hind legs underneath her. Right, going towards the end of this 6-minute 40-second test, there is no weakness here. This mare's had time off with her injury, but it's come back and been produced to perfection.
She puts her hands in the air. That was the most gorgeous halt. They call it in front of the judges, halt, immobility, salute. And all 4 hooves in this creamy yellow sand were perfectly square. And her halts, as I suggested there, being as good as it was, there were 8s, there were 9s. In the general impression marks, you get mark at the end as well for your overall impression of the horse and rider combination. She's been nailing 9s there, and it's good enough. The Danes have gone into the gold medal position, 235.6% compared to Great Britain's 232.4%. Shows you how slender the margins here between the leading nations, and we still haven't had Germany, and they have their double Olympic champion from Tokyo, Jessica von Bredow-Werndl, to come, riding her mare Delera. And the Danish rider, she is thrilled as this horse trots out of the arena, this lovely dark bay with its plaited mane. The riders look so elegant with their long black jackets, the tails over the back of the saddle. The horse's ears are pointed forward, and he is now getting a warm applause for the entire Danish team down just not far from where you enter through the big white gates to go into this arena. They deserve it to Denmark, don't they, Tina?
Oh, that was a great performance, that mare. Frida, she just did everything she needed to do. She's walking out the arena now. The horses get checked over by the official stewards. They get their bridles checked and the riders' boots checked. So everything is all above board, and the check that everything has gone correctly. But that was a great performance by them, and that has put us down into silver.
By 3.1%.
Yeah, it's all so close. All so close. That's down to dressage, is down to judging and other people's opinion on. It's not like the show jumps where you either jump the jump or you knock it down. Dressage is a personal thing, but with 7 judges, you hope that you get it just spot on. And to be honest, looking at the scores, they've all been very, very similar with their marking, so they have the same opinion of what an Olympic dressage test looks like as we come down to the last competitor for Germany.
Yeah, and Mark, in terms of world dressage, it's a huge crowd here today, and are all, I'm sure, enjoying the fact that we have some cloud cover and it's a little bit cooler, which the horses will be enjoying very much as well, not least the riders in these these thick black jackets they have to wear, and the tight white jumpers and the long leather boots. We've not had the weather for equestrian sport in that sense. But what we are witnessing here is one of the greatest dressage riders the world has ever seen, in Jessica von Bredow-Werndl. And I know we're looking at this through the prism of which medal Great Britain could end up with, but this woman riding Delera is just truly world class, taking the double gold in Tokyo. What sets her apart, do you think, Tina?
It's producing of a partner, and then your partner is obviously the horse, and when you get a horse like this that can do everything, can do the pièce, can dance up and down on the spot, does beautiful changes, and it's another mare, and she's a big mare, quite long in the back. There's a lot to look at, and it's all about the visual as well as the technique, obviously, and having the horses work for you. But this is a partnership that has really shone. But it is a very, very competitive sport. Lottie Fry and Glamourdale, they're having to really fight for these medals. It's not a foregone conclusion. And the individual medals coming later on tomorrow will be so exciting, because these guys will be battling it out again.
Well, Catherine Laudrup de Four from Denmark, who has just been and gone from the arena, is the first rider here to actually hit an 80 50% mark, and it's taken to the penultimate rider into the arena to do that. So that tells you the quality that Catherine Laudrup-Dufour brings on freestyle with 81.216. But I told you, Jessica von Bredow-Verndl was a bit of a rock star when it comes to world dressage, because she is trending above Catherine Laudrup-Dufour, and if that trend continues, it will mean that Britain will get the bronze medal. But you know, this is horse sport, and there are no guarantees. She's just kind of doing the extended walk on a diagonal from a marker in the top right-hand corner of this rectangular arena, and just lets the horse, shows you that the horse is completely obedient. It's just stretching its neck, it's listening to you as she gathers up her rein at marker S, and she prepares herself for the next manoeuvre, which is at marker 8. She's already in the bottom left-hand corner of this arena. And Tina, what is she doing here? Pirouette?
Well, she's just collecting.
That wasn't very good. That transition looked a bit ropey.
No, she should be going forward. That's it. She's gone into the piaffe, and the mare got a little bit confused about what was expected of her. And quite interestingly, a lot of these riders don't perform this actual test all the time. They don't want the horses to anticipate too much, and so they practice obviously all the movements separately, but it's very interesting. You hear that they haven't performed the test for 6 months or something, so the horses training has to be absolutely perfect. And that mare then, just with the atmosphere and the tension, there was a bit of a miscommunication, even by the best in the world.
Yeah, Mark, I gave her the big build-up, and her transition there, 1, 2, 3 of the judges gave her 5%, or gave her around 5%. Yeah, 5 out of 10. Not very good. This ride will it's obviously between Germany and Denmark for gold and silver. But if Germany don't do well here, then Britain would stay in silver. And they are at least guaranteed a bronze. She's just over halfway through this. I'll be back with Sonia in just a moment, Sonia and Tina. But Tommy Fleetwood has gone clear in the third round of the men's golf. Ian Carter.
Yes, he just knocked in the tap-in that he set up for birdie at the 10th. He's hit a good tee shot into the par 3 11th as well. He'll have a birdie chance from 18 feet there. So Fleetwood leading at 13 under par. John Rahm at 12 under. Nikolai Højgaard equaling the course record with his 62. He shares that record with, among others, his twin brother Rasmus, who did it in the French Open. Højgaard with that 62 puts himself alongside the defending champion Xander Schauffele at 11 under, but it's Fleetwood leading the way, 13 under par.
Final whistle has gone at Tynecastle, goalless, Gavin Wallace.
Indeed, exactly how it played out at the end of last season, -6 goals. Hearts nil, Rangers nil. James Penrice forcing a great save on 9 minutes there. A penalty shout on half hour that Hearts. Dander's cross hit off the arm of Conor Barron. VAR said no. Rangers with only 1 or 2 chances. They did hit the crossbar in the second half, and Barry Mackay managed to slip through Lawrence Shankland, and his best chance came off the inside thigh of Jack Butland. So interesting Rangers start to the season, and that's 2 years in a row now they haven't won in the opener. Hearts nil, Rangers nil.
Will it be gold for Denmark? Will it be silver or bronze for Great Britain? All depends on the final few seconds of Germany in the team dressage. Sonia McLaughlin. Yeah,
all the pressure currently on the very capable shoulders of the great German dressage rider Jessica von Bredow-Verndl and her mare Delera. It was this combination that took team and individual gold in Tokyo. The mare is just at marker C, which, remember, if I've created a football pitch impression here, is the goalkeeper away to our left. She did a pirouette in front of 3 of the judges' boxes at C. She's now doing a nice extended trot over on the long side, the furthest away from me, as the mare pushes out her front legs. It's almost like a gymnast pointing her toes as the horse and rider now coming down the centre line, doing these flying changes. The lead leg switches from one to the other, all in a single stride. This isn't a 2-stride this time now. We're doing the trotting on the spot. That is the piaffe. It's really, really, really difficult to do. and she does that exceptionally well. Tina, your final impressions as she heads towards the end of her test?
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit of tension towards the end of the test. The mare's just been swishing her tail a little bit. I don't think it's going to be as good as the Danish test, so this is going to be really close to see what the judges give on the final score of the overall impressions.
She waves to the crowd, she pats this horse, she lets it take a long rein as we wait for the marks for Jessica von Bredel-Werndl of Germany. Germans took the team gold in 2020. Have they done enough to overhaul Denmark and drop Britain down to bronze, or will Britain stay in the silver medal position? As Tina says, it's tense, it's tight. It could almost go anyway as she exits at marker A. And the Germans have done it! They have the Olympic gold medal, and she's just being told, listen to that reaction, as the German flags wave here, and Jessica von Bredel-Werndl punches the air and waves to the crowd. The horse just broke into a little trot as the crowd got very animated here. She pats that horse on the neck with her left hand. It means Denmark are in silver, and it is bronze for the trio from Great Britain: Becky Moody, Carl Hester and Charlotte Fry. Tina.
Oh, that's great news for Britain to be going and coming home with a medal after Charlotte Desjardins obviously wasn't able to compete here in Paris, and Becky Moody came in and got off to a great start for the British team. Carl Hester did a fantastic job as the middleman, just one little error that just cost a few points, and then obviously Lottie Fry coming in at the very end. So Britain will be pleased with their bronze medal.
And Mark, when you consider in terms of British dressage, you know, dressage was added to the Olympic Games all the way back in 1912 in Stockholm. And it took 100 years for Great Britain to get on the podium. I mean, they did it in big style, didn't they, in London 2012 with Team Gold. They've subsequently won medals at all of the games since. The team have been on the podium. In Rio, they got a silver. In Tokyo, a bronze. Now another bronze. So we are talking about the truly consistent level of performance at the very top of world dressage. And so it is hats off to British dressage and Becky Moody, Carl Hester and Charlotte Fry, who maintain that level of excellence with another medal at the Olympic Games.
And also, within dressage, that's amazing, but also just the equestrian full stop for the teams at this Olympics for Team GB, Sonia.
Yeah, I mean, you referred to it earlier. You know, should Britain have got into the gold medal position here, it would have been the clean sweep of all three teams, the eventers, the show jumpers yesterday winning gold, and then the dressage team taking. Now that hasn't happened here, they've got a bronze, but to have all three teams in those three disciplines onto the podium, it just goes to show you what rude health British equestrian sport is in right now, and Tina Cook will be in a far better position to explain exactly why. But you know, we love horses in Britain. There is an excellent pathway in terms of bringing through young talent, and it's a sport that us Brits are passionate about, and that passion is relating to medals at the very elite level.
Tina, Sonia, thank you. So bronze for Britain in the team dressage, and that's the third bronze of the day for Britain. Also got one through Emily Wilson in the windsurfing. That was a bronze. The women's 8 in the rowing got a bronze. The men's 8 in the rowing got a gold. Time for our daily afternoon chat with John Akers, and we're on the kayak cross.
The kayak cross, right, this is going to be exciting. So what happens is a load of paddlers get dropped in the water from 2 meters above it all at once in plastic kayaks, and they race to the finish around padded gates. Fast is first past the post. Today it's round 1, so they've already done the qualification to see who's seeded where on a time trial. That was yesterday, and today is the first day of actual head-to-head racing. So this is really good to watch. Down the white water, this is seated and not kneeling. It's a double-ended paddle, double-ended bladed paddle, and it's just a dogfight, really, a street fight to the bottom. Prigent of France has qualified from the first round, and so has Tchil of Slovakia. Lilik and Jess Fox, who is going for 3 gold medals, has just qualified for the next race as well, for the next round tomorrow, the heats. So her and Lilik are through. Everyone who doesn't get into the top 2 in these races today goes into the repechage, and we're about to see Mallory Franklin of Great Britain.
I mean, it is a draw. It's a very, very exciting thing to watch, and they do drop them from a decent whack, don't they, to use a technical term. But the process to eventually get to the medalists is quite drawn out. They're making it last a few days.
They certainly are. Have you got pictures, Mark? You're going to be watching?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here goes Mallory Franklin then of Great Britain. Not really fancied in this event. Ranked 25 in the world in this event. Mallory Franklin. She's up against Turnison of the Netherlands and Yazawa of Japan. They were 14th and 31st respectively in the time trial. So what they do is, because she was 3rd quickest, Mallory Franklin, in a sport that she doesn't usually do that well in, she's a canoeist, which is the single paddle and kneeling down, they've put her in quite a favourable group here. So if she finishes top 2 in this race, and you're right, Mark, they are a long way up. So what happens is, it's automated, it drops to sort of a 45-degree angle. They're all ready. The front of it drops, it tilts, and it literally drops them nose first into the water at the top of this 210-metre course. 8 gates, 2 of them are upstream gates, and where they go down the water, the upstream gates, you can choose one side or the other depending on how you come through the gate before. So tactically, some of that is going to be crucial in this run. There's a few Union Jacks fluttering in the crowd. 12,000 spectators here for this one. There was no one here for the time trial yesterday at the Vers-sur-Marne Nautical Stadium. Away we go then with Mallory Franklin of Great Britain in this new sport to the Olympics, the kayak cross. So let's see, they're fighting it out to this first gate. They're all in a row at the moment, and they're bouncing around in these 8-kilogram kayaks at the minute, and it is Mallory Franklin who has emerged first, and she's through the first of the padded gates. Now they've got to do an Eskimo roll, so they've got to go completely under a padded sort of limbo gate, if you like, and make sure they get underneath it. Now's the first upstream gate, and Mallory Franklin is going really well. She's leading by quite a distance at the moment. She's not even in the frame of this shot at the minute, in her purple and pink Olympic vest with her black helmet and the Union Jack on the end of each paddle. Down she goes into a stopper and around 2 downstream gates. She's got to come across some white water now and make sure she just shoulder barges this gate out of the way. Doesn't matter if they don't if they touch these ones, by the way, because of the nature of it. They just have to get round it, and they can flick it with their paddle, just like Mallory Franklin has there, if they like. And she's down into some white water. She should be okay here. She's quite a way ahead here, Mallory Franklin. She's looking really good, you know, Mark, in this discipline at the moment, and she's crossed the line by, I mean, there's no clock on this, but she must be a good, what's that, 7 seconds maybe quicker?
I would have thought so, yeah.
Than the Japanese paddler?
As you say, she was so far clear at one stage. I mean, a bit like a coverage of a Formula 1 race where Verstappen's 25 seconds ahead of everybody else. The director chose to focus on the battle for second because her lead was so big.
So this is a bit of a surprise for all of us, really, because in kayak cross she hasn't shown anything yet. But I think she'd have been so disappointed, Mallory Franklin, who was the C1 silver medalist from Tokyo, the first time they've had the C1 at the Olympics. I think because she was so disappointed at coming last in the final, she came 12th, she completely missed the gate in the final, that, you know, this represents the opportunity of a medal for her, and she looks really, really determined. We've got Kimberly Woods still to go in this women's event today, and she is the #1 in the world. I mean, she got bullied for having built arms and built shoulders when she was in school, but boy, in this discipline, the strongest usually get to the bottom first, which is why we're so strong in the men's as well with Joe Clark, because he really is stacked, and he is strong, and he is fast. So we've got the world #1 in this event, in both men's and women's. We've still got Kimberly Wood still to come in just a little while. I'm seeing when she goes. Okay, there's one more race now, and then it's Kimberly Wood.
Okay.
So we'll see how she goes, and then we've got Jo Clark a little later.
All right, be back with you for that. It is a brilliant sport to watch. If you get to watch it on BBC One or on the iPlayer, it is well worth taking the time to enjoy it visually. We're going to talk to 2 gold medalists from Team GB today from the men's 8 very shortly, but the gymnastics is underway. It's going to be an exciting afternoon for Ellen Oldroyd.
Absolutely packed afternoon of finals, starting with the men's floor, in which Great Britain has Jake Jarman, who qualified first, and also Luke Whitehouse, who qualified 5th. And Luke Whitehouse is a double European champion on this piece of apparatus. Artem Dolgopyat, the Israeli world and Olympic champion, has just gone top with 14.966. Lewis Smith, it's a big day today. Pommel's later.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
It's a very big day today. I'm very excited. However, Artem has just rivaled Jake's highest score in this competition on floor. So Jake's got a very tough race to the top of the podium, but we believe in Jake, we believe in Luke, and I think it's going to be a very exciting competition.
Yeah, Jake Jarman, who Lewis Smith has known since he was a little kid back at Huntingdon Gymnastics Club. We'll have him going 6th, and then Luke Whitehouse goes 8th and last in this final.
Let's go back to the rowing then on 5 Live Sport this Saturday afternoon. The women's 8 took bronze a little earlier today, and once they'd had their race, then came the men's 8.
200 metres from GB rowing greatness for this men's 8. It was bronze for 4 of them. 3 years ago, Dawson, Elvers, Ford and Rudkin. It was bronze in Tokyo, but they're back 3 years on to go 2 better and go into the middle of the podium. The gap is still about a third of a length with 80 metres to go. They can't lose it from here, can they? The focus on their faces. They can't look around. They've got to stick to the task. The Netherlands trying to rally, but it's GB who win the men's 8. A brilliant end to the week for the GB rowers to cap off a magnificent week of racing.
Chris Jones and Jess Eddy were your commentary team for that. 2 members of the men's 8 and gold medalists joined us now. James Rudkin and Tom Digby. Afternoon to you both. Congratulations.
Hello. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, thanks for having us on.
No, honestly, it's the pleasure is all ours. Thank you for being with us. Tom, as an Olympic debut, how has that gone?
That was pretty special. It's all an absolute blur, to be honest. I was just saying to James, actually, it's quite funny talking to you, Mark, because I can't tell you how many training sessions when I was younger that my dad would have 5 Live on, dropping me off for rowing God knows where. So it's quite surreal still.
Does that mean, Tom, you associate me with the pain to come or the pain that has happened whenever you hear my voice?
No, it's quite peaceful. It's just sat in the car with my dad and carrying away.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much. James, what did you guys who have been in Tokyo pass on to? I mean, you only had 2 debutants, didn't you, in Tom and the Cox Harry as well. So did you pass on what an Olympic experience is like, albeit it was very different in Tokyo?
Yeah, I think part of it was just kind of, how much it sucks to lose. It's really tough. When in Tokyo, it was a very tough experience for us, and it really gave us kind of the hunger to do better. And I think our passion is what we kind of showed to the younger guys, but they brought that as well and did an awesome job.
Does that show the mentality of your boat in the fact that you said that you lost in Tokyo, even though you got a bronze?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was great to get a medal, and we were happy with it. But we in this team, we always were trying to do better, and we felt we could have done better there, and it didn't quite work out. And this time we were able to do more things right, which led to us getting our gold. So we're just so happy with it.
When you carry the mantle of favourites, Tom, into a race like that, is it easier that you are a 9 to carry that pressure together?
It is, yeah. The pressure of favourites is quite difficult to deal with, especially in an emotionally charged event like an 8, because you have to charge out the blocks. It all happens so fast, and you have to have that adrenaline rush. And if you're thinking anything's gonna happen, and you're not sort of taking the race on, then it'll all very quickly not work out for you. So I think we're quite good at convincing ourselves that someone's going to do this or someone's going to do that, making up stories in our head about what's going to come from the opposition. Sometimes true, sometimes not, but it doesn't really matter. It's more just whatever gives you the intent to be able to get out the blocks with the passion and the energy that you need. And just sharing that together, we have like a really, really, really close-knit unit, which has made this so special and makes it stronger in the middle when questions are getting asked of you. So, yes, basically is the answer to your question.
Who is the one then? Who is the one in the boat who sort of keeps everybody else calm during the race? I was talking to the women's quad, and they were talking about their different personalities and how the different personalities were as important as just the physical strength of a boat being put together.
Yeah, well, I think with us in the Cox boat, it's Harry, the Cox, because obviously, like, all from within the boat, you can kind of manage like a small shout or like a grunt or whatever. But when you're going full gas, you can't really say too much. So Harry has got the microphone in the stern of the boat, and then speakers throughout the boat, which he can then talk to us. Basically, it just sounds like there's a speaker like underneath my feet in the boat, so I can just hear Harry like he's right in front of me. That goes all the way up the boat, and so it's up to him to kind of be the brains of the operation and tell us what we need to do and when. And he did a really good job in the first half of that race of being very calm, even though we were under a lot of pressure, and we were level basically with the Dutch until halfway. And that was a really tough position because we've normally been up on them at that point, and he just kept us calm. And then we got to halfway and made our move that they couldn't respond to, and then he ratcheted up the aggression from there. So it's in an 8. It's the Cox whose job is to do that.
Do you have any way of communicating with each other then, or is it just too difficult to do that?
It is genuinely too difficult to do that. I think you manage a couple of times in the race. You can sort of get out, like James said, a grunt or a single word, 2 words if you're lucky. But in the heat of battle, you can hear that from behind you, and it really can spur on a little burst of adrenaline, and in the right moments can be used to a great effect. But beyond that, you're saying nothing, and you're just trusting. We have a lot of faith in Harry and his ability to read a race and decide when, we can throw a killer punch, so to speak, and just trust in him all the way down. And he uses tone as well as what he's saying, because especially in the last 500, the timing and the tone of what he's saying, what comes through, and you don't really hear many of the words.
When several of you spoke to Matthew Pinson and Catherine Granger afterwards, you talked about the first stroke not going to plan. So first of all, James, what do you sort of mean by that? And secondly, is that
You're
where
calling
Harry
James
really...
out live on?
Well, that's all right. I said it on BBC, so that's fine.
That's where I got it from. And then is Harry crucial in that?
Yeah, well, so on the second stroke, I didn't quite cover the blades, like the actual spoon of the blade, as well as I normally do, which meant there was a bit of extra water flying up and down, and I couldn't get my full power on it. But we practiced so much that like a little mistake like that didn't really affect the speed. Like we still had the really quick first 500 and the fastest I think we've ever done in a race. So, we practice every day in, day out to make something not perfect enough to win. And even that little bit of the race from me wasn't perfect, but the job we were doing after that was so good that it didn't matter. And yeah, Harry may have noticed it, I'm not sure, but yeah, it didn't affect the rhythm. We just kept going, kept charging.
And it also gave a lot of the guys behind us a boost of adrenaline. So we didn't need any more adrenaline on the start line. It gave us a little surge, and we were off.
In what way? How does that fire you up even more then?
Well, I think when you're in a race like that, all the boats are level. They're going to be level probably for at least the first minute, and you can literally hear the speakers of the other boats coming in from the sides, and we just literally had the American Cox to our left, effectively just screaming in my ear for the first minute or so, which was kind of a bit disconcerting. But you just kind of got to block it out and just keep going. And then obviously if you get an adrenaline surge from something like that, you kind of feed off it and keep driving into the first and second minute, which was where we were really kind of pushing away from a lot of the rest of the crews. The Dutch were still with us, but we kept driving on. So yeah, no, at an 8, it's all about adrenaline and aggression in a controlled way, and that's what we showed today.
Are there? You mentioned the American Cox that you could hear for the first minute or so. Are there sort of mind games, Tom, on the start line before you get underway?
Yeah, there are. It's funny. Like some people are really loud, some people are really quiet. The Americans on the start line today, one of them screamed "Our house," and sort of we all smile to ourselves, knowing you go on. Then you think you got something. It sort of eggs me on. Some people are noisy, some people are quiet, and it's all about like sticking to the process. Under all that pressure and adrenaline, it's very much everything gets blocked out, and I'm just thinking very simply about a couple of things. Because if you try and take it all in, it's a bit too much. It's a bit overwhelming.
And that was like a red flag to a bull there.
Yeah.
So we just took that and ran with it.
I mean, in some ways, James, I mean, it's bizarre they even think to do that, because surely any amateur sports psychologist would tell you that's just going to fire up your rival. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, you sometimes do that to G yourself up and kind of trick yourself into thinking that you're more up for it than you are. Because the thing about what we're about to do, for that 5.5 minutes of a race, we're about to try and put ourselves through a lot of pain. This racing is really, really painful, and you finish the race not being able to stand up. Like, your lungs are burning, like you can't hear anything, you can't see, like you're in a lot of physical pain doing this sport. And if there's anything you can do to make yourself kind of get through that a bit better, then people will do that. But in that situation, it was just it just spurred us on. And our coach Steve said to us, look, be quiet, take the chat. If people kind of throw stuff at you, just feed off it. So that's what we did. What a brilliant regatta you have had as a group, Tom. Matthew Pinson tweeted earlier, 36 of 42 athletes within British rowing are going to go home with a medal. That and just from talking to so many of you, the smiles on your face and how much you have enjoyed all of this and how much you are there for each other. This has been a special week for you all.
It really has. I can speak to the wider group a little bit, but within the men's 8, we are so close-knit, and it makes it such an enjoyable process. And to do the things we do day in, day out, that's really necessary. It becomes such a slog if you're not getting on with the guys in your boat, girls in your boat. So it's been as tough as it has been over the last couple of years, sort of coming in and joking with the guys before a session, after a session, occasionally during the session if it's an easier one, is what kind of keeps you going. And it's going to be really special to share that with them over the next few days as well. It's like I've been in boats in the past where as soon as you're done, you don't want to be together with the guys you were rowing with, but that's definitely not the case this time. It tends to marry up with success pretty well. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're just very lucky. We're so lucky to get to do what we do. The National Lottery supports us to keep racing and go out and achieve our dreams like this. Like we're going home with the gold medal here, which is something I've dreamed about for a really long time. And if it wasn't for people buying lottery tickets and supporting us, then we wouldn't be able to do what we do for Team GB. And it's just like it's been such a special experience, especially compared to Tokyo as well. Like, I got to walk off the podium today and like hug my mum and dad, which was just amazing. I just started crying. I think a lot of us were the same. So, because obviously they couldn't come out and watch in Tokyo. So, yeah, it's just been such a special games for the team.
Thank you, lads. I think we're going to try and get all 9 of you on the sofa for the highlights later. So we'll have some fun trying to do that. And Tom, thank you, Dad, for listening to 5 Live. Thank you, James, Tom.
Thanks very much.
Cheers. See you later. Both 2 of them part of the men's 8 that won gold. Let's go back to the gymnastics. Ellen Oldroyd.
Men's floor final in the Bercy Arena. Don't forget that, 8 years ago, Max Whitlock won a floor gold medal, followed an hour later by a pommel horse gold medal. We're not going to see that today. Max will be going on the pommel horse in an hour or so's time, but right now we're watching the floor final, and next to take the floor with the Filipino Carlos Edriel Yulo, having laid down a massive score of 15 to lead the competition. But next up is Jake Jarman of Great Britain, Jake Jarman of Huntingdon Gymnastics Club. Jake Jarman, whose hero is Lewis Smith, who's sitting alongside me, and you've known him since he was a little tiny boy.
Yeah, since he was about as tall as my waist. He's been training away with Ben, and I'm sure he's got the whole club watching him now, and we're wishing him all the best, but he's got a big job to do before we can have any chance of celebrating.
Yeah, qualified first in this competition with a score of 14.966, which would currently put him in silver medal position. That's the score that Artem Gopyat of Israel has in that silver medal position, with Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan in third. But Jake Jarman now waits on the corner of the mat for his first tumble.
It's a big triple twist and double straight, and he fights to stay in the floor. And he does stay in the floor. Second tumble, 2.5, punch double front, very clean. Another big triple twist and double tuck. So he's done it in the straight position and in the tuck position. But he's moving well, he hasn't stepped out of the floor yet. Tiny little hop on the double twist down the side as he drops to the floor for his circles. Just the triple Russian Wendy on the floor. Not leaving much for the judges. He rolls into the corner. Come on, Jake. We're all watching. He's 50 seconds in. Punch full. Punch 2.5 twist. Good landing. Tiny little hop. Penultimate tumble now. 3.5 twist. Tiny little hop forward. And that is the end. He raced through the routine. 16 seconds early left on the clock. Well done, Jake.
He got it all in though. Packed with content, as they say. Lots of difficulty. We will see what he comes up with score-wise. I mean, this is the first of his 2 finals. He's the world champion on vault, and that final is tomorrow. But he's just got a big smile on his face and just that little bit of relief. He's hugged by Carlos Edriel Yulo of the Philippines, who, if he were to win, would become the first ever gold medalist from that country in a man's competition. But lots of height from Jake Jarman on that routine. As you say, whoa, he just had the edge of his foot on the edge of the line dividing the floor from the teal surroundings.
And I think it's important to remember Jake has had such a tough competition. You know, the qualifying event, then the team final, then he's competed again in the all-around final, and now this is his 4th lot of competition, so he must be tired, but you know
he's young and fit. He's 22.
This gymnastics is a tough old sport, and I think he just needed to maybe try and stick a few of those tumbles to try and squeeze into that top position. But that being said, he landed on his feet, he stayed in the floor, he didn't give too much away for the judges, so I think we're still going to see a really good score from Jake, but how good, we are yet to find out.
Will it be good enough for a medal?
Clearly delighted with that performance.
I'm just waiting now as the little heartbeat.
I think it'll
little heartbeat goes.
It'll be up there. I think it'll be up there, but what colour will it be?
A lot of nervous people. Oh, and it puts him into bronze medal position, 14.933. So that is an excellent score. 6.6 for difficulty, 8.333 for execution. He is in the bronze medal position with 2 more to go. Ilya Kovtun of Ukraine and his GB teammate Luke Whitehouse. Wow, can he hang on to that podium position?
I can't see anyone knocking him off of that. That's a great score. The top 3 scores, 14.933, 14.966 and a 15. I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone that can challenge up there, but we'll see what happens and we'll cross our fingers.
We've got a nervous couple of minutes, and actually, you know, Luke Whitehouse could knock him off. Ilya Kovtun of Ukraine, who's up next, could knock him off, Chappers, but at the moment, Jake Jarman's in bronze position.
We're gonna stay with this just to see what happens with our final 2, but there was a mixture of relief and delight, and then a slight look of surprise on his face when the marks came in. That's brilliant for him.
Yeah, I think sometimes when it's the finals, the judging can be a little bit more consistent because they've got all the gymnasts going all in the same period of time. So yeah, he'll be happy with that. But Kovtun on the floor, full twisting, double punch. He's the all-arounder from Ukraine. Handspring triple twist. You don't usually see the triple twist in the forward position. Round off, sticks the 2.5 twist. And he's moving with purpose, Kovtun. I think he fancies himself. At winning a medal, potentially.
They all do. Basically.
So would I if I could do that, Lewis, I think.
2.5 twist, punch straight front, sticks the landing. He's really finding his feet on this floor routine. It really is a game of margins, and if you can stick your tumbles, you really do make it hard for the judges to take anything away. He does his flare combination, almost looks like a breakdancing party trick. It is a special requirement. Round off, triple twist, tiny little hop. And you might see him smile, or you might not. I mean, I thought that was a pretty good routine, Ellie.
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty good to me as well. But I mean, what do I know? Ilya Kovtun from Ukraine, but has trained around Europe since the start of the war, trains in Italy at the moment, and actually made quite a lot of international headlines because he wore a Stop the War t-shirt at the 2022 World Championships in Liverpool. But he's looking a bit low-key. He doesn't look like he feels he's done himself justice, really. But then it's down to the judges to decide that.
Yeah, I think he's probably got his realistic brain on and thought, you know, he probably needed a mistake from a few of the guys to try and creep in with a medal chance and to try and challenge those top 3 scores. He's probably thinking that's a bit outside of his reach.
Has his routine got less of a difficulty rating than Jake Jarman's?
Yeah, it's slightly down on difficulty. You know, he did save a few temps on some of his landings, he stuck them, but it is slightly down on some of the difficulty as we've seen in the competition so far.
His score in qualifying was enough to put him into 4th place. He was 14.533 was his score in the qualifying competition, so that would at the moment put him solidly in 4th place. Jake Jarman, a reminder, 14.933. So that's the number to have in your head when we see the scores for Ilya Kovtun. The coaches, just a little bit of applause. They do like building the tension here, chappers, when we wait for the scores. Little smile and a thumbs up. 14.533, so he's down in 4th position. Jake Jarman still stays in 3rd place. And the only man who can deprive him of a medal now is his GB teammate, Luke Whitehouse. Oh, my goodness me. It's looking good, Lewis. It's looking good for... Well, you did say, didn't you, yesterday, that we were going to have a bit of a medal run in the gymnastics hall now.
Yeah.
Well, we got it yesterday with Bryony Page in the trampolining. But now it's down to the gymnasts to show what they can do.
I mean, I would love to see both GB guys on the podium.
Yeah.
And the only way that's going to happen is if Luke has the same start score and gets the same finish score, then we might see it. But, yeah, Luke Whitehouse.
So the only way they could do that is if they shared bronze, I'm guessing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's quite unlikely. But he opens with a big triple back somersault. The only triple back somersault we see in this floor final, and he lands it well. Oh, big double tuck punch front. Double pike back down the diagonal that he's just came from. He's going well. Come on, Luke. Sticks his double twist. That's what the judges are looking for, because it really separates you apart from the rest of the competition if you're sticking those tumbles. Wide arm handstand, a requirement that the judges are looking for. You hear shouts of Luke from the audience. Round off, double twist and double tuck, sticks it dead again. Oh, this is going to be good. 2.5 punch straight front, tiny little hop as he steps into the corner for his last tumble. Round off, triple twist, tiny hop back, and he will be over the moon with that. And he has put himself in with a chance of challenging for a medal as he salutes the crowd and pumps his hands up to get the audience going. Well done, Luke Whitehouse.
This is the day he came for, chappers. European champion this year and last year, Luke Whitehouse, 22 years old, from Leeds. He's here with his teammate from Leeds, Harry Hepworth, who's in the rings final in a couple of days' time. But lots and lots of congratulations from everybody around the floor. And I mean, I've got to say that looked pretty good to me, Lewis. I've got, that everything was clean, wasn't it?
It was.
Everything was landed.
It was a brilliant routine, and I think it's safe to say we're going to have a GB guy on the podium
Yes.
I don't want to celebrate too soon because I don't know which way that's going to look like. But yeah, that was a fantastic routine from Luke. He stuck so many of his tumbles, and when it comes down to a floor final, that is so important with the judges.
Yeah, it was good, and height as well, and that triple back somersault, as you say, which no one else does. No one else in Great Britain has ever done that on a floor exercise. But slight wobble we just saw on that replay. But wow, just terrific performance from Luke Whitehouse at the age of 22. Has he done enough to get himself into that top three? Will he knock Jake Jarman off one of those spots? I mean, Jake looked as happy as anybody actually when he finished. There's such a young, you know, I mean, just they look like they're having fun out there, don't they?
They do.
And
when you've done the hard work in training and you feel so confident, you can come out here with a sense of enjoyment and taking in the Olympic experience. But you really need to do that work in the gym.
Score incoming.
14.466. Jake Jarman has secured himself a bronze medal. Well done, Jake.
Only sixth for Luke Whitehouse, but Jake holds on to that place. And what celebrations from everybody in the GB team in Huntington Gymnastics Club, and celebrations in the Philippines as well, as Carlos Edriel Yulo becomes the first ever male Filipino athlete of any sport to win a gold medal. Artem Dolgopiat of Israel gets the silver to follow on from his gold in Tokyo. But Jake Jarman of Great Britain joins that list, that great list of Olympic medalists in gymnastics from Great Britain, which started, well, in modern era with Lewis Smith. I'm going to say it started with you, Lewis, in 2008, but that had been a 100-year wait to get to that point. But in the modern era of British gymnastics, we've got another medalist, Chappers. Jake Jarman wins the bronze.
He does, and you could see the disappointment on Luke Whitehouse's face as well. I mean, they are a team, aren't they? It must be hard for them in these situations when they're pitted against each other, Lewis.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in with, you know, a GB guy in the bronze position. You've got one left to go, and it is another Great Britain gymnast, and there's that potential of, you know, knocking someone off. But it's a real weird dynamic because one competition you're competing as a team, and in the next, you know, you're competing as an individual, potentially against each other. So you really have to try and separate of the mindset and step into the zone of being an individualist when the time matters and really counts. And that's what we've seen here. I mean, I don't think we saw hardly any mistakes in that final, maybe a jump out of the floor. So that was a really competitive final. But Jake Jarman.
How are people going to be feeling? As you say, you have known him for such a long time.
Yeah.
And you actually posted a video of you training in the gym. What would that have been, for about 10
Yeah, about 9 years ago.
9 years ago.
9 years ago. Jake's a really fun guy. And when you do interviews, a lot of athletes fall into the trap of being an athlete on camera, and you'd say all the right things and you do all the right things. But Jake, away from the camera and away from journalists, he's such a fun guy. You know, he likes to have a laugh. He's hyperactive. He's bouncing off the walls quite literally, and he is going to have such a fun time in this next few days and Olympic experience to soak up what he's just done with that floor routine. We will see him on the vault, but he is going to be over the moon, and everyone watching back home in our club that I expect will be going crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if all the parents have jumped into the foam pit and rolling around. It's incredible. Well,
his dad Tony and his mum Anna are out here, Chappers. We actually saw them, didn't we, a few nights ago after the team final. And they're such proud parents, massively proud. Anna is actually from the Philippines, so what an incredible day for the Philippines, actually, with a gold medalist on top of the podium, and then a guy with British Filipino heritage on the third level of the podium as well. And he's also got another final coming up tomorrow, the vault, which is probably his more favoured piece that he's the world champion on. And I mean, you know, he started. I mean, this is an indication, Chappers, I think, of how early you can get your kids started on sport. He was first spotted by a gymnastics coach playing on the monkey bars in his local playground. He was there with his grandma, and actually, you know, he's talked a lot about how actually his nan was one of the big influences on his career, because she was the one who would take him to training, you know, give up so much of her time to devote to his gymnastics career. I mean, they're a family who really have dedicated their life to him.
Yeah, we used to see his nan on the balcony every night, every evening, sitting there the whole time watching his gymnastics. And it's so nice to see everything come full circle. You know, I brought the medals back home in Huntingdon. Everyone was so proud. They put pictures up on the wall. And now Jake's going to have that same experience of going back home to the club and being celebrated as the star that he is.
Lovely. Bronze for Jake Jarman. Women's vault to come next. Ellie?
Yes, women's vault next. I allowed myself a little momentary fist bump there to celebrate Jake Jarman.
That's all right, you're allowed that.
Good. That's at 3:20, and there's no British gymnast in this vault final, but there is somebody called Simone Biles. But she's not going to have it her own way, Chappers, or not all her own way anyway, because Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, who is right up there, has been challenging her. Simone Biles says, actually, she's getting a bit nervous of Rebecca, that Rebecca really does, keep her on her toes, that she is real competition for her. And then coming up a bit later on, so at just after 4:15, is going to be, a pommel horse final for the ages. Can Max Whitlock win medals in 4 successive Olympic Games? I mean, that would be quite something in gymnastics terms.
Plenty more with Ellie and Lewis to come then throughout the course of the afternoon. Bronze for Jake Jarman, just as there was for Emily Wilson in windsurfing, and there was for the team in the dressage, and there was for the women's 8 in the rowing. And the gold today has come from the men's 8 in the rowing. Plenty more to come here on 5 Live. It is 13 minutes past 3, and we can get a news update.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
And with the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Dan Maudsley. Ministers are expected to hold a group call to discuss public order following the scenes of violence in Sunderland and other parts of England. Police have been separating rival protesters in towns and cities, including Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool, Belfast and Stoke-on-Trent, as tensions continue following the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport and Merseyside on Monday. The BBC's Children in Need says it's removed from its platforms a video featuring the teenagers suspected of carrying out the fatal stabbings in Southport. Axel Ruda Cubana appeared in a campaign for the charity dressed as Doctor Who 6 years ago when he was 11. Britain and the US are urging their citizens to leave Lebanon, with tensions mounting as Iran threatens to avenge the deaths of leading members of Hamas and Hezbollah. US military reinforcements are being sent to the Middle East after the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh was killed while attending the inauguration of Iran's new president in Tehran. And Ukraine says it's carried out a series of successful attacks on Russian targets over the past 24 hours, including an airbase where local authorities said a state of emergency had been declared. Kyiv also said it sank a previously damaged submarine in occupied Crimea and damaged an anti-aircraft missile system.
5 Live Breakfast
with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
I didn't want to just pass by the fact that you've come into work in your slippers this morning.
Yeah, just looked down and thought, I'm comfy today. What's going on? Oh, okay.
How do you come across Pommel Horse Guy? He basically had one job in the team event and he absolutely smashed it. It says from Sam, absolutely sick that America brought Pommel Horse Guy, whose sole purpose in life is to ball out on the pommel horse. He pommeled the heck out of that horse. Long live Pommel Horse Guy.
5 Live Breakfast.
Listen weekdays from 6
on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Day 8 of the Paris Olympics, and gold number 10 for Britain.
They can't lose it from here, can they? The Netherlands trying to rally, but it's GB who win the men's 8. A brilliant end to the week for the GB rowers.
4 bronze today as well. In the women's 8, the team dressage, Jake Jarman in the men's floor and Emma Wilson in the women's windsurfing. Tommy Fleetwood is right in the mix at the men's golf. Ian Carter.
He certainly is. He's at 12 under par, suffered his only bogey of the round at the 12th. That's why he doesn't have the outright lead right now at 12 under par, 1 behind John Rahm of Spain as he plays the 14th. Defending champion Xander Schauffele alongside Fleetwood at 12 under par. There are no fewer than 8 players who are within 3 shots of the lead. 6 of them are major champions.
The men's road race has been going since early this morning. It continues. Conor McNamara
And Ireland's Ben Healy is leading the cycling road race. GB's Fred Wright is only 16 seconds behind in a chasing group, but the entire peloton is looming large behind them, only a minute or so further back as the group re-enter Paris, and it's an urban environment, tight corners, big crowds, 55 kilometres to go.
Our aim is to bring you every GB medal live here on 5 Live during the Olympics, and you can follow everything on the BBC Sport website and app as well.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Matt Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Let's go back to the kayak cross, because a short time ago Kimberly Woods went in this, and the commentary comes from John Akers. Oh, we'll go to John. John, round everything up for us. We don't have the commentary. So what happened to Kimberly Woods?
Okay, all right. So Kimberly Woods looked very, very good in her round one head-to-head kayak cross, extreme kayak, whatever you want to call it. This is where they all go in the water at the same time and they all battle it out to the bottom through 8 gates in plastic canoe. She's the world number 1. She's the world champion. She won bronze in the K1, and boy, she was impressive in her heat. She was first by quite some considerable distance, just like Mallory Franklin was a little bit earlier on. Wegman was second, and Satchela, she missed a gate, so she will go into the repechage. She was a big danger to Kimberly Woods in race 5. So some of the big names that have gone through already. Prejean of France, boy, there was a lot of noise in the 12,000 strong crowd when she went down. Jess Fox only qualified second, with Lilik of Germany coming top, Mallory Franklin obviously, Lazcano of Spain, and Jones of New Zealand. Leafarth, Evie Leafarth, he got a bronze in the C1, the canoe, the American. She's only 20. She looked really good in race 6. Funk, Ricarda Funk, very good at this sport. She was first in her group as well. And then the sister of Jess Fox, Naomi Fox, very good in this event, came second in a World Cup event earlier this year. The Australian won her race really easily as well.
So are Franklin and Woods done for the day now?
Franklin and Woods are done for the day because they both won their races, so they're through to the heats tomorrow. We'll wait and see who they're up against. It'll either be in a group of 3 or a group of 4, and then we've got the men later. So Joe Clark is number 1 in the world, he's going to go later, and Adam Burgess as well, who's more of a canoe specialist, so that's single paddle. He's going to be going in this event as well. He didn't win his heat, so he didn't win his time trial. He wasn't very quick in the time trial, so we'll wait and see how he goes later on. Not his speciality, but you never know. If you grit your teeth and go well in this event, he could well be through to the heats tomorrow. But Joe Clark is the big medal hope for GB in the kayak cross.
So we'll be back for the men's side of things with John a little bit later on. Where should we go next? I think we'll go to Jonathan Overend at the tennis.
Yeah, we can wrap things up in the men's doubles, Mark, where Taylor Fritz and Tommy Paul, remember they beat Andy Murray and Dan Evans a few days ago. Well, they went on to win the bronze medal, and it means that USA won 2 of the 3 medals in the men's doubles, but gold won by Matt Ebden and John Peers for Australia. Silver for the team they beat in the final, Rajiv Ram and Austin Krajcek. But Fritz and Paul played well in their bronze medal match and celebrated well to win that medal. And it now looks like all the USA fans who were down close to the court have done a deal with the Chinese fans, because suddenly the Stars and Stripes have gone and all the Chinese fans are now close down to the court because their heroine Zheng Qinwen is about to play for the gold medal in the women's singles against the Croatian Donna Vekic. Vekic, who came so close to making the Wimbledon final. Zheng, who made the Australian Open final at the start of the year. I'm going to be watching this with Annabelle Croft. Perhaps, Annabelle, good afternoon to you. 2 surprising gold medal contenders here, but they deserve their place in this final.
They absolutely do, Jonathan. And I think for Qinwen Zheng, of course, she had a really tough route through. She came back from 4-1 down against Kerber, a former Grand Slam champion a couple of times, Navarro, where she saved match points. And, of course, she also beat the world number 1, Swiatek, who was pretty distraught after that loss. And I think she's been playing some of her best tennis in 2024. And she met her absolute idol, Li Na, earlier in the year, who said to her to really kind of play with a lot of freedom,
to go for it and not to feel pressure out there. And it feels like she's had this really great attitude out there on the court. But of course, as you mentioned, Vekic also having a fantastic time of it recently, reaching that Wimbledon semi-final, her first Grand Slam semi. So it's going to be tough to call this one, but I think you'd have to go with the Chinese player who's ranked much higher at number 7 in the world and won their last meeting.
It really is an incredible scene here, Mark, at the moment. As I look around this court where you'll be tomorrow for Alcaraz Djokovic, just Chinese flags everywhere. I mean, I presume all these tickets are allocated to ticket holders. There must be all sorts of conversations going on that I'm not aware of behind the scenes, because suddenly the Chinese are everywhere and the red flags are flying as they await Zheng Qinwen for this final against Donna Vekic.
Well, as we all know, sports fans can always find a way, I think, can't they? If it's a big occasion, they can find a way to get their hands on a ticket. Jonathan and Annabelle, thank you. Plenty of updates from the women's singles final. Going to talk about the sailing now. Great Britain have their first sailing medal in these Olympic Games. It's come from Emma Wilson with a bronze in the women's IQ foil event. The sailing schedule is a little bit all over the place because of problems with the wind off the coast of Marseille. We're joined by the Director of Racing at the Royal Yachting Association, Nick Scott. Afternoon, Nick. Thank you very much for joining us.
Afternoon, Mark. Great to be with you.
The schedule being disrupted by the winds, this is something that the sailing community gets used to. Has it been particularly arduous in Marseille?
I'd say, as you said, I think it's part of the sport for all sailors. We kind of, when you're powered by the wind, you've got to take it as it comes sometimes. And certainly we've seen some challenging conditions down in Marseille. And I think that there has been some surprises. I think if you look at the Marseille Bay itself, it's surrounded by big mountains, and that can have quite a big effect on the wind. But great to see the breeze coming in today, and looking forward to some good racing for the rest of the week.
You must have to be very laid back then to deal with all of this.
Managing yourself is a pretty important skill set, certainly, yes, in the world of racing. And we get very used to it from a very young age in terms of coming through the sport and understanding that start times are a guide rather than a fixture for most people. And certainly those who handle disruption best are probably going to be the people who can bring their best to the water when the races do get started.
Let's talk about Emma Wilson. Bronze in Tokyo, bronze today. Slightly different now, isn't it? Because it's the IQ foil, although Emma herself has said that she is actually, while she didn't get used to it at the start, she actually likes it now more. It's faster and more fun. It is spectacular to watch because, as Shojo Saka said during the commentary, it turned into something like a hoverboard out of Back to the Future.
That's a great call. Yeah, hoverboarding on water. It's a spectacular version of the sport, and I think with the introduction of foiling, we're seeing boats going faster, much more high-speed manoeuvres, and it's really spectacular to watch. And if you haven't had a chance to see it, then I'd recommend tuning in, because it's something else to see.
She looked visibly disappointed afterwards, after getting bronze here. She qualified in first, didn't she? And the qualification was slightly disrupted because of the weather as well. But she looked slightly disappointed with it.
Well, I think if anyone who watched the event would see a dominant performance from Emma this week, and I think everyone in the UK is incredibly proud of her, because she was exceptional and miles ahead. And when it came to the final series today, she was 30 plus points ahead, which is really unheard of in an international fleet, and really shows how good she is. And the format, there's been a recent format change, which meant that the last races are first across the line wins, and unfortunately it's just devastating on the day for her. But certainly we're proud of her for being a two-time bronze medalist, and we recognise that she is the best in the world. But we know that.
Absolutely. So what's behind the format change? Why have they done that?
So I think there's a push in the sport to try and make it more understandable for people who are tuning in, who want to be able to look at the sport and understand what's going on. And I think that pictures of seeing the person who wins the last race of a regatta being the person who wins overall is kind of the thing that people are driving towards. I think it's because it's new, it's a big change. It's something that we're going to have to continue to work with the International Federation on to get the right version, so that it meets the kind of requirements to be exciting for people to watch, but then also kind of really recognises the best people in the world, so that the best people can really shine through the format. So I think it's something that we'll be certainly looking to build on the experience of this games and look at what comes next.
It's tough, isn't it? Because when you explain it like that, you can understand the logic of it being quite simple to a wider audience, so that when they watch the final race, the first man or woman home is the gold medalist. You understand that. But the same thing happened to Emma a little bit, didn't it, in the Worlds? And 15 of 20 race wins in qualifying then counted for nothing when you get to the final series. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, really. You can see pros and cons for both arguments.
Absolutely, and I think to have the real highs of those moments that are amazing when someone comes through to win, there's going to be the flip side of that, of people where it's really hard. And I think you can accept that. We can see that in sport, and you see it across a lot of other sports. And I think with sailing, we're trying to embrace that. We're moving towards it, and it might not be quite right now. It might be that it needs to tweak slightly, but certainly I think having sport that really evokes emotion is important, and certainly sailing does that, and we want to see it do that in future too.
Thanks for giving us your time this afternoon, Nick. Appreciate it.
All right, great.
And enjoy the rest of the Olympics. Nick Scott, Director of Racing at the Royal Yachting Association. Moving away from the Olympics now, Darren Owen is at Goodwood for us this afternoon. Final day of glorious Goodwood, where the Stewards' Cup goes off at 3:35. Darren.
Yes, Mark, the runners are just going to the start for the Stewards' Cup. We've heard the elegance of the dressage this afternoon. It's all about speed here. This race will take around about 1 minute and 10 seconds to run. We've got 25 sprinters in the race. Pura Sanguine, number 14, is currently the 9-2 favourite, one of the younger horses in the race. He's up against some old stagers. They include Summergand, who took the prize in 2020. This is his 5th appearance in the Stewards' Cup. Billy Joe goes for Mick Appleby. Mick Appleby, he's got a medium-sized string. He's had a wonderful week here at Glorious Goodwood. The stable have had 4 winners. Dark Trooper is another leading light, a runner-up at Royal Ascot. Lethal Levi has been in form for Carl Burke, and others to consider would be the likes of Al Bashir, Holly Doyle's Mount, and Apollo 1, who was a runner-up here last year. So about 1 minute and 10 it will take to run. Thoroughbreds at speed, going 1,200 metres, mainly downhill for the Stewards' Cup.
We'll be back with Darren for that shortly. If you've been listening all afternoon, if you've been listening all day to 5 Live, you'll know that the men's road race has been going on. It's into its last hour. Also, if you've been listening all afternoon, you're probably wondering whether Victoria Pendleton has had a slice of cake to keep herself going alongside Conor McNamara.
No cake here.
No
we actually
cake.
been very healthy. We both had some berries, super healthy, and some salad.
Chappers, you've known me a long time. I mean, 48 hours. Actually, no, about 4 days this stage with Victoria, and I'm a new man. I'm shedding stones here.
Berries and salad for the first time at a sporting event for McNamara. Wonders will never cease.
The riders in the road race have come back into the centre of Paris. They're up in Montmartre now, Sacré-Cœur. There's a circuit they will go around twice in the north of the city before spinning down to the Seine and the close. There's still 45 kilometres to go, but the atmosphere is fantastic. They are 25 deep at many points, sometimes on these really narrow streets up around Montmartre, the sort of artistic area of the city, and the French crowd are really enjoying what they're seeing here. And been a great performance from Ireland's Ben Healy for the last hour or so. He's been right up there at the top of the field with Kazakhstan's Lutsenko, but the big peloton has dragged them in, and it's all condensed now into these closing stages.
It's getting very narrow on the streets, cobbled streets, but Netherlands' Mathieu van der Poel, who is a firm favourite from the race, has put in a strong attack, and it's started to string the peloton out.
Fred Wright of Team GB is the best placed of the 4 British riders. He's up there in the sort of top 10 positions or so for now for the moment, but we're still expecting attacks to come in front of the big crowds back in the city centre in the road race.
I mean, Victoria, it is beautiful around Montmartre and Sacré-Cœur, but I would imagine that's not a great route for the cyclists.
Well, it's so narrow in places, and with the barriers, and there's so much paint on the road. There's cobbles. I'm always a bit nervous when it gets lots of street furniture, like coming around tight corners, and when it gets bunched up, you kind of just hold your breath a little bit. People hanging out over the barriers. Keep your flags in, people. Careful.
I mean, there is danger wherever you look, then, isn't there, for these guys?
There is. Well, I'm a kind of safety first kind of person, so I'm always nervous about these things. Watching some of the poor athletes slip off on the triathlon, it was like, it's bad.
Victoria and Connor then will bring us the closing stages of the men's road race. Let's find out how Tommy Fleetwood is going in the golf. Ian Carter.
He's going nicely. He's picked up a birdie at the par 5 14th, which he would have expected to do, but he did it in spectacular fashion with a superb third shot out from a bunker that spun around the hole, leaving just a 2-inch tap in for that birdie. That got him to 13 under par, but playing partner Xander Schauffele fashioned an eagle 3 there, and that has catapulted the defending champion to the top of the leaderboard. Schauffele now 14 under par, with John Rahm 3-putting the 16th, and that means that the Spaniard has slipped back to 13 under alongside Tommy Fleetwood. So in gold at the moment it's Schauffele at 14 under, sharing the silver places Rahm and Fleetwood at 13 under, and then you've got 3 players at 11 under, with then Rory McIlroy in the clubhouse after a 66 at 10 under.
James Corrigan, Ian, in the Telegraph was making the point that the crowds are going mad for Fleetwood because of what he did with Molinari at this course in the Ryder Cup. So even though he's not the sort of the home crowd favourite in the sense that he isn't French, they are absolutely cheering him to the hilt.
Yes, the cheers of Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. They're going all around this golf course. The French golfers inevitably are getting huge support as well. Victor Perez today had a very good day, but in terms of medal hopes, Fleetwood is so recognisable, and as you say, on his Ryder Cup debut, playing with Francesco Molinari, they won all 4 of their matches, were really the bedrock of that European victory back in 2018. He's also won the French Open on this golf course as well. So there are a lot of reasons for the French fans to get behind Fleetwood. And it was Hideki Matsuyama after their round yesterday saying, "Are you French really?" because of the level of support that he was receiving. So he's enjoying himself out there. There's no doubt about it. And as I've been saying, such a stellar leaderboard. It's shaping up beautifully for tomorrow.
They're just warming up in the women's vault. Simone Biles has just done one of her warm-up routines there. We'll be back with Ellie and Lewis for when that gets underway. We're going to go back to Goodwood shortly for the Stewards' Cup. First to Maz Faruqi, watching the USA against Japan in the women's football.
Really positive play in the second half of this first women's football quarter-final by Japan. 78 minutes played, USA 0, Japan 0. There have been some scary moments for the USA in this second half. One moment in particular when Crystal Dunn was forced into a scrambling clearance in her area with her team's defence all over the place. Japan really disciplined, very organised in their shape, went off the ball as well, which is making it really tough going and a bit of a hard watch as well, I won't lie, in Emma Hayes' first knockout match in charge of the USA. This is not a performance that will please Hayes. She hasn't had long to work with these players, remember, since she took on the role after the end of the WSL season, and it is tough going at the moment, and we will go to extra time and penalties if we can't find a goal in the next 12 minutes or so.
Opening day of the Scottish football season, I'll give you all the half times there in probably around 15 minutes. The early game in the Scottish Premiership finished goalless between Hearts and Rangers. Only one other game taking place this afternoon in that division, and that is at Motherwell, and they are goalless with Ross County. Ellie at the gymnastics.
We're awaiting the start of the women's vault competition, having seen GB already win a bronze medal today on floor. That was Jake Jarman, but just warming up at the moment is Simone Biles, who actually at the end of her second warm-up vault does a little bit of almost like a backward roll. Not very elegantly either, but it was, a big skill that she lays down, because she's going to want to do a big vault and make sure that nobody can beat her, Lewis.
Yeah, I think she just wants to create as much of a buffer in that gold medal zone as she can, and if she lands on her feet, doing the Yuchenko double pike, I think she'll definitely get that. However, a big step or a stepping off the side of the matting outside the tram lines, it opens it up for Rebecca Andrade. So
Yeah, she needs to do what she can do. She is human, but we've seen her hit time and time again, so she just needs to do that.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the human interest stories in gymnastics because some people have, I imagine, a relatively comfortable path to an Olympic final. So for example, Jade Carey from the USA, who we're going to see in this final, her parents owned a gymnastics club, so she was around gymnastics as a little girl. Simone Biles, we know that her mother suffered from such severe addiction issues, she had to give up her children for adoption, and Simone was adopted by her maternal grandfather and then his second wife. And at the same time, Rebecca Andrade grew up in a favela in Sao Paulo, and so had to walk to gymnastics training every day when she was a child. Her mother had to work, worked as a cleaner, walked to work every day as well to try and pay for Rebecca's gym training. So it takes an extraordinary amount of dedication, doesn't it, really, to find yourself in this position, to get to the Olympics at all, but then to get into a final.
Yeah, clearly there's different walks of life, from both ends of the spectrum, here at the Olympic Games, and it must be down to the resilience to one side of the competitive field, having to deal with what you might have to deal with growing up, and the misfortune and the poverty, and having to really work to just stay inside of a gym club. It builds a lot of depth and character. So
we're absolutely. We're expecting both Simone Biles and Rebecca Andrade to be on the podium a bit later, as well as possibly Jade Carey, possibly Yo So-young of Korea. But we've just seen Valentina Georgieva get this competition underway with a couple of vaults. Chappers.
Straight to our racing for the afternoon. This is at Glorious Goodwood, the Stewards' Cup. Darren Owen.
Yes, 25 runners are charging down the straight 1,200 metres, and at the first to show in the centre is Ramazan. They're right across the track. Get In is showing early speed. Apollo 1 is right there, being followed by Cover Up, and then comes Dark Trooper ahead of Mostert Shear. Then comes Strike Red, Roman Dragon. Lethal Levi leads the group down the centre of the course, followed by Mr. Wagyu. The favourite Pura Sangue is racing down the centre. Rhythm and Hooves is not too far away. Then 7 Questions, followed by Rocket Rodney, Rumstar, Glenn Finnan, Rohan. Summergan, former winner, is coming down the centre of the track. They're now heading towards the final 2 furlongs. Rhythm and Hooves in company with Lethal Levi, and right there Mr. Wagyu. Cover Up and Get In. Apollo 1, they're right in contention with Ramazan. They're heading down towards the final furlong then, around about 200 metres left to go, and right against the near side running rail, it is Get In who has got the lead from Cover Up in second place, and then Apollo 1 in third. Mostert Shear is running on. It's Get In from Apollo 1. Get In doing enough. Get In wins. Apollo 1 second place. Third, well, it was pretty tight for third between Mostert Shear and Billy Joe. So the winner here of the Stewards' Cup is Get In, horse number 12, came out of stall number 28. Get In the winner. Apollo 1, runner-up for the second year running, and it's a photo of a third between number 9, Mostert Shear, and number 20, Billy Joe. Get In the winner.
Let's keep the exciting racing going. Joe Clark in the kayak cross, the number 1 seed in this. John Akers.
The world champion plunges into the water, and boy, he's quick off the mark. Joe Clark, he's up against Jamai of Tunisia and Eichfeld of the USA, and he's straight into the lead in his pink bib and his blue helmet as he goes through the Eskimo roll. They've got to do a complete turn within a certain marker, and he's number 1 in the world for a reason. He's so strong. Round the upstream gate, they can clip these gates. They're padded. They can hit them with their paddles and do what they want with them. There's only 8 of them on the white water in Sur-le-Mans, the nautical stadium. He's just taking it easy. He's absolutely cruising, Joe Clark. He's the equivalent of like 6 furlongs ahead of the rest of the field. Round 2 downstream gates, 5 and 6. He gives that a bash with his shoulder and his paddle. They are trailing in his wake here, Joe Clark, in this round 1. This will set him up for the heats, which are tomorrow, and then the quarterfinals and semi-finals, and the final on Monday. Joe Clark's out the shot. The director, much like an F1 race, as Mark was saying earlier, is focusing on the battle for second, because Joe Clark, with a big smile in his piercing blue eyes, is through the finish and into tomorrow, and he has absolutely walked it into the heats tomorrow. Joe Clark of Great Britain.
That looked so comfortable, John. The second half of the course, as you said, he was strolling down.
We haven't seen as display as dominant so far in this new sport to the Olympics as that from Joe Clark. They drop off this 2-metre drop, and right from the start he gets his paddles, he gets his blades so deep into the water. His shoulders and his arms are so
John,
strong.
On that replay of the start, I reckon he's done 4 strokes before either of the other 2 kayakers have got their paddle in the water.
He's clear, isn't he? He's so quick. As the nose of these plastic 8 kg canoes, these kayaks, they're all the same, by the way, and they're plastic for a reason and not carbon fibre, because you can bash into one another, as we've seen so far in these round 1 matches. And he's just so quick through the water. It suits him so well. It's a street fight to the bottom. It's going to be so interesting to see tomorrow and on Monday when he comes up against some of the best in the world, whether he's still got that pace with the likes of Castries, the Frenchman, so good on this course, still to come, and some of the Slovenians and Slovakians who are so good, and Nouveau of France as well, De Gennaro, who won a gold medal in the last few days. It's going to be so interesting to see. Adam Burgess is going to go next, but Joe Clark, the world #1, world champion.
So Clark's through. Both women through as well earlier, weren't they? Mallory.
Kimberly Woods. Yeah, Kimberly Woods, who's the world #1. She won very easily, as did Mallory Franklin, who's better in a canoe, better in the C1. That's the single paddle. We weren't expecting her to do so well in this event, but she qualified 3rd quickest in the time trial, and she won her round 1 match really easily as well. So far, no repechage, because all the losers from today go into the repechage later. There's 3 GB athletes through and 1 to come. Adam Burgess, who won the silver in the C1 earlier this week.
And we'll be back for Adam Burgess, but we can hear from Kimberly Woods through after her heat. Here she is with Matthew Pinsent.
Kim, how was the first run out for you at Olympic Kayak Cross?
I absolutely loved it out there. The crowd really spurred you on. Tell you what is really hard about the crowd is when they're making ooh noises and ah noises, and you have to try and stay in it and not look behind to see what drama's going on.
Is it ever important what's coming up behind you, or can you just leave them behind as you did in that opening round?
It's always nice to get off to a good start, leave them behind, but you still have to deliver the upstream, especially the first one. And I went out, did a solid enough job. I knew that the girl was coming in on top of me, but as soon as I was away, I was like, just need to keep the hammer down.
Is the adrenaline the same in this as traditional slalom, or is it a little bit different?
It's quite different. You probably feel way more adrenaline when you're at the top of the ramp and they've got the heartbeat sound going, the crowd's roaring you on, and yeah, it's just about trying to slow the heart rate down a little bit just so you can see a little bit clearer.
That was Kim Woods with Matthew Pinsent. How has the women's gold medal match at the tennis begun? Annabelle Crofton, first of all, Jonathan Overend.
Well, it started confidently by the Chinese player, the Australian Open finalist at the start of the year, Zheng Qinwen, who leads by 2 games to love. It's an early break of serve. Strong start from her, Annabelle.
Yeah, very much so, Jonathan. Out of the blocks very, very quickly, playing with a lot of freedom. She's looking for the open spaces and she's getting Donna Vekic on the run. Donna is looking for that big forehand of hers, but she's just missing a few unforced areas and already looking a little stressed out here in this match.
Just some success for her a moment ago by taking some pace off, some higher balls, just not giving Zheng that pace to work with. It's a little early for a strategy change, but needs must.
Yes, I think she is throwing in a few loopier balls, and that's not kind of the tennis that we expect from Vekic, because she, as I said, she really looks for the forehand all the time. She has a really big serve. But yeah, she's altering the pace, she's throwing in those loopy shots, and she is starting to get a few unforced areas out of Zheng, but there's a great atmosphere out here. I mean, it's electric, isn't it? And you feel like the Chinese player has an enormous amount of support at the moment.
Yeah, and so many of the Chinese fans who we were talking about a few minutes ago, they sit there during the rallies with the flags extended. It's not like they only hold them when a point has been won. It's a constant display of support for their heroine, Zheng Qinwen, who is 2-love up with an early break in the first set of this women's gold medal.
It's the opening day of the Scottish football season, so I wouldn't say it's got off to the most entertaining start. There are going to be 16 games in total across the divisions, and only 4 of them have got a goal in as the 3 o'clock games approach half-time. In the Championship, Ayr 1 up on Hamilton. In the League 1, Inverness lead Dumbarton by a 1-0. And in League 2, Elgin are 2-0 up on East Fife, and Stranraer lead the Spartans by 2-0. Earlier finished Hearts 0, Rangers 0. And as they approach half-time, the other game in the Scottish Premiership is goalless between Motherwell and Ross County. We will go to... where will we go? We'll go to Darren at Goodwood just to sort out the result there. Darren.
Yeah, well done. If you back the winner of the Stewards Cup, number 12, Get In, has won at 4-0, 40-1. The winner of the Stewards Cup. For the second year running, Apollo 1, horse number 7, has finished in second in the silver medal position at 14-1. Third was number 20, Billy Joe, at 13-2. And the 4th horse home was number 9, Mostopshire, at 1-4, 14-1. So big price winner of the Stewards Cup. Number 12, Get In, a horse who really does love this fast summer ground.
Waiting for Simone Biles to go in the vault in the gymnastics here in Paris. Conor McNamara's watching the men's road race.
31 kilometres to go, and Ireland's Ben Healy is still the lone leader. He's about 20 seconds ahead of a chasing pack which has just lost Niels Pullitz, the German, who has faded away a little bit there. But in those chasing numbers are Team GB's contingent, and included in them Fred Wright, who's been putting in a real storming performance. These are really crowded streets of Paris now, right in the heart of the city, as this race, Victoria Pendleton, reaches its climax.
It's really, really packed with crowds. It's very tight corners. It's almost more difficult if it's a bunch of riders to get through some of these tight bends, but they're really picking up the pace now. The peloton realise that now they have to make a move if they want to catch the lead rider and if they want to make an impact and be in the medals.
Ben Healy, who took a decision to go early, he's been able to keep his nose in front, but that peloton bearing down upon him all the time. 31 kilometres to go, right in the heart of Paris, and it's the closing stages now of the cycle road race.
And we'll go to the women's vault individual event in the gymnastics. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, first day of apparatus finals here in the Bercy Arena, and coming up shortly will be Simone Biles of the USA at 27 years old. She already has 6 Olympic gold medals, extraordinarily. She's got 39 world and Olympic medals. So if she gets on the podium here, Lewis Smith, she will have around 40 world and Olympic medals, which is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, it makes my 8 look not so good.
Yeah, 8 is still pretty good, though. Everything goes very silent at the top of the runway. We're watching Shannon Olsen of Canada here.
Yuchenko double twist, but she falls a bit short, puts her knees down, and she won't be very happy with those 2 vaults, unfortunately.
No, you get two goes or 2 vaults in the final of the individual apparatus finals on the vaults. So you have to do 2 vaults consecutively, and then you get the average score of those 2. So Shannon Olsen, just with that little mistake at the end, maybe putting her out of contention. Simone Biles coming up next, Chappers.
OK, whilst we wait for Simone Biles, let's nip to USA-Japan in the women's football. Mas Faruqi.
We are into the third of 4 minutes of stoppage time at the end of the 90 minutes in this first quarter-final of this women's football tournament here at the Olympic Games, Mark. And it is still USA 0, Japan 0. And Japan certainly look like the side more likely to score. Manchester United's Hinata Miyazawa, the Golden Boot winner at the World Cup last year, has come on late on in the second half, really causing this USA defence a lot of problems. But it looks like we're going to run out of time in the 90 for either side to score a goal, and we'll be going into extra time and then obviously penalties if we still can't find a winner.
Simone time, Ellie.
It very nearly is. Yes, she's dressed all in red today with a lot of sparkles, as we've seen throughout these Olympic Games, and she is just such a tiny figure, 4'8". She's been supported by a lot of celebrities at these games up till now, but the key people are her parents, Ron and Nellie, and her husband, Jonathan Owens, who is an NFL player, plays safety for Chicago Bears, and She had a busy time after Tokyo with everything that happened in Tokyo and the time she took out of gymnastics, the time she then had to take to fall back in love with gymnastics. But she got married in that time, and she said that it's actually the happiest day of her life. So, can she add a third gold medal in these Paris Olympic Games, Lewis? We'll see in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. She'll have 2 vaults to do. Both consist of running down the vault run with a round off. One of them will be Chenko on, so a backflip onto the vault, double pike somersault in the air, and the other one will be a half turn on, straight from with a 1.5 twist called a chain. So 2 big vaults, and will be more important than ever for her to land those ones on her feet, because she will get a lead, but she is not invincible if she makes a mistake.
She's fourth to go in this final. You can hear the crowd supporting her. She's announced.
Ready for the war.
She looks very focused now, standing at the top of this runway. Let's see, will it be the Biles 2, the Yurchenko double pike?
Big block. Whoa! Yurchenko double pike, slight hop back and off the side of the tram line slightly, it looked like, from our position. But when you're doing vaults like that, you can afford a little wobble here and there and a little step outside the line, because that is not just one of the most difficult vaults in the world for the female, but it is the most difficult vault any woman has ever done in the history of gymnastics.
6.4 difficulty score, which is a huge difficulty score, and just the 2 piked saltos in the air. It's just incredible to watch. We heard Beth Tweddle earlier on talking to Chapman, saying that not many men would dare to do that vault, and she is the only woman ever to have done it. It's named the Biles 2. She's got so many skills named after her already. They're having to add extra numbers to the end of her name.
She is quite incredible. I think it's worth mentioning our very own Great Britain, Christian Thomas. He actually stuck this vault in the team final in the London Olympic Games, and it was one of my core memories, something I'll always remember. But I don't think anyone does it quite like Simone. The height that she gets, I mean, you're struggling to keep her in the camera shot. It's that impressive.
And because the vaulting table, Chappers, is lower as well, as Beth was also saying, you don't get that elevation. I mean, we were here watching the trampolining yesterday, and with the bounce of the trampoline, you've got more room to do more twists and turns in the air. But actually, in a relatively short space, 15.70 is a massive score. A massive score for Simone Biles. I mean, that is laying down the marker that surely will get her on the podium.
It is.
So we're going to see her second vault now coming up. This is the lower difficulty value of 5.6.
And you can see how much this means, because when that score was announced, there was no reaction from Simone, because she knows she's got a job to do. She's here to do business, and she steps onto the vault run to do her second vault. And what are we going to see? Round off, half turn on, 1.5 twist. She lands it in the middle of the vault, claps her hands, big smiles, high fives her coach. Yeah, doing that little victory walk, Simone. Woo!
She's got the bounce back now. She actually trains, her gymnastics club is in Spring, Texas. And spring is how you describe the way that Simone Biles was walking off the vaulting platform and down to hug everybody. She is going about her business. She is well on her way to a third gold medal at these games, Chappers. She's just an athlete that we feel privileged to watch. She is a once-in-a-lifetime gymnast, and we are privileged to see her at her best.
One of the things that strikes me as you watch replays as well, Lewis, is how calm her facial expression is as she starts her run. And I say that from watching the men's 100 metres heats earlier, and you see all sorts of differing expressions when people run. Some people look like, and I know they're going the 100 metres, but there's some who are calm, there's some who show real strain. She looks at complete peace as she does that run towards the vault.
Yeah, I mean, gymnastics is an interesting sport, because you have to combine power with control. She's not trying to be the fastest down the vault run. She's just trying to build up enough speed to allow her to do the vault that she can do. So it would be a measured run. Although it looks fast and powerful, it will be a measured run. She's not trying to go full out. So yeah, I mean, she would have done this thousands and thousands of times in training, and she just needed to try and replicate exactly what she does in training. Not run any faster, not run any slower, just try and do exactly the same.
And she's talked about feeling the fear, but not showing it. Wow, so that second vault scores 14.900 and combined and averaged out with the first one, 15.3, puts her comfortably top of the leaderboard. More than a mark ahead of current silver position, which is occupied by Ahn Chong-ok of North Korea. In a couple of minutes we will see Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, who is her closest rival here. But Simone Biles is on her way to her, I'm going to say it again, 40th World and Olympic Gymnastics medal.
We will come back to Rebecca Andrade then with Ellie and Lewis, because that in essence is the competition here for gold. Back to USA, Japan. Masruki, you going to extra time?
We are into the extra time, or first period of extra time now at the Parc des Princes, Mark. The football played so far in Emma Hayes' first knockout match in charge of the USA women's national side hardly been sparkling. 0-0 after the 90 in the first of the women's football quarter-finals at the Olympic Games. Some intense conversations going on before this extra time started on the sidelines from Emma Hayes and her support staff to her players. Megan Rapinoe's watching on in the stands as well at the Parc des Princes. We've played just 1 minute of the first period of extra time. USA 0, Japan 0.
Let me give you the half-time scores on the opening day of the Scottish football season. As I said earlier, the goals haven't exactly been flying in. It's goalless between Motherwell and Ross County. Earlier at Tynecastle, it finished Hearts 0, Rangers 0. In the Scottish Championship, just the one goal in the 4 games. Adrionian's Wraith is goalless. Ayr 1-up at Hamilton. Livingston, Dunfermline and Partick against Greenock Morton, also both 0-0. Again, just the one goal in the 5 games in Scottish League One. That's Inverness, Caledonian, Thistle 1, Dumbarton 0. So goalless between Alloa and Queen of the South, Cove Rangers and Annan, Montrose and Kelty Heart, and Stenhouse Muir and Arbroath. And in Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 0, Peterhead 0, goalless between Edinburgh and Stirling Albion. Elgin are 2-0 up on East Fife, Forfar 0, Clyde 0, and Stranraer lead the Spartans by 2-0. Jonathan Overend at the women's gold medal match in the tennis.
China against Croatia, Zheng against Vekic. It's taken 22 minutes, but Donna Vekic, the Wimbledon semi-finalist, has got her first game on the board, but it hasn't been without effort in those first 3 games. It's 3-1 to Zheng. Vekic has been playing, but Zheng's start was so strong it was enough to win those first 3. But Vekic now on the board, Annabelle Croft, and it may well give her the confidence to retrieve this set. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, she just looks like she's playing very burdened out here. Her facial expressions are quite taut and anguished, I would say. She does look like she's settling down just a little bit. But as you say, it feels like Zheng got off to such a fast start. I feel like she's the one that's making all the play. She's got her opponent much more on the run and seems firmly in control at the moment.
Yes, Zheng serving at 3-1 then. First set, competitive games, 25 minutes played already. First set of this gold medal match.
Ian Carter, the third round of the men's golf, which can't be far off its conclusion.
No, coming down the closing stretch now, and John Rahm with a birdie at the 17th has moved into a share of the lead with the defending champion from the United States, Xander Schauffele. Schauffele in trouble off the tee at the 17th. He's found thick rough down the left-hand side. Tommy Fleetwood still very much in the mix. He's just hit a superb tee shot into the fairway on the 17th. He's at 13 under par, 1 shot behind the co-leaders, Rahm and Schauffele.
And speaking of things, getting set to reach its conclusion, Conor McNamara.
Yes, watching the cycling road race, Ireland's Ben Healy, long-time leader of the race, has been caught by a chasing pack of 4 or 5 riders. He's hanging on to try and remain in that group, as 2 of them have broken away to become new leaders themselves. Remco Evenepoel of Belgium finishing really strongly. Local French favourite Valentin Madua getting huge encouragement from the crowd that are leaning right over the barriers. They are well into their second circuit of the city centre track, and they've got 21 kilometres to go, Victoria.
I mean, I was just checking the route. At the moment, it's going to come down the Seine. It's going to be quite a straight section where I think if any teams wanted to put together a sprint train, that would be the time where they'd start their attack and really build the pace up. But in this circuit, it's so tight, so windy. Almost being in a lead small group is an advantage.
Through some of the narrowest streets in Paris, some of the cobbled stones that are whirring underneath the wheels of the cyclists, flags of all nations being thrown over the barriers that go at either side. I'll tell you, Shepherds, whatever company has got the contract for these metal barriers, I mean, their grandchildren will never have to work again. I've never seen so many metal barriers in my life. But that group of two, the Belgian and the French guy that we told you about, they've now opened up their gap to 50 seconds. So the peloton behind them need to get their skates on here because these two are breaking ahead themselves.
There are still metal barriers on all of the Paris streets around where the opening ceremony was, where they had to block streets off. They haven't been moved either. Presumably they've been just put to one side so that they'll come back out for other events that are taking place nearby the Seine. But there are a lot of metal barriers around the Paris streets at the moment. To the news at 2 minutes past 4. Here's Dan Maudsley.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks so much. We will have you back with the Olympics as soon as possible. I do want to update you on what is going on in several places around the country at the moment, because police have been separating rival protesters in towns and cities in England, including Leeds, Manchester, Belfast and Stoke-on-Trent. Tensions have been high since the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport and Merseyside. And in Liverpool, anti-fascist demonstrators have been involved in a standoff with anti-immigration protesters near the city's waterfront. Well, our correspondent is Dan Johnson.
There was a bit of a flashpoint where the two groups were able to get right in each other's faces. The police are now trying to reassert control here. They're trying to get between the two groups of demonstrators. There have been a few things thrown. We've seen a couple of people arrested. There are more police officers just coming in now to try to bolster the lines of police control.
Well, in Sunderland last night, 4 police officers were hurt in violence involving the far right. 10 people have been arrested there. We did see on the PA Newswire in the last hour that ministers will be holding a group call to discuss the disorder, and we are keeping an eye on the now several demonstrations and counter-demonstrations taking place right now. You can see a lot of these details, in fact, on the BBC's live page. That's at bbc.co.uk/news, or on the BBC News app. Leanne Brown is in Hull, where she says that the protesters are gathered outside a hotel which has been used to house asylum seekers, and in fact, on not on the live page yet, but on the Teams group that we have here of all the reporters sending in the details as they happen. We're starting to see fires being lit there. There's an awful lot of glass on the floor. She's reporting the crowd throwing concrete bricks, smashing windows with glass bottles and shouting, "Get them out." As you heard there in Liverpool, there's 2 sides of a demonstration have met down at the waterfront. The police there have given their officers greater powers to stop and search people across Liverpool city centre. These are Section 60 orders, and do allow officers to search anyone in a given area. Those are in place till midnight. There's also pictures on that live page in Manchester where there are scuffles between protesters and police. 2 arrests there so far. As I say, you can keep up to date on exactly what is happening on the BBC live page, and we will bring you any more details as we get them. Just a couple more headlines to bring you, and that is that the US has joined Britain in urging its citizens to leave Lebanon on any available ticket. There are fears of a full-blown regional conflict in the Middle East following the assassination of the Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and Israel's killing of a Hezbollah commander in Beirut, with Iran and its allies promising swift retaliation. And Ukraine has attacked an Air Force base in Russia with footage showing huge fires and explosions. It also says it's destroyed a submarine and damaged an anti-aircraft system in occupied Crimea.
If you're looking for laughs,
lash!
BBC iPlayer's got you covered.
All right, what's secured? This is where the magic happens.
With over 3,000 episodes of comedy favourites.
They make for great entertainers.
including The Office, Gavin and Stacey, Two Doors Down, and many more.
Oh, what is that? Put my stapler inside a jelly again.
Bring on the laughs.
What are you laughing at?
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Straight back to the gymnastics with the Brazilian Rebecca Andrade about to go in this battle with Simone Biles. Ellen Oldroyd.
Yes, and she nails her first vault and she salutes the crowd, and we've got Brazilian flags flying inside the Bercy Arena. Blue and sparkly white leotard, and Lewis Smith. She is the one that Simone Biles fears, the only one that she fears, I think.
I think at this point, Rebecca's just trying to not make it as easy for Simone as she can. I think she knows deep down she's not going to catch the vaults that Simone done. However, she can let her know that she's knocking on the door, and if Simone does plan on staying around, that Rebecca will be there to chase her all the way. So that was an incredible first vault. It was a Yuchenko half on, 1.5 twisting straight somersault off, slight hop, and yeah, she'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, 15.3 was the score that Simone Biles got, averaged out over her 2 vaults, and that puts her so far ahead of the rest at the top of the leaderboard that there is a lot of Parisian air in between gold and then silver and bronze. But Rebecca Andrade hoping to get onto the podium again. She's already got silver in the all-around and bronze for the team in Paris, and she's looking to try and get on the podium as an individual finalist as well.
Let me just tell you what has happened so far today here in Paris as far as Team GB are concerned. Plenty of bronzers today. Emma Wilson in the windsurfing, Jake Jarman in the men's floor in the individual apparatus, the British team in the dressage, and the women's 8 in the rowing. The only gold today also came in the rowing, and that was from the men's 8. Ellie.
Excellent first score from Rebecca Andrade, 15.100, and so now her second vault as she aims for a podium place. Here she goes.
Yuchenko on, 2.5 turn, slight little hop and wobble on the landing, but she stays on her feet and does a little fist pump. I know she has a Yuchenko triple twist somewhere in the locker, but she opted for the 2.5 tonight. I think she knows that if she lands on her feet, she can get a silver behind Simone. And she is celebrating, hugging her coach, surrounded by cameras. And once again, a gymnast, all smiles.
So she could have done that more difficult vault, which she, you know, she's actually informed people that she has it in her locker, she's done it in training. But on this occasion, as you say, she's got this great opportunity for a silver medal in this Olympic final. So maybe now is not the time to go for the big skills. Just land a clean jump and get the scores.
Yeah, I think if Simone wasn't in the competition, doing a triple would put Rebecca ahead of the competition like Simone is now, but it won't quite catch you up to Simone. So I think she's probably hanging on to that, biding the right time in the right competition. And she has had 3 major, big knee injuries in her career. So I think she's weighed up the risk and reward and realised the slightly easier vault would be.
So Lewis, even if she'd done the one that you were talking about, she still wouldn't have caught Simone.
Not in today's competition, no. I think if Simone had an error, it would have made it a bit closer. But again, it's such a tricky vault. Yuchenko triple twist. Oh, her score's just come in.
Second vault, 14.833. So for an average of 14.966, and she is so happy with that. Puts her second behind Simone Biles, and Biles is kind of maybe smiling, and I'm sure she'll go and congratulate Rebecca shortly, but she is relieved that she won't be caught today. You can pretty much guarantee that, I think. And Rebecca Andrade, she's known as Rebeyonce, because she's such a big fan of Beyonce, apparently. She's used her music. She actually had a montage of her music for the floor final in Rio. So, yeah, she's a super fan. Rebecca Andrade. I mean, you'd have thought that Beyonce ought to be a Rebecca Andrade super fan as well.
I can't work out whether that looks better written down or said. Which Rebeyonce?
Rebeyonce.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Rebeyonce.
Works, doesn't it?
Sounds very French.
Beyonce. Did you do it in Portuguese? Maybe not.
My nickname would be Lewis Potter.
Let's go to Conor McNamara in the road race.
And we've got 13 kilometres to go. The front two, Evenepoel of Belgium, Madua of France, have opened up a 1 minute 15-second lead. So they're increasing the distance between them and the two chase groups behind. The peloton are trying to make a late surge forward as well. There are still two Team GB riders in contention, Fred Wright and Stephen Williams, who's come to the fore late on in the race, Victoria.
It's a lot of work to do, though, and it looks like Remco Evenepoel has decided to attack and make an even bigger gap between him and his French colleague there. It's just, he's trying to make a statement right now and get free of the peloton.
They're making their way down towards the Seine, where they will sprint along the southern bank. All sorts of famous monuments to be passed there on their way through to the Eiffel Tower, where they'll turn right and go over the bridge to Trocadero for a dramatic finish. 12 kilometres to go in the men's cycling road race.
And we will be back for those exciting closing stages of that. Ian Carter watching the golf in Versailles.
Tommy Fleetwood with a testing par putt to come at the 17th after very nearly holing from across the green for birdie on that par 4, and he makes the putt, so that keeps him within a shot of the lead. The GB player at 13 under par going to the final tee. Jon Rahm walking onto the 18th green at 14 under par. He's sharing the lead with the defending champion Xander Schauffele, 14 under par after a brilliant up and down at 17.
And where are we at with the gold medal match in the women's singles? Jonathan Overend.
Still being led by Zhang Qinwen from China, 4 games to 2, but Donna Vekic from Croatia threatening to break back. She's got a break back point at the moment, in fact, and there's high tension around this court because after a very close opening set, this could be the moment when Vekic works her way back in, but she puts a high defensive lob up and a volley is made by Zhang on the stretch, and Zhang just waves her left hand to encourage more support from the Chinese all around this stadium. It was a brilliant point she played there. Annabelle Croft watching with me. That was a big opportunity for Vekic to get this first set back on serve.
Oh my goodness, it really was. That was a very, very tense point, and you just feel like the points generally are getting a little bit more competitive now, aren't they? She's cut down on the errors, she's getting more stuck in, and there's more tension running through Zheng's body and her racket arm. I don't feel like she's able to sort of impose her game as much as she was at the start of this match, so it's starting to get quite interesting.
It's an unlikely final, this one, but Zheng did beat Swiatek, Vekic did beat Goff. They were the top 2 seeds, and the gold medal on the line with Zheng leading 4 games to 2 in the opening set.
Right, we are ready, I think, for Adam Burgess to go next in the kayak cross. It's been a good day so far for everybody else involved in this from a British point of view, with Joe Clark, Kimberly Woods and Mallory Franklin all through. Will Burgess make it a full house? John Akers.
They are the better 3 of the GB team at this event. Adam Burgess, to give you an idea, is ranked 360 in the world. He doesn't usually go in this event, but because he's there already, and you're allowed 2 per discipline per country in this event, you're allowed 2 from each country, he's in it kind of by default. So let's see how he goes in race 8 in a really, really tough group. So kayak cross is seated, it's a double-bladed paddle, and they are fighting it out after a drop into the water, nose first to the bottom. So it's a really difficult one. And Adam Burgess there gives a wave, sort of shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I'm not very good at this event, but here I am on the ramp.
He's got a massive grin on his face. He hasn't stopped smiling since he won his silver medal.
Honestly, this is bonus. This is bonus time for him. His family have gone home, to give you an idea of just how highly they rate him in this event. So let's see how he goes. It's a sprint through 8 gates, 210 metres to the bottom of this whitewater course in Vers-sur-Marne, 15 miles east of Paris, and they splash into the water and away they go. All 4 of these kayaks, plastic, they're all identical, the kayaks, as they bash into one another on that start. And he's already out the back here, Adam Burgess. They will go into a repechage if they come 3rd or 4th in this as they go through the Eskimo roll, but I think he's going to need some people to miss gates. He's 4th going through that, and he almost lost his paddle. So he's going across a stopper and into an upstream gate, but he's already a long, long way behind here, Adam Burgess, and we have got a leader in Grigar, who is the Slovakian, who is very, very good in this event. In fact, Hegger of Germany qualified 8th fastest from the time trial. Peter Kauser, who's really experienced, he's 40 from Slovakia, Grigar, and he was silver in the K1 in Rio, as Adam Burgess is still out the back in this event. Into an upstream gate, they can split it, they can go either way on gate 8, and through goes the canoe, the kayak of Grigar, who is sprinting towards the finish, and he's got there comfortably, and Adam Burgess is going to be last by quite some considerable distance in this. And as I said, ranked 360 in the world. He's still smiling as he goes through the final part of this course, as he just eases up. It's not for him. He's not really a fan, if truth be known. He gives a smile and a wave because he's got his silver medal in the C1 in the bag. I'm not really expecting him to qualify from the repechage either when that goes a little bit later on. But last, Adam Burgess, but he's had a brilliant Olympic Games, and we have, as you mentioned, got 3 athletes through. The world number 1 in this event in the women's, Kimberly Woods, and the men's, Joe Clark, and we've got Mallory Franklin through too.
Nothing like positivity.
Well, I've spoken to his dad about this event, and he said it's a bonus event and it's not the best at it, and let's see how he goes. He was 26th quickest out of 38, to give you an idea, in the time trial, and that was not great from start to finish from him. He's almost lost his battle on the Eskimo roll.
He has, actually. I mean, look, he's got his silver. He is, as I say, he has not stopped smiling since he got that silver. He supported Kimberly Woods and Mallory Franklin as well, and why shouldn't he? Why shouldn't he just enjoy himself now? As you say, this is not his event, but he's in it, and he's going to enjoy himself.
Yeah, and he'll have another go in the repechage, and you never know. But you just saw from his facial expressions on the start line that kind of, I'm here, I'm on the start line, but let's see how it goes. He's done his work, and he's got his medal. And like you say, he'll just be able to enjoy the repechage now, but he hasn't got any great hopes. But we do have 3 great hopes in this sport, which is great to watch, by the way, if you get to see it on iPlayer, as you said earlier, Mark.
Let's go to Ellie at the gymnastics.
We've just seen the final vault in this women's vault final, individual apparatus finals today. Jade Carey of the USA, hoping to get onto the podium. She scored an excellent 14.733 in her first vault, and we'd have thinking that if she's, that was it was a clean second vault, wasn't it? Not particularly ambitious, Lewis. Maybe playing it safe, maybe trying to guarantee that medal.
I think she's probably looked at what she needs to score, and she's took less of a risk and gone with an easy Yuchenko double twist. We know she's capable of a 2.5. So again, smart gymnastics, smart decision. You're not going to catch second and third, but if you can comfortably beat third with an easier vault, and that's what she's done.
Her teammate Simone Biles is firmly and unassailably in gold medal position with 15.3. Then Rebecca Andrade of Brazil in silver medal position, and a score in for her second vault of 14.2, and a total of 14.466 puts Jade Carey in bronze medal position. And Simone Biles, as we've known for quite some time, confirmed in gold medal position. Her 7th Olympic gold across 2 games, and her 40th major medal in World and Olympic Champions. And she's got a championship. She's got a huge, huge smile on her face.
Yeah, that was just incredible to watch. I'm such a fan of gymnastics at the minute. To be able to sit here and witness greatness, and the record books being rewritten time and time again, it's been an absolute pleasure. So well done Simone Biles and the rest of the vault.
And dividing the 2 Americans, splitting the 2, is Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, who is up there with a gigantic green, yellow and blue Brazilian flag. She went for a white leotard with blue diamante. So elegant, such a lovely gymnast to watch, and she's just hugging her coaches, and I'm sure that there will be such delight back at home in Rio. But growing up, as we said, in Sao Paulo in very modest circumstances, indeed, with a single mother, and until she was 10 years old, walking to practice from her favela outside Sao Paulo every day, and it's ended up with her on an Olympic podium in the vault final at these Olympic Games in Paris. But Simone Biles, I mean, what more can you say about her, Lewis? Because she really is. I mean, she wears this goat necklace around her neck, which has annoyed a few people because they're saying, how dare she describe herself as the goat? But I would have said that's a statement of fact, that goat necklace.
It is. I don't understand why people can think that's controversial. You know, when you are the greatest of all time, you're the greatest of all time. It's just factual, isn't it, at that point? So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she got a real goat and kept it in the garden just as a daily reminder. They're great for keeping the grass down and the weeds away. Yeah, it makes sense.
That's right, Jonathan can muck out. He's only an NFL superstar. He can do a bit of that as well. Yeah, it's a quantifiable fact that Simone Biles is the greatest, chappers. I mean, she's not quite got as many medals in the Olympics as Nellie Kim, but she has done more. She has pushed the boundaries and taken gymnastics onto different levels.
Her husband, Jonathan Owens, plays for my team, Ellie and Lewis, so I don't want him faffing about with a goat in the back garden. He's got a Super Bowl to go and win for the Chicago Bears. Thank you to the both. We're going to be back with them shortly because Max Whitlock goes in the pommel, trying to win a medal on the same piece of apparatus at 4 successive Olympics. They are within 5 kilometres of the finish in the men's road race. Remco Evenepoel has just gone past a line of can-can dancers on the way to the finish line. The first medal of the Olympic boxing will be handed out this afternoon. The first of the semi-finals in the women's 60 kilo category takes place. Algeria's Iman Khalif also back in action in the 66 kilo division. Britain's Lewis Richardson goes this evening for his next bout. Steve Bunce is at the North Paris Arena. Let's start with Team GB and Lewis Richardson. What are his chances of making it through to the semi-finals, Steve?
Well, good afternoon, chappers. I like to call in the cultured Colchester Southpaw. Sorry, it's a bit distracted by the mass turnout of media here, shuffling past my supposed safe zone. And I don't take to people shuffling past me very well, chappers, as you know. All right, let me just explain about Lewis Richardson. He should have been in the last Olympics, but he got COVID, he got struck by COVID, he got the championships delayed by COVID, and even last year he was still carrying injuries. He had 366 days off. He missed the first qualifier. He didn't get there in the second qualifier. He had to go to the last qualifier, which took place in Bangkok. He scraped through. He got through in June. He was the sixth of the 6 British boxers to get in the ring. The previous 5 had lost, as you know, 4 of them by 3-2 split decisions. He boxed like a dream. He came through that. Now he fights a Jordanian kid called Zayed Ishash at about 7:40 this evening, or 8:40 this evening. And I've got to tell you, I fancy him massively. I really do. Now, people are saying to me, Buncey, nothing's going right, nothing's this. Forget the doom and gloom merchants. The boxing here has been high quality. There have been an awful lot of 3-2 decisions, and that's down to the high quality, chappers. It's the way it works.
Steve, I'm going to come back to you in a minute, but there's been a real dramatic twist in the road race with under 4 kilometres to go. Connor and Vic.
Huge drama just as leader Evenepoel of Belgium entered the Louvre, which is right beside the Seine. The closing stage is 3 kilometres to go. He came off his bike and he signalled furiously to his team car following behind that he had a problem, mechanical problem. They quickly dragged one off the roof. They gave him another bike, but his lead will have been eaten into there, and what had looked a little bit of a procession has now become a battle. He's managed to get back up and pedalling. He's still in the lead, but this gives the chasing pack some hope.
Oh, he was mad. He was furious. He was clapping his hands like, come on, guys, get me a bike. He is fuming.
Well, and he is lucky because he's out on his own in front. His team bike was allowed to be right behind him. Had he been surrounded by other riders, that would have taken such a longer time to get him a replacement bike. He's now furiously tapping at his wrist. He wants to know the time. He's still got the bones of a minute of a lead. He's done really well to hold on to it. It's been a storming finish from Evenepoel. Madouas of France is behind. We could have 2 Frenchmen on the podium because Laporte is part of the chasing pack. He's over the Seine. He's on his way down the south bank and he's running towards the finish line.
He's fuming, Victoria. He's fuming with everybody. He's fuming with his team. He's fuming with a cameraman on a bike.
I know. There's been a lot of hand gestures at the cameraman. But I think also, can I just say, as he goes through the Louvre, it's like an entrance about 2 metres wide. I was like, he's trying to get a car down there, there's a bike down there, he wants a new bike. It was probably the worst point on the entire course to need to stop and get a mechanical, but wow.
He's left the Louvre behind him. He's on the same side as the Musée d'Orsay. He's whizzed away past that up towards the Petit Palais, the Grand Palais merging on its right-hand side. The French crowd are cheering him on. You mentioned the line of 20 or so can-can girls. We've had no French cliché left unused. There's been people swinging baguettes in the air, twirling strings of garlic, and he's got a minute of a lead with 1.7 kilometres to go. The gold medal beckons for Evenepoel of Belgium in the road race.
And I tell you what, if it doesn't come together, there's going to be a few strong words when he gets back, I think, with his team there. Wow, what a dramatic turn of events right at the end.
I think you'd give him a few minutes, wouldn't you, if this doesn't pay off for him.
Time out, yeah.
He's surely going to do it, though, with 1.4 kilometres to go. Evenepoel, who had timed his run to the front of the field here to perfection. He sat comfortably in the main peloton for most of the race. For a long time, Ireland's Ben Healy was out leading, but he managed to get himself in front just before they entered the inner city circle, and that's where the track gets really, really narrow, and the congestion has hampered the chasers, whereas he has had space, and he's coming into the final kilometre now with the Frenchman Madouas pedalling furiously behind, trying to at least secure the silver, maybe threaten for gold. But now, with the finish line virtually in sight, Evenepoel will surely get that adrenaline kick to drive him to the finish line.
With Madouas looking for second place, he's really digging deep. He was looking like he was suffering earlier, but I think the French crowd are really cheering Valentin Madouas on. But behind him, it's going to be a real battle for bronze medal here. There's 3 or 4 riders, we can't tell you exactly who they are right now, chasing for that medal.
He's been riding for 6 hours and 19 minutes. He's got the tall spire of the Eiffel Tower looming to his left. That, he knows, is the signal for the finish line. And he's punching the air here, and he's realising that he's about to win Olympic gold. Up towards the Eiffel Tower, where he will swing around 90 degrees to the right to go over the bridge towards Trocadero and the much-craved finish line. It's going to be gold for Belgium in the cycling road race. The hands are off the handlebars. The smile is on the face. What a moment to cruise over the bridge as a party boat goes twirling underneath him, and he can savour these moments for the best day of his life. Belgium's Evenepoel will cruise over the line and win Olympic gold, and he steps off the bike so dramatically right to the finish line. He turns the bike to sit on the line, and he savours his moment of gold.
Incredible performance there. I think his team might be forgiven, but it looks like it's Valentin Madouas who is now chasing for second. He's looking over his shoulder. I think he's 22 seconds behind the leaders, but they have got him in their sight. It's a bit of a cat and mouse now behind him for the bronze medal.
When Remco Evenepoel initially made the break, Madouas of France was with him but wasn't able to keep up the pace. He fell back some way but was not caught by the chasing pack, and he's about to make that right turn now in front of the Eiffel Tower and come over the bridge to claim silver. We can see in the background the chasing pack up behind, but I don't think they've got enough time to come and catch him. It's going to be silver for France following the gold of Remco Evenepoel, who had surgery on a broken collarbone back in April. He was 2 months out but has recovered to win gold. It will be silver for France, and there's a chance it could be bronze for France too. Big celebrations from Madouas. I think it is going to be Laporte de France is leading the race for bronze. They're going to have 2 on the podium again. In the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, it's silver and bronze for the French.
Wow, they get a 2 and a 3 there. I tell you what, they're having fun with their bikes, aren't they? They got a bronze in the BMX freestyle, did the phrase. They got a 1, 2, 3 in the BMX racing last night, Victoria. They are having some games.
I just wonder if we're going to see the president turn up somewhere shortly to get involved with the medal celebrations. He's quick to get about Paris.
This is a photo opportunity you won't want to miss. In front of the Eiffel Tower with two French on the podium. And Macron was very quick to arrive out of the BMX arena when he saw gold, silver and bronze in the BMX racing. But allez les bleus, French celebrations at the finish line at Trocadero.
Yesterday he was the judo for the gold medal there. He got himself to the pool for Marchand in the evening.
He must have had a helicopter. He must have had a helicopter.
The other thing with Remco Evenepoel as well that we should say, that's the double for him, Victoria, because he won the time trial. He got the gold on the time trial as well on the first Saturday. That is some achievement, that.
It is, and actually, to be honest, in that last 15 kilometres, it was a time trial for him all over again. He was out choosing his own line, and especially through these built-up areas, not being hindered by congestion is a big part of keeping and maintaining your speed. And obviously, being an expert in being out there alone, pushing his own wind, choosing his line to say getting tight and aero, it suits him perfectly. So to be clear out the front was playing to his strengths.
Every bone in his body, every ligament has been shuddered and juddered by the cobblestones of the Parisian streets. But how he enjoyed that moment to come over that bridge, and the organisers have chosen that bridge for the finish because it's so picturesque and he could live the moment, arms outstretched. He stops exactly on the line, turns his bike to be on the line and says, have that. And that's a photo that'll be on the mantelpiece of his house for the rest of his life.
Yeah, rather than in his tantrum 5 minutes later when his teammates on his belt.
Never happened.
What a great finish. What a great finish to the road race that was after 6 1/4 hours. Gold for Belgium, silver and bronze for the French. The golf is done for the day, Ian Carter.
It is, and it finished with Tommy Fleetwood with a very composed par at the last. He missed the fairway down the right-hand side, didn't risk going for the green in two, played for position, pitched up to 3.5, 4 feet and calmly holed the par putt that was for a round of 69, which leaves him at 13 under par and one behind the defending champion, the Open winner, the PGA winner, Xander Schauffele, a brilliant 68 coming home in 32 to move to 14 under par. So Schauffele at the top of the leaderboard alongside John Rahm, who carded a 66. So those are the two players leading the way at 14 under. Fleetwood will go into the final day just one behind. Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler will go into the final day just 4 shots behind. We've got no fewer than 9 players within 4 shots of the lead heading into the final round mark, and among them are the top 3 players in the world.
That is going to be some final round tomorrow afternoon, which we will bring you, of course, here on 5 Live. I think the deadlock has been broken in the football. Maz Faruqi.
It has. Trinity Rodman, daughter of Dennis, scoring a wonderful individual goal, a volley from the right into the top left corner of the goal. She chested it down. What control. The Japan keeper had no chance. That goal came in stoppage time at the end of the first period of extra time to give Emma Hayes' USA side a 1-0 lead over Japan in this women's football quarter-final, and we have played a lot of the extra time second period now, in fact into the last few seconds of this, so Japan only with seconds really now to find an equaliser, or the USA will be the first team through to the semi-finals.
Back to the tennis, women's gold medal match. Jonathan Overend.
Yes, and the Parc des Princes there, just behind us, just around the corner from Roland Garros. There's a real sports hub on the western side of Paris with Longchamp, the racecourse as well, next door at the Bois de Boulogne. But inside the centre court of the tennis court, Philippe Chatrier, we're enjoying this women's singles gold medal match. Myself and Annabelle Croft. It's Zheng Qinwen from China, the Australian Open finalist. He leads it by a set to love against Donna Vekic from Croatia, and Zheng has now established a 2-love lead in the second set as well. Vekic double faulting at 30 all, and Annabelle getting increasingly irritated, the Croat, by some line calls, and it's just almost self-implosion out here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. It has had that feel about it right from the start, to be honest with you. You know, there were a few more unforced errors out of her racket at the very start of the match, and you could see she sort of played most of it with a little dark cloud hanging over her head, and it does feel like everything she's questioned hasn't really gone her way. I feel, Jonathan, that she has the greater weight of shot, particularly off the forehand side, if she's in position. But Zheng has done a great job of moving that ball around and not allowing her to be too many times in position for that forehand strike.
She's got a lot of variety to her game, Zheng. Number 7 in the world, Grand Slam finalist, as I say, at the age of just 21. Do you sense she's improving every time you see her?
Yeah, I think so. I think that she has a really nice composure on the court, and she seems to play with a terrifically positive attitude. And we've heard her talking about, as I said earlier, when she'd met, the great Lee No, who was so popular when she won that Australian Open back in the day. But, she just said that she had passed on so much great information to her. She taught her how to sort of like really go for her shots and really believe in herself. And I feel like that is how she's playing her tennis out here. She's got great weapons. She's quite compact as a player, isn't she? She doesn't make a huge amount of unforced errors. She defends really well, particularly with that sort of what we call the squash shot, sliced forehand. But as I said, I think ultimately she's just played a much more solid match out here, and Vekic has been way, way too emotional.
Yeah, well, that's a very weak backhand that Vekic has just put into the net. Things are not looking good for her, and this could rapidly disappear from her this final. Zheng, who beat Iga Swiatek in the semi-finals. What a win that was. First defeat for Swiatek here since 2021 on these courts. She's won the last 3 French Opens, and Swiatek winning the bronze medal. That was in the bronze medal match yesterday, but this is for the gold. Zheng in command, 6-2 to love. It would be a first gold medal in singles for China. That's a reprieve for Vekic as Zheng goes into the net with the backhand. I remember, Annabelle, 20 years ago, China winning gold in the women's doubles. Li Ting and Sun Qianchan created history for that nation with the first gold medal, and it looks here, 20 years on, as things stand, like they could be adding a singles one too.
Yes, well, let's wait and see what happened. I mean, she was just on top of the net there, Zheng, with a put-away volley, which ended up coming back at her, and she's just lost that point. So you never know with situations like this, whether things are teetering and they could suddenly very fast go in another direction. But you're right. I mean, it would be amazing. And she's made it very clear that she said, I will die out there on the court and put everything and my body through everything it takes to win this gold medal. So she is very hungry for it today.
Yeah, the Chinese absolutely love the Olympic Games. You can see it with a number of spectators here on the court with the approach of Zheng today, and also a silver for China in the mixed doubles, we should say. Zhang Zhizhen and Wang Jinyu winning that yesterday. Well, losing the final, but winning the silver medal. Right, if Vekic needs to, she needs to, if she is going to come back in this final, Mark, it has to happen very quickly with Zheng 6-2, 2-love ahead.
It does, and the final whistle has gone in the football as well. Why should we listen to the tennis, Mas Faruqi?
Yeah, and it feels like the USA rode their luck somewhat in this quarter-final, but that Trinity Rodman volley in extra time, enough to give Emma Hayes' side the 1-0 win over Japan. Her first win in the first real test, if you like, since she took over the role as the USA boss, Emma Hayes. So the USA will play either Canada or Germany in the semi-finals. Next up, though, to kick off is the world champions, Spain. They play Colombia. That match kicks off in Lyon in the next 20 minutes or so.
Opening day of the Scottish football season, just 2 games in the Scottish Premiership. Hearts and Rangers ended goalless at lunchtime. It's also goalless between Motherwell and Ross County, and they're into the last 10 minutes there. I'll give you all the full times on the opening day of the Scottish football season a little bit later on. Let's go back to the gymnastics, where Eleanor Oldroyd, Max Whitlock, ahead of trying to make some history, has just been introduced to the crowd.
He has, yes, just being introduced to the 7 gymnasts who are the finalists in the pommel horse, and Rhys McClenaghan just being introduced to the crowd now, representing Ireland, but from Newtonards in County Down, so he could have chosen to compete for GB if he'd wanted to. We're also seeing Stephen Nedorosik being introduced. He is the man who's been known as Pommel Horse Guy. He's become known as Pommel Horse Guy because that's basically what he does. He pommels, and that's all. But in the team event for USA, that was enough to win them a bronze medal. So will he try and reproduce his qualifying time, or his qualifying score, which was the 3rd best in the qualifying competition? But it's going to be, there are so many stories around this. I mean, Lewis, I think you might be a little bit torn because Max Whitlock is your former teammate. Rhys McClenaghan is coached by one of your best friends. And, well,
Yeah.
I'm hoping you're going to be happy either way.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a fairly good chance we're going to end up in the podium in some way, shape or form. In which order that goes, I'm not too sure. There's a very big mix, or there's a very big level in terms of who is most capable of getting onto the podium, and I think it's going to be a real fight for first and second, and then it will be a bit of a disparity between third and the rest of the field. But anything can happen. Pommel horses, the very big pressurised piece of apparatus. It's hard to stay on. It's hard to focus. A lot can go wrong. But yeah, it's going to be fun. I mean, you've got two-time Olympic champion Max Whitlock, and you've got Reese. The last 2 world championships, he's won it, and he's the triple European champion. So there's a lot of pedigree in this final, and I wouldn't like to call how it's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you can't begin to... We've talked about Simone Biles, and you can't underestimate anything that she's done. But for Max Whitlock to go for a medal at a 4th successive Games, so you were in the same team with him in London when you won a bronze medal as a team, and he won his very first Olympic medal on the pommel, which was also a bronze. Then it was the 2 golds in 2 days. So pommel gold, floor gold, one after the other, with very little gap in between. And you won the silver just behind him on that day as well. And then gold defending his title in Tokyo, and 3 times world champion as well. I mean, he's set that standard, hasn't he, really, over so many years.
Yeah, he's been incredible to watch. He's been incredible to compete with. He's a very consistent gymnast, not just on the pommel horse, but he's got what you can't really teach, and it's the ability to be able to turn it on when you need to. And he's just been a great competitor. He's very consistent. So he'll be nervous and he'll be a little bit on edge, but one thing that Max can rely on is his experience and his maturity as a gymnast. And I think it's more about what the other guys are going to do. Reese is certainly pushing the boundaries. He's certainly got a better circle than 90%, maybe, in fact probably all of the rest of the competition in this final. So it's going to be a real battle of different routine styles and techniques, and who's going to be on top, and what is it that judges are looking for.
I'm just wondering, Chappers, whether there is a little bit of an element of what Helen Glover did, actually, winning silver this time. But because she's won gold, she's a double Olympic champion, and she came back really for her kids, partly. It's like Andy Murray, who is in this arena today, this evening, actually, he's here with Billie Jean King and his elder daughter. He's carried on for his kids as well. Tom Daley carried on for his kids. So I'm just wondering, actually, if for Max, a medal of any colour will allow him to say to Willow, his daughter, yep, you saw what Daddy did and you'll remember it now, and you were here.
Absolutely. I mean, you would imagine that's a big part of it, wouldn't you, Lewis? I
mean, I think that's the only reason I would come out of retirement, would be to have my daughter watch me compete on the pommel horse, and also my partner Charlie, who, neither of them have had the chance to actually see me compete. So I might dust off my leotard and do one last British Championships or some exhibition routine.
Just to briefly talk about, I know that Rachel and Rick have been very much into Stephen Nedorozic of the USA, so pommel horse guy. He's also, there are various things about him. There's his glasses as well, because he has an eye condition, but he sits there with glasses, but he doesn't compete in glasses. But I read somewhere that this would be the most iconic use of a pair of spectacles in sporting history. And this was in an American publication, Chappers, because I wanted to say to them, have you never heard of Jack Leach?
Jack Leach, absolutely. Eddie the Eagle.
Eddie the Eagle, that's right.
This is probably at the other end of the scale,
yes.
Maybe.
But we're nearly underway. We're going to watch Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan first up on the pommel. Should we let Lewis warm himself up by describing this before his nerves are completely shredded?
Well, he started well. He started with his shears. He's travelled multiple times already, just in the short time we've been talking, and no real big form breaks. He's quite long for a gymnast, so he looks really elegant on pommel horse. There we saw the turns on one handle, back round onto the Stockleys. So one of the requirements that the judges look for are skills on the one handle, up into the dismount, a little bit of strength used, but he'll be happy with that, being first up in an Olympic final, setting the standard. He'll be happy that he's gave himself a chance and said to the rest of the field, yeah guys, try and beat that.
This is it's not a very important thing, bearing in mind we've got Max Whitlock going very shortly. But what I do find quite interesting here, Ellie, and you've been to a lot more gymnastics competitions than I have, that we're now at the individual apparatus final, so not everything is being needed at the same time. And because of where the pommel is positioned, this is in one far corner of the arena. It's not. They don't.
It's not
move.
centre stage.
It's not centre stage.
I'm trying to think whether it's actually they've kind of moved the apparatus. I mean, the trouble is, I suppose, it takes quite a lot of setting up to set that apparatus up. So now it's fixed. I mean, obviously everything was cleared out yesterday for the trampolining, and now it's come back again. But parallel bars and horizontal bar are on the other side of the arena from here. But are you happy being tucked away in a corner, Lewis, or do you not think about that kind of thing?
It's not something that usually crosses your mind when you're competing at an Olympic final. However, this is the kind of thing that I would love, right? To spice up gymnastics, bring it through to the modern day. You know, you've got superstars like Simone Biles. You know, spice it up, have a live DJ, get some music going, and stick the pommel horse in the middle of the floor.
Right in the middle.
Jeopardy.
Yeah, we should
but you
do.
could. I mean, you could.
I don't know. Sorry, Chappers.
Yes.
I don't want to kind of go back to.
Well, this is more important. What you're about to say.
This is quite important. 15.433 from Nariman Kurbanov. That is a big score already for Max Whitlock to aim at.
Massive score. That is a gigantic score, and he has definitely set the tone for this pommel horse final. That is the score to beat, and I think that would probably be close to the world record score for the rest of this year and last year.
That's a massive marker to lay down as Max Whitlock prepares for his 4th Olympic pommel horse final. Bronze, gold, gold so far. What's he going to do in the next minute or so?
Starts with his sheer, slight strength on his sheer to handstand, but he's back down onto the one handle. 1 Russian, 2 Russian, 3 Russian, so he's gone for full difficulty. No form breaks. Only that strength used in this sheer. Triple Russian into the middle. He's swinging well. You can hear a pin drop in this arena. His stock is on one handle, slight tiny bit askew, but he's swinging well. Into the Buznari, slight bend of the leg, but he's back into the flares. Come on, Max. Travels across the pommel horse in flare. Settles into his woo travel. Slight. He's had a little form break there. Judges will take 3 to 5 attempts for that, but he's into his triple Russian. You could get the sense he's really fighting now. He's in the handstand. Tiny bit of hesitation, and he's down. His feet is on safe ground again. And I think as a last Olympic Games for Max, he said this is going to be his last Olympic Games. We don't know where he's going to be in position. However, a quick well done for the career that you've had, to be at the age you are and to be competing at your 4th Olympic Games and to be pushing the rest of the field all the way up to the very final. Well done, Max. He did have a few form breaks in that routine. It is going to be the hardest routine we're going to see in this pommel horse final. However, it wasn't the cleanest we've seen him do it, Ellie.
Oh, I couldn't read his face there, Chappers. There was a mixture of relief. I don't know whether he was happy or whether he was just thinking, right, it's over. That is it. I will never have to do this again at the highest level. But I mean, if he does go out with a medal, doesn't matter what colour it is, I think you've got to say that this has been one of the great careers that we've seen in British sport. And just the little form breaks that Lewis was describing, just when the legs separate slightly. As I said, it's like you've got to have a zip down the middle of your inseam in your trousers to keep those legs together, you know, unless you then go up into the flare position, which we're just watching the repeat of now. I mean, what made that more difficult, do you think, Lewis? What were the elements that made that so tricky?
Well, he has a really prolonged time on one handles doing the triple Russian, which is arguably one of the hardest skills you can do on the pommel horse. He does the triple. I think only Reese is the only gymnast who does a triple. But yeah, I mean, Max's name counts for a lot within the sport and pommel horse. So we have a term in gymnastics called having a birthday. And we would like to think he could have a bit of the birthday.
15.2, it's not going to be gold. It's not going to be another gold for Max Whitlock. The difficulty score of 6.9, so higher than Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan, but just down on the execution score, 8.3. 15.2, that's the one we've got to look out for as we go through this pommel horse final. But let's hope that that he can hang on to a medal of some colour, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a very impressive score, and it's definitely going to take some beating in an Olympic final. Because
Rhys McClenaghan can beat it, probably, you'd have thought. Although Rhys and Stephen Nedorosik both scored exactly the same in the qualifying.
I do think the scores are slightly inflated as well in this pommel final, so it will really depend on who goes through. But he's gone up to handstand, a little bit of a form break in the handstand, a little bit of a soft back.
This is Laurent de Monk of Netherlands we're watching now, chappers.
What would 8.3 is an execution? Give everybody some indication of where that is on the scale.
That's, I mean, if you were the cleanest pommel horse worker in the world, you would probably get around 8.9 in execution. Every circle that you do, usually, if your hands aren't parallel, judges will take a 10th deduction. So there's usually a generic deduction on nearly every circle.
And you balance that with the difficulty, and his difficulty is higher than anybody else's in this final. That's correct, Lewis? Yeah,
that is correct. Yeah, Max. What Max tried to make up for with his execution score for making the errors, he tried to capitalise by doing a harder routine and building that difficulty score. So it's all about risk and reward. You know, if Max had hit his routine the way he knows he can, it would have put him leaps and bounds in front of the rest of the field.
Well, the Dutch guys actually hit the pommel horse. So
yeah, he's come off, so he will get the chance to finish his routine. But he has come off, and this is what happened to Rhys McClenaghan actually in Tokyo. He went for his biggest routine. He was, very much thinking, well, I've got Max Whitlock in my sights. I've got to go big, and that meant that he actually came off and only finished 7th.
We'll be back to find out how McClenaghan and various others who might be pommel guy might be going to threaten Max Whitlock, who at the moment is in 2nd in the men's pommel. Jonathan Overend.
Turnaround here. Donna Vekic should be hiring myself and Annabelle Croft for her sports psychology team, because when we wrote her off at 6-2 love, she's won 2 games in a row, Annabelle, and is firmly back in this gold medal match.
Well, she's a fighter, isn't she? And I think you don't get to the semi-finals of Wimbledon the way that she did without having some grit and determination about you. And even though she displays all this emotion and she wears her heart on her sleeve and it looks a bit doom and gloom, underneath it you know that she's digging and scrapping for every point she can get.
2 games all in the second set, Zheng having won the first.
Let's go back to Ellie.
Yep, just waiting for the score for Laurent de Monk of the Netherlands, and then we're going to see Rhys McClenaghan, who, I mean, he and Max Whitlock have had such a battle. They've been swapping podiums over the last few years, and you know his coach Lewis, as we said, he's one of your great mates. So tell us about Rhys.
Yeah, Rhys he's showed such good potential at such a young age, but like what I had when I was kind of going through the start of my career, Rhys hasn't really got someone in his gym training alongside that he can look up to see how they handle the big moments and the pressure. And
so he's the real pommel horse guy.
He's
he is the one. He is the one man with the one.
He is.
The one
yeah,
routine.
he's the one man. He just does his pommel horse routines, and he's really matured over the years. You know, he's been outspoken a few times, and he really talks about how he wants to get gold. And now he's settled down, and he's very, I just want to come and do my job and then see what happens.
Yeah, and this is how you started. You were the solitary guy going around, without the team around you as well. And this is what he has come here for, Rhys McClenaghan, from Newton Ards in County Down, competing for Ireland. He has competed for Northern Ireland at Commonwealth Games, but competing here for the Republic at the age of 25. Will he be on the podium? Let's hope so.
Come on, Rhys. No heroics. Shears to handstand, very clean. Such a beautiful circle. He's done his big routine, he's gone for his triple Russian. So Max was the only other competitor that does that. And I think Rhys is saying, right, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out swinging. Triple Russian in the middle. This has been incredible so far. His circle is the best in the competition. Magyar across the pommel. Sharvado, he's travelled back. Wu triple Russian. No form breaks, not one leg split. This is a routine to be remembered. Triple Russian on the end, just the dismount. He's up. full twist. He has just done the routine of his life, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a standard that is above anyone else in this competition. That is a pommel horse routine worthy of gold, and the judges now have an incredibly hard decision to make on how they judge this routine, because he really does have a circle that no one else can replicate in this competition. Well done, Rhys McClenaghan.
Oh, I mean, Lewis is a man who knows what he's talking about. He has won Olympic medals on this apparatus. And Rhys McClenaghan, absolutely gorgeous to watch, I've got to say. When you talk about the perfection of his circles, it's fluid, absolutely seamless movement from one end of the pommel to the other, using the handles and just switching backwards and forwards. The man in the green leotard, wearing the tricolour on his chest, so representing Ireland here, but also the pride of Newtonards in County Down. We're just waiting nervously for his score.
I've had hours and hours and hours of phone calls and voice notes with his coach, Luke Carson. He's been picking... Luke's such a meticulous coach. He looks at data and he asks me how I prepare, what was my mindset in this kind of scenario, and how many routines would I do now. And he's really took Rhys to another level of gymnastics. And Rhys is going to have to have an immaculate execution score. And he backed it up. He's done that, and that was an incredible routine under such pressure. To have Max go before him, to have the Kazakhstanian post a 15.4.
15.433, the score to beat.
He's done it.
15.533. He goes into gold medal position. Now he sees the score. Unbelievable emotion from him.
Oh my. That is unbelievable.
That's a massive score for Rhys McClenaghan. 6.6 for difficulty. Execution 8.933. What were you saying about a perfect score?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Lewis, that's exactly what you said.
Yeah,
said if you are the expert on the pommel horse, you would get an execution of 8.9.
Yeah, I mean, I like to think I sometimes know what I'm talking about, and that literally was the best routine I think we've ever seen on the pommel horse. It wasn't as hard as Max's, but it was so clean and it was so beautiful, and it just puts you when you do routines like that, the judges have no choice but to score you higher, because you really are above everyone else. It's a bit like Simone on the vault, when you stand out from the rest, it's you have to reward that, and I think that's exactly what we saw.
I tell you what, Lewis's phone is lighting up like Blackpool illuminations at the moment with messages from people saying, oh my Lord, did you see that? That was incredible. So Max Whitlock, just to kind of remind you, currently Rhys McClenaghan of Ireland in the gold medal position, Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan in silver, Max Whitlock in bronze medal. So he is vulnerable. 15.2 though is a big score, and I think in the next few gymnasts we're going to get another warm-up before this final group of gymnasts on the pommel. But in this group is Oleg Vanayev of Ukraine, who's very experienced, very talented. He's only just slightly younger than Max at the age of 30. We've got Steven Nedorozic of the USA in this group as well, and also Sugino Takaiki of Japan, as well as Hua Wong of Korea. Oh, we're going to get our breath back. That was incredible. I can't believe how good that was.
Lewis, when you talk about McClenaghan's coach,
he's still crying, by the way. He's in floods of tears. Look at him.
Being in touch with you and picking your brains on all the different expertise, and he's very data obsessed and stuff. What kind of data do you look for if you're coaching someone in the pommel? What's available?
Well, you look at past scores. You look at how. So let's say Rhys McClenaghan was building up to European Championships. In the 8 weeks out, you would look at the numbers that you do to get you into peak physical condition, and then you look at your result at that European Championships. And if it wasn't optimum, you then look back and look at what you might have changed from the previous year, and then how you might change it going forward. And you just dial in how you prepare, because every gymnast is different, and you need to find what works for you. So Luke is constantly looking at histories of how they've prepared for competitions in the past and what's worked well for them and what hasn't, and he's just fine-tuned the training in the gym to be as optimum and as perfect as possible.
And at the end of a competition, do you get a breakdown of the judges? Are a breakdown of judges' scores available to you to see how different things have been scored by different judges?
I think that's available, yeah, at some point. Yeah, it's definitely available, and if you want to do that, you can certainly find it, I think, on the FIG, Federation of International Gymnastics website. But yeah, it's good to kind of see how you score with other countries and how they've scored things.
Yeah.
And Luke really looks at all of this. He looks at the data, and he likes to leave no stone unturned.
Real contrast in the emotions of Rhys McClenaghan and Max Whitlock at the moment. McClenaghan has only just stopped crying, as Ellie was saying, and everything that went on with that. And Max Whitlock looks contemplative, I would say, wouldn't you, Ellie?
Yeah, definitely thoughtful look across Max Whitlock's face. He's sitting back in his chair now. I mean, he knows that he's done everything that he possibly can, and he's now got to watch these last 4 gymnasts go to see whether he can hang on to that bronze medal. But next up, it's Stephen Nederosik, who, as Craig Keat was telling you earlier, Chappers, his dad bought a pommel horse in a garage sale. It was kind of an old bit of equipment, and he stuck it in the back garden, and Stephen wasn't that interested in it, but then they had a family barbecue, and he thought, maybe I can just impress a few people. Maybe I can impress a few girls, as Craig told it. And now he's in the pommel horse final for Team USA. And Lewis is just watching to see what he can do here.
Yeah, he started with his sheer travel, clean Russians on the one handle into the middle. He's swinging good. He's done the routine of his life in qualifying. I think he would love to replicate that here. He's done his Stockley turns on one handle. Into his woo travel, feet glued together, really proving why he should have been in this Olympic team. He's travelled across the pommel horse in the Magyar, travelled backwards in Shavado. Oh, it's going to be another strong routine. Travels along in his dismount, and the American coaches are jumping with joy, celebrating. Stephen Nederosik, take a bow, my friend, because that might be a big shout for a medal.
Wow, yes, I mean, the glasses are off when he competes. They'll go back on again in a minute or two, but he's become a bit of a star on the morning shows on American TV. They're absolutely loving Pommel Horse Guy and his specs and his talents. And when you are, I mean, to use the expression of one-trick pony when it comes to Pommel Horse is a bit disrespectful, I've got to say, and also a bit of a bad pun. But when that is what you do, Lewis, when that is your specialist piece, as you had as well, is it a lonely life, or do you just think, I'm just going to focus on this and be the best I can be, rather than trying to be an all-rounder?
It's not necessarily a lonely life, but when you start to specialise and only really offer one piece of apparatus, you have to be able to back up every performance, because as soon as you start to falter, the other gymnasts that might offer 5 and 4 that haven't quite made the team start to question, well, why is he being picked for the team? So when I was certainly being in the team for just doing one apparatus, I had to make sure that I justified my place every time. And 9 times out of 10, I used to bring back a medal, and it used to keep them at bay. But you've got a lot of sharks nipping at your feet when you only do one apparatus.
Well, Stephen Nederosik with his one piece of apparatus is already a hero in America. Can he back it up with a medal? Waiting for the scores now. Remember, Max Whitlock's 15.200 is the score to beat. 15.533 is the current gold medal score from Rhys McClenaghan. Waiting now.
I was talking with some of the Americans, and they said there is harder routines he can do, and he's done it.
15.3 for Stephen Nederosik. A difficulty score of 6.4, but execution of 8.9, so another near perfect execution score. He's hugged by Rhys McClenaghan, but it means that Max Whitlock's final Olympic Games will not end with a medal, Chappers, because he's down into 4th place.
And I just saw him just before the scores came out, Lewis. He just mouthed "not sure" to his coach, who gave him a little tap on his knee as well. And it was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, when you have finals so close like this, it's easy to just be so self-critical when you come off the pommel horse or the apparatus, because you think, what if I'd have done this a bit nicer, or I'd done it nicer in training. But yeah, I mean, it's I don't know, it's bittersweet, isn't it? Max came here, it's his 4th Olympics, he's done his job, but just being nudged out of the medals, you've got to feel for him.
He has more than done his job as Max Whitlock over the many years. Bronze in the pommel and the team in 2012, gold in the pommel and in the floor in 2016, plus a bronze in the all-around and gold in the pommel in 2020. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Olympic medals, 32 major medals across his career, making him Britain's most successful gymnast ever. What has happened today doesn't change any of that.
It doesn't.
And you can't take anything away, can you? You can't.
No.
He will be the one again who's set the standard. So you look at the state of British gymnastics now, and the fact that we're qualifying teams into finals, we're getting on the podium regularly. Across a whole range of skills as well, and Lewis was the man who started that with that first medal in 2008 in Beijing. But then Max just kind of going and having that extraordinary run of success that he's had across 3 Olympic Games, and even making it to a 4th Olympic Games. You cannot underestimate what goes into putting your body through that constantly, day after day. And however much you joke about getting back into a leotard, Lewis, I mean, goodness me, that is a massive challenge.
Oh, I would do it.
You would do it?
I would do it.
Would you really? Are we announcing a Lewis Smith comeback here?
It'd only have to be an exhibition type thing at the British Championship. So I wouldn't dream of trying to get to another Olympic Games.
When was the last time you had your hands on a pommel horse handle?
I think it was end of 2017.
Okay. So it's not too late.
I don't know. The ship sailed pretty far to turn back around now.
I think in our heads, Ellie, 2017 doesn't sound that long ago, but actually it's 7 years.
No, well, actually, interestingly, the guy who's up next on pommel is Oleg Vanayev of Ukraine, and he actually tested positive for a banned substance at the beginning of 2020, so he missed the Tokyo Games. And he had a 4-year suspension, which was then reduced to 2 on appeal because he argued that he'd ingested contaminated food products. But during his suspension, he put on more than 2 stone. So to be able to then come back and compete here, I mean, that is quite remarkable as well. I'm not even going to ask Lewis, don't worry. But 15 kilograms he put on during that suspension. So it takes a lot to keep your body in that shape.
Is he the final one to go? Or
He's penultimate. He's the penultimate one.
Well, we'll be back to you for him. Just let me give you the full-time scores in Scotland. Opening weekend of the Scottish football season. 2 games in the Scottish Premiership today. Not a goal in either of them. Hearts 0, Rangers 0 at lunchtime, followed by Motherwell 0, Ross County 0. In the Scottish Championship, Falkirk beat Queen's Park last night. This afternoon, Edrionians 1, Wraith 0, Hamilton 0, Ayr 2, Livingston 2, Dunfermline 0, and goalless between Partick Thistle and Greenock Morton. In League 1 this afternoon, goalless between Alloa and Queen of the South. Cove Rangers 1, Annan 3, Inverness 1, Dumbarton 1, Montrose 1, Kelty Hearts 1, and Stenhousemuir beat Arbroath by 2 goals to 1. Stenhousemuir promoted into Scottish League 1 this season. Arbroath are relegated into it. Stenhousemuir get the win this afternoon. And in League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 0, Peterhead 1, Edinburgh City 1, Stirling Albion 2, Elgin City 4, East 5-2, Forfar 0, Clyde 0, and Stranraer 2, the Spartans 2. I'll be honest with you, it is slightly surreal sitting in a Paris cafe with Parisians turning their heads to listen to you as you read out the Scottish football scores on a Saturday afternoon, Jonathan Overend.
Oh, what a scene, what a scene. We all have our role. 6-2, 4-3 is the lead for Zheng Qinwen of China in this women's gold medal match at the tennis. Donna Vekic has been fighting a battle with herself as well as her opponent today. She retrieved the break in this second set. She made it close on the Zheng serve in the 7th game, didn't she, Annabelle Croft? And that may have been her big chance to turn this around. Now she's in trouble on her own serve at 3-4.
Yes, I felt like Zheng kind of slightly got away with it in that game to go ahead 4-3 because I didn't feel like she was hitting the ball nearly as freely and she didn't connect with a couple of balls. But again, the errors have started to creep back into Vekic's game. So it's very, very edgy all the time. I mean, Vekic has just hit a really brilliant forehand winner once again. But as I said earlier, it's usually when she's in position to be able to hit them. And I feel as if Zheng is just overall coping with the occasion better. And here she's got a really short ball, trying to put it away, and she does.
The smash
and the
is there
gone.
for Zheng, and the racket goes flying from Donna Vekic, and the Chinese supporters around us on their feet, waving their flags because they sense their player is getting close to the gold. 2 break points for Zheng. If she can convert one of them, Mark, she will be serving for the title.
Let's go back to Eleanor Oldroyd at the gymnastics as we get close to the medals being decided.
Yes, Oleg Vanayev of Ukraine has just completed his routine. As it stands at the moment, we've still got Reece McClenaghan of Ireland in first place, Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan in second, and Steven Nedorozic of the USA in third place, waiting for the scores from Oleg Vanayev, and then Heo Wong of Korea will be up last, and that will be when we will know where those medals are going. Will it be that gold finally for Reece McClenaghan, who has been he is an extraordinarily successful gymnast already, double world champion on pommels, as we were saying, in 2022 and 23. So the reigning world champion, European champion, but well and truly out of the shadow of Max Whitlock. If you can say that Max casts a shadow, but he looks pretty much nailed on for the gold now, Reece, you thought.
Yeah, I don't think... I don't want to jinx anything, but I think it's fair to say that Reece is going to take the gold. I mean, worst comes worst, he's definitely guaranteed a medal, and that will be his first Olympic medal.
Just 14.966 for Oleg Vanayev, so that puts him in 5th place. Max Whitlock in 4th place, and Heo Wong of Korea now at the age of 24. These are the younger generation of gymnasts. And Max at 31, and we've got to say an achievement to be here at all, because again he stopped competing he stopped training, he stopped doing gymnastics for a little while. So let's just have a look at this final routine of this pommel horse final.
So he started well, he's done his shears and Russians on one handle, now doing his one handle Stockley sequence, very clean, big, I spoke too soon, he did a hop travel to the end of the pommel horse and just lost his way and hit the pommel and fell off. So that is...
You talk about the concentration needed to actually just complete this, because the strength in the arms and the legs and every single bit of you and the shoulders, and just maybe that's just kind of went.
It's such a difficult apparatus, and to do it in an Olympic final as well, it really is a tough job.
But he's back on the horse.
He's back on. Repeats his skill, hop travel to the end. And Magyar over 2 handles, Shavado. A woo travel. A really clean work other than that fall. It would have been a very good routine. An E execution, value, dismount. But out of the medal chances for that gymnast with that fall, unfortunately. So that I think that's safe to say Reece is your Olympic champion.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get the confirmation in a couple of moments' time, but Reece McClenaghan at 25, he qualified first, which qualification feels like, well, it's a week ago, isn't it? A week ago today. It was a long time ago. And then but I mean, what will he have done in the meantime? He's had a whole week to sit around. Well, most of these gymnasts have been competing in the all-around finals or in team finals, but Reece has just had to go away, train, think about today.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to Luke on a daily basis, asking if he's coming to watch any of the competitions that have been going on, the team finals and all-round finals, but they haven't. They've gone to training and they've gone back and rested. And that's what it's about. You come to these Olympic Games and there's always a lot going on, and it's easy to get sidetracked of the reason why you're here. But, those guys, they haven't took their eye off the prize. They've put their training first, and as you can see, it's paid off. They've been the ultimate professionals. And, there's a lot of talk about Max, this being the icing on his cake, but I think it's fair to say he's got icing on his cake with fresh cream and fruit, and this would have been the silverware to eat it with.
So he's just going to have to just dive into it at face first, is what you're saying?
I'm saying he's already overachieved that we could ever wish for in the sport of gymnastics, and we're so proud of him. And for him to be here and to be so close and just outside the medals, I think it's a testament to just how well and how long he's been competing at the high level.
But I mean, there will be disappointment, though, won't there? As the score confirmed for Hua Wong of 14.300, and that is confirmation that Rhys McClenaghan from Newtonards in County Down, competing for Ireland, is the Olympic champion. He just can't stop smiling now. We've had the tears, we've got the smiles. He'll jump up now onto the podium. And silver to Nariman Kurbanov of Kazakhstan. The bronze will go to Steven Nedorosik of the USA. But this is Rhys McClenaghan's day at last at an Olympic Games. He is the champion. He is the gold medalist. And, you know, I'm sure that Max will be up there and congratulating him very soon. Max just gives a thumbs up to the camera as well. Bittersweet moment for him. He doesn't have to do it anymore. Max, you can just enjoy your family.
I mean,
you've done enough.
Yeah,
it's time to hand over.
He can relax a little bit now. You know, he's burdened so much after a lot of people like me and Christian have retired, and you know, he took the gymnastics into a whole new league, and he can pass the torch on to the rest of the guys like Joe Frazier, Jake Jarman, and say, here you are guys, the ball's still rolling. And yeah, bravo Max, congratulations. And it's Max Whitlock, OBE, well done.
Rhys McClenaghan is just taking the applause from all sides of the arena now. Somebody needs to get one of those green, white and orange flags down to him so he can drape it round his shoulders. But he is a very, very happy man, and incredible. The work that he and his coach has done, absolutely extraordinary, and a big, big hug now from Max Whitlock. A great rivalry on pommel horse comes to an end with the young pretender out on top.
Ellie, Lewis, thank you very much. We might be one game away from the gold medal being decided in the women's singles. Jonathan Overend.
And it looks like the gold medal is going to China. Zhang Jinwen, the Australian Open finalist, number 7 in the world. She's got to the top of the game pretty rapidly at the age of 21. Well, she's close to adding a gold medal to her collection of prizes. She's serving for the match at 6-2, 5-3 against Donna Vekic from Croatia. Vekic, who was 2-love down in the second set, fought back, had chances potentially to go ahead herself by a break, but losing her serve in the last game, the 8th game, to allow Zheng this opportunity. 15-love to the Chinese. China has never won a singles medal at the Olympics before. Forehand attack from Zheng. She's really holding her nerve here well, but Vekic is an excellent counter-puncher, and you wouldn't rule her out from here. The rally continues. Vekic hits the baseline with a forehand. She isn't finished. 15-all. Annabelle Croft, what's your reading of this situation?
Oh my goodness, that's one of the best forehands she's hit in the entire match, isn't it? Right into the corner junction, and nothing Zheng could do about that. I just feel like, you know, Zheng has sort of inched herself ever closer to this gold medal, but she's won a few points, Jonathan, where she wasn't in control of the point. Vekic has often been controlling some of the baseline exchanges and then just not been able to get that final finish on the point. So she's had a lot of unforced errors that have been very frustrating for her. But as I said, it's been Zheng that's kind of like hauled herself towards this position.
That's an excellent first serve from the Chinese. Then a drop shot. Vekic slipped. I'm not sure she would have got there anyway. Well played, Zheng, to move to within 2 points of victory.
Yeah, she's definitely been the one with more composure out here. That was very clear thinking. Stunning drop shot, just changed the grip, and nothing that Vekic could do about that. And they're such total opposites in how they've played this match. We've had all the emotion and anguish down the other end of the court, and down this end of the court with Zheng, she's just been very calm, cool, collected, just kind of, as I said, very, very close to the finish line now.
Well, Monica Puig won the gold medal in Rio in 2016. Belinda Bencic at Tokyo 2021. Now it's looking like it's going to be Zheng, because that backhand return has gone wide and out of court from Vekic, who is in all probability going to have to settle for silver. It's a great achievement for her and for Croatia. But imagine the scenes now across the nation of China. Tennis mad. And Zheng Qinwen leads the way. These huge masses almost of players who are coming through on both the women's tour primarily, but also young players on the men's tour as well. Gold medal point for Zheng Qinwen. 6th seed. She's beaten Iga Swiatek to give herself this chance, and she has delivered in the final. There's the serve. Forehand from Vekic. Forehand from Zheng. And it's a clean winner to win gold. What a shot. And the Chinese flags are flying. And the celebrations all around that nation now for Zheng Qinwen. A huge moment for Chinese sport, you feel. She's made a Grand Slam final, but now she has won Olympic gold in tennis. She fell onto her back on the clay, and now she's celebrating arms aloft. Vekic will be disappointed with her performance on the day, but this moment belongs to Zheng Qinwen, a worthy winner of Olympic gold, Annabelle.
Oh, just an amazing finish. What a serve that was, right close to the line, and then she got the ball she wanted, and then an absolute clean strike into the open space. And as you say, wonderful celebrations, amazing atmosphere, and just so lovely to see that massive smile on her face. And she just handled the entire occasion so much better than Donna Vekic. I just thought it was calm, composed, collected, very solid performance. Yes, it had its moments where you thought, oh, nip and tuck, is this going to swing in a different direction? But Vekic certainly gave us something to think about in that second set, but she handled all of those tricky moments so well.
So in the women's singles, Mark, it's bronze for Iga Swiatek, silver for Donna Vekic, and gold for Zheng Qinwen. Tomorrow, the men's singles gold medal match, a 7th career meeting and a rematch from Wimbledon of Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz.
Jonathan, Annabelle, thank you. Let's go back to the boxing. Steve Bunn's still there for us. Algeria's Iman Khalif back in the ring in the last half hour. How did that fight go, Steve?
Well, it went in her favour, and in some ways I think that was possibly the best thing that could have happened. It's calmed things down because it's been a very lively week. Khalif, she's the competitor in the women's competition. She's the one that's been at the centre of a lot of controversial discussions. Facts have been rare, opinions have been high, inaccuracies have been everywhere. Calmed down slightly, she got in the ring, and she boxed very sensibly, very smartly, and won comfortably against Hungary's Luca Hamori. And the crazy thing is, Luca Hamori came to the ring first. She was booed. She said she's posted some unsavoury posts on social media this week. She came into the ring, Khalif. I expected there to be 8,000 people booing her. Instead, she got one of the best receptions I've seen in this boxing.
Later on, Ireland's Kelly Harrington goes in the last bout of the evening, so that's just after 9 o'clock.
Yes, I think it's 9 o'clock in UK time. It's a repeat of the final from 3 years ago in Tokyo between Beatriz Ferreira from Brazil and Kelly Harrington, the king and queen of Irish boxing. An autobiography ghosted by Roddy Doyle. She won their first encounter. Since then, Ferreira, Beatriz as we like to call her, or B as we like to call her, those of us that know her, she's turned professional. She's won one of Katie Taylor's old world titles, but she's come back to the amateurs. And because the way the draw works here, it's this ridiculous seeding system. For some reason, the best fight of this Olympics, and a fight that will be able to hold its own in any Olympics, is somehow going to be a semi-final at the North Paris Arena on a Saturday night in the middle of nowhere at 10 p.m. Paris time. I find it staggering. This fight here, this would do in Brazil 40,000 outdoors, and in Ireland would be in Croke Park.
Steve, thank you. Don't forget as well, Britain's Lewis Richardson, the last remaining boxer for Team GB, fights at around 7:30. Earlier in the women's football, the USA needed extra time to beat Japan. Masfaruki's now on to the next one, involving Spain and Colombia.
Big shock potentially for the world champions Spain. They are losing 2-0 to Colombia, a team who perhaps we really enjoyed watching the football and got to know some of their players at the World Cup last year when some of their stars really shone. Mayra Ramirez, who joined Chelsea at the beginning of the year and has made a real impact in the WSL. She got the first goal for Colombia in the first half. Maria Santos Herrera with the second. We're just coming up to an hour played in this match in Lyon. This Spanish team, so strong, starting the likes of Mariona Caldonte, Salma Pariuelo, Alexia Putellas, Etana Bonmati, but the world champions with half an hour to try and turn this match around. Spain 0, Colombia 2.
At 5:24, this is BBC Radio 5 Live. Here's the latest news.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Afternoon, and with the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Dan Maudsley. I want to keep you up to date on what's been going on, in towns and cities in various parts of England where police have been separating rival protesters. This is not an exhaustive list, but Nottingham, Manchester, Belfast, Blackpool, Stoke and Liverpool, where Merseyside police have said a number of officers have been injured, have all been experiencing various levels of demonstration. Tensions have been high since the fatal stabbing of 3 young girls in Southport in Merseyside on Monday. Anti-racism campaigners have clashed with people in expressing their anger at levels of immigration. Police have warned anyone involved in violence will be met with the full force of the law. Well, just a few minutes ago, I spoke to our reporter Phil McCann, who's at the protests in Liverpool.
So the police have closed off the Strand here, which is the main road that goes along the waterfront in Liverpool. You may be able to hear the helicopter hovering above me. And there was a standoff here between the police and anti-immigration protesters until around 20 minutes ago when the protesters turned around and left. This all started there at around 1 o'clock when there were 2 separate protests. An anti-immigration protest at Pier Head, so just outside the Liver building in Liverpool, and then one opposing that at St George's Hall. But then, they met because the opposing demonstration came down to the Pier Head to meet the other demonstration. The police were with them. The police formed a line between the two of them. There was some pushing and some objects were thrown. But then things started to develop because people ran between the buildings and there were different points where they tried to meet up. And the police, again, were there. And by this point, they were in their public order gear, their riot gear, you might call it, so their helmets. And a few people tried to engage in combat with some of the police officers, and then things changed because the police officers charged at the anti-immigration protesters to try to push them further and further down the road, and there were some ugly scenes outside Man Island, which is at the other end of Pier Head, where bricks were picked up and thrown at some of the police officers, and those bricks are now strewn across the road. It ended in a situation where the two opposing sides were now quite far from each other, but there was this standoff with the police, which did seem to end at around 4:30, 4:45, when the protesters mostly turned around and left.
Do you get the impression there then that things are starting to disperse generally, or is this something that could go on for some time?
Well, they're certainly dispersed from this point, and now we're left here with the police across this major road and no one here protesting or pushing against them at all. But I don't want to say it's definitely over, because all throughout this afternoon it's been very fast moving and you've had different groups of people running down side streets and things, and we know that there are rumours of other potential protests elsewhere in Liverpool later on tonight, so it's difficult to say at this point that it's definitely over. It's also a very warm day here, and Liverpool city centre is a very busy place with lots of people, so it's difficult to say definitively that it's over, but certainly here at the point where we saw those clashes, it's not going on at the moment.
Phil McCann speaking to me a short time ago from Liverpool. And as you heard there, it is difficult to get a handle on exactly what is happening, even in individual cities and towns, with so many of these protests going on. I can tell you that Lindsay Smith, reporting from Leeds, is saying there that the demonstrations there are dispersing. The Stand Up to Racism protest, that finished some time ago. Organisers there say peace won in the city. Has largely dispersed in Leeds and largely calmed in Nottingham too, 2 where bottles and cans were thrown earlier between counter-demonstrators. We just had this from police in Belfast, who say they continue to deal with protest activity and sporadic disorder now in South Belfast. 2 arrests have been made by the PSNI. Humberside police are saying that 3 of their police officers are believed to have been injured during disorder in Hull city centre, where 4 people have been arrested. We've had this from Chief Superintendent Darren Wildbohr. He says our officers have faced eggs and bottles and made 4 arrests relating to public order offences. We've also issued a dispersal order for the area. This is around Ferns Way in Hull, and there will remain a visible police presence there. This is important as well. Obviously, we are trying to make sure anything that we bring you we can verify, because there is a terrific amount of information on social media. Chief Superintendent Darren Wildbohr says, I can confirm that we have not deployed tear gas, contrary to speculation in the media. There were reports in some parts of the media of tear gas being used. Chief Superintendent Darren Wildbohr of Humberside Police saying that is not the case. Just further to that as well, and I have very much in mind of making sure we only report facts here. Police have denied claims that the organiser of a march in Middlesbrough tomorrow has been arrested on terrorism charges. What they do say is that a 29-year-old man was arrested yesterday over firearms offences. Now, this is because the founder of the English Defence League, Stephen Yaxley-Lennon, who you may well know as Tommy Robinson, posted yesterday a message that said the lad who organised Middlesbrough March has been locked up on terrorism charges. Well, we have now had this statement from Cleveland Police saying they are aware of misinformation being shared on social media relating to a planned event in Middlesbrough tomorrow. They say Cleveland Police have not arrested anyone in connection with terrorism offences. A 29-year-old Middlesbrough man was arrested yesterday on suspicion of possessing a firearm with intent to cause fear and violence. He remains in police custody, being questioned, and inquiries continued. So we are happy to clear that up. You can get all the information that we are reporting on our live page. That is available on the BBC News app and at bbc.co.uk/news. Just 2 other headlines to bring you. The US is sending military reinforcements to the Middle East as Iran threatens to avenge the deaths of leading members of Hamas and Hezbollah. The Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed while attending the inauguration of Iran's new president in Tehran. America has joined the UK in warning its citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. And Ukraine has attacked an Air Force base in Russia with footage showing huge fires and explosions. It also says it's destroyed a submarine and damaged an anti-aircraft system in occupied Crimea.
Welcome to the Tooney and Russo show in Ibiza! I'm here with 2 of football's most famous friends, Alessia Russo and Ella Toon.
What do you mean I can't go on? This is what this holiday's been booked for. It's all about the big inflatable. You're telling me I can't go on? You're crushing my dream. I'm delirious. I had a big night last night. It's nice to come out and have a bit of a holiday, isn't it? From BBC 5 Live.
The Tooney and Russo show with me, Vic Hope.
Watch on YouTube and listen on BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games
With Mark Chapman.
on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
And we'll try and round up everything that's happened over today in the next half hour or so. Great Britain's rowing team finished their Olympics with another 2 medals this morning. The women's 8 took bronze. They came in behind Canada in second and Romania in first. And they were then followed by the men's 8, Chris Jones and 2016 silver medalist Jess Eddy calling the closing stages.
200 metres from GB rowing greatness for this men's 8. It was bronze for 4 of them. 3 years ago, Dawson, Elvers, Ford and Rudkin. It was bronze in Tokyo, but they're back 3 years on to go 2 better and go into the middle of the podium. The gap is still about a third of a length with 80 metres to go. They can't lose it from here, can they? The focus on their faces. They can't look around. They've got to stick to the task. The Netherlands trying to rally, but it's GB who win the men's 8. A brilliant end to the week for the GB rowers to cap off a magnificent week of racing.
Well, 2 of the winning 8 were James Rudkin and Tom Digby, and they were on with us earlier.
Part of it was just kind of, how much it
how much it sucks to lose. You know, it's really tough when in Tokyo it was a very tough experience for us, and it really gave us kind of the hunger to do better. And I think our passion is what we kind of showed to the younger guys, but they brought that as well and did an awesome job.
Does that show the mentality of your boat in the fact that you said that you lost in Tokyo, even though you got a bronze?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was great to get a medal, and we were happy with it. But you know, we in this team, we always were trying to do better, and we felt we could have done better there, and it didn't quite work out. And you know, this time we were able to do more things right, which led to us getting our gold. So we're just so happy with it.
When you carry the mantle of favourites, Tom, into a race like that, is it easier that you are a 9 to carry that pressure together?
It is, yeah. The pressure of favourites is quite difficult to deal with, especially in an emotionally charged event like an 8, because you have to charge out the blocks. It all happens so fast, and you have to have that adrenaline rush. And if you're thinking anything's going to happen, and you're not sort of taking the race on, then it'll all very quickly not work out for you. So I think we're quite good at convincing ourselves that someone's going to do this or someone's going to do that, making up stories in our head about what's going to come from the opposition. Sometimes true, sometimes not, but it doesn't really matter. It's more just whatever gives you the intent to be able to get out the blocks with the passion and the energy that you need. And just sharing that together, we have like a really, really, really close-knit unit, which has made this so special and makes it stronger in the middle when questions are getting asked of you. So, yes, basically is the answer to your question.
Who is the one then? Who is the one in the boat who sort of keeps everybody else calm during the race?
Yeah, well, I think with us in the Cox boat, it's Harry, the Cox, because obviously, like, all from within the boat, you can kind of manage like a small shout or like a grunt or whatever. But when you're going full gas, you can't really say too much. So Harry has got the microphone in the stern of the boat, and then speakers throughout the boat, which he can then talk to us. Basically, it just sounds like there's a speaker like underneath my feet in the boat, so I can just hear Harry like he's right in front of me. That goes all the way up the boat, and so it's up to him to kind of be the brains of the operation and tell us what we need to do and when. And he did a really good job in the first half of that race of being very calm, even though we were under a lot of pressure. And we were level basically with the Dutch until halfway, and that was a really tough position because we've normally been up on them at that point, and he just kept us calm. And then we got to halfway and made our move that they couldn't respond to, and then he ratcheted up the aggression from there. So it's in an 8, it's the Cox.
What a brilliant regatta you have had as a group, Tom. You know, Matthew Pinson tweeted earlier, 36 of 42 athletes within British rowing are going to go home with a medal. That and just from talking to so many of you, the smiles on your face and how much you have enjoyed all of this and how much you are there for each other. This has been a special week for you all.
It really has. I mean, I can speak to the wider group a little bit, but within the men's 8, we are so close-knit, and it makes it such an enjoyable process. And to do the things we do day in, day out, that's really necessary. It becomes such a slog if you're not getting on with the guys in your boat, girls in your boat. And yeah, so it's been as tough as it has been over the last couple of years, sort of coming in and joking with the guys before a session, after a session, occasionally during the session if it's an easier one, is what kind of keeps you going. And it's going to be really special to share that with them over the course of the next few days as well. It's like I've been in boats in the past where as soon as you're done, you don't want to be together with the guys you were rowing with, but that's definitely not the case this time.
James Rudkin and Tom Digby with me earlier, 2 of the men's 8 that won gold earlier. Catherine Granger joins us on 5 Live Sport. Evening, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Chappers. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you, very well. That is Britain's most successful medal haul at a regatta at an Olympics outside of Britain.
It is indeed. The only one that tops is London 2012 and possibly London in 1908, but that's so long ago. We've just a glimmer in all of our eyes. So yeah, huge. And the biggest thing isn't just that, it's the most successful away games, but also off the back of a shortest Olympiad we've seen, the 3 years, because of the delay in the Tokyo Games. And the Tokyo was one of the sort of the lowest medal returns that the GB team have got. So in a very short space of 3 years, they've gone from sort of what was seen as a kind of disappointing medal haul for the whole group to this just incredible class of 2024 who've just been outstanding.
How?
Well, this is the question everyone wants to know. I think there's loads of factors. The more you speak to the athletes and the support staff and the performance director, and there's lots and lots of different factors of how they've changed that around. There's always a group of athletes. There was a sort of Project Paris group that were waiting for Tokyo to finish to come into the four. So we saw that, especially with the men's four. That was kind of, they were champing at the bit to get going for Paris. There's been just a more sort of confidence coming through. There was a lot of change after Rio. So we've had, whether it's coaches, whether it's athletes, whether it's people just becoming more confident in the roles they have and the roles they play, and suddenly you've seen a very cohesive team. And listening to the boys talk there, it's a really connected team that just everybody we've talked to really have this amazing bond and respect for each other, and that actually holds a lot when you're into the sort of the cauldron of the Olympic race.
They are a team, aren't they? I mean, we constantly talk Team GB and so on and so forth, but the rowers are a team. I thought that the other morning. I was in Team GB house, and it was the morning after the women's quad sculls had won gold, but they were all together as a four watching the women's four get silver in their race.
Yeah, and it's lovely, isn't it? Because it's one of those sports that within the very close-knit team, you then have individual crews within that, so sort of little groups within the bigger group. And the real test is how they support each other when their bit is done. It's a really good test of an athlete of, once you're kind of out of the woods and finished, how are you with the rest of your teammates? And also the sort of, sometimes some people have been disappointed. And again, that's a real test of character of, can you still be there for the people around you and still be there for sort of the good of the team? And it's a hard one because you've got a lot of different emotions flooding through, very sort of sensitive time when it comes to games time. But what I've seen across the team is just this wonderful sort of lightness as well. Matthew Pince and I have been doing a lot of the chat by the course, and we've just been talking about this lightness and enjoyment they feel, and they're sort of feeding off each other's enthusiasm to be here. And some of the men's 8 were saying, we're actually really sad in a way as well as being happy with the celebrations, because we'll never do this again as a crew. We'll never be the same sort of lineup of the 9 men there. So, and I think there's this kind of, you're at that point. Some crews are like, I will be happy to never see you all again, off we go. Whereas the boats we're speaking to, it's all very much like, we're going to really miss each other next week. It's a very modern group and a very modern way of running sport, isn't it? I mean, we've talked about this a fair bit over the past week. The hard work and the drive and the commitment and the being sick on ergos and all of that kind of thing is very much still there, but with a slightly more holistic approach is what I'm sensing. Yeah, and the 2 crews we saw today, the men's 8 and the women's 8, are notably coached by Richard Chambers for the women's 8, who's an ex-Olympian himself, who's a lightweight rower, and Steve Trapmore, who's a champion himself in 2000 in the men's 8 as an athlete and has now become the coach of the men's 8. And, I think the athletes who have been there and seen it and knows what works, how do you really motivate athletes? How do you really get the best out of them? How do you make sure that they are supported and encouraged, and yes, as you say, pushed to really sort of physical and emotional and mental limits, but in a very sort of supportive, positive way, that they actually, at the end of the journey, they still sort of wish they could do it all again. They still want to be part of it, as opposed to, thank goodness I'll never face that again. Yes, so many of them talk to me about enjoying the pain they go through in training, which I still can't massively get my head around at times. But anyhow, Project LA underway? I haven't dared ask that question. I'm going to give them they'll be out partying tonight as a whole group. The whole team meets tonight, the last night of the regatta, and they will have a great celebration, as they should. And I'm sure the athletes will not be yet thinking about Project LA, but I'm sure the coaches and the performance director will already be casting their minds forward. Are you celebrating too? I couldn't possibly say, but every day, right? These games have been extraordinary. So, every day is a bit of a celebration of sport right now. Boy, you managed to fudge that answer, didn't you? Thank you. Dame Catherine Granger with us on 5 Live Sport. Let's go to the golf. Tommy Fleetwood in bronze medal position after the 3rd round at Le Golf National. He finished on 13 under, so he's just 1 behind the leaders. That's John Rahm and Xander Schauffele. And Rory McIlroy is just 4 shots back on 10 under. Here is Fleetwood.
Tommy, congratulations. Just the 1 dropped shot today, but another really solid round of golf. 1 shot off the lead going into the final day.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It was a tougher day than yesterday. Yesterday I had a load of momentum early on, so I could build on that and I could ride with it. Today was a slower start. Felt like I had to be very patient. But I did a really good job of that. I managed my golf ball well without feeling that comfortable, and yeah, we've managed to get through another day where we're still in contention for it all, which is amazing.
How important do you think it will be going into the final day tomorrow that this is a course where you've had success winning the French Open in 2017, that Ryder Cup in 2018? How much will you draw on that going into the final round tomorrow?
Well, yeah, it's nice to have good memories around the golf course. Unfortunately, those years can't hit the shots for me, so I've got to go out and do it tomorrow. But honestly, to be able to draw on those memories of that Sunday at the French Open and the Ryder Cup, how I played, I think I'll be aware of sort of a lot of the pin positions, and I'll draw on all of that. And like I said, I've still got to go out and hit the golf shots, but I'll find any sort of positive and little advantage I can to see if it works for me.
Golfers get a bit of criticism at the Olympics that it's not, the pinnacle of the sport. It doesn't mean as much as major championships. How do you feel on the eve of a day which could see you take an Olympic medal tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I've said it a few times this week. And I'm one of them. As a kid, I never had the chance to dream of, playing in the Olympics or having the chance of winning an Olympic medal. I played golf. Golf was my love, and we didn't have that. So, but if you just look at how it's growing and the way people talk about it, the atmosphere here, I honestly feel so amazing to be going to bed tonight with knowing I'm going to wake up tomorrow with a chance of winning an Olympic medal. And I'm in awe of all the athletes here and what they do and what they go through to get the chance of this every 4 years. And I'm very proud to be a part of it. And the Olympics is amazing, it really is, and to be this close at this point, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I'm going to enjoy it no matter what, and hopefully I can do what we came here for.
Catherine Downs with the questions to Tommy Fleetwood. Ian Carter is with us. So Rahm 14 under, Schauffele 14 under, Fleetwood 13 under, Højgaard 11 under, Matsuyama 11 under, McIlroy 10 under, Scheffler 10 under. I'm just going to stop there because that basically is Rahm major winner, Schauffele major winner, Fleetwood Ryder Cup player, Højgaard Ryder Cup player, Matsuyama major winner, McIlroy major winner, Scheffler major winner.
Yeah, and then you can add Tom Kim, the most exciting young Korean, also at 10 under par, Ludwig Åberg at 9 under par, and former world number one Jason Day, who says he's been completely freaked out by wearing the Australian colours this week. It's meant that much to him. He said it's felt like a major all week, and he's at 9 under. So he's within 5 of the lead. And of course, all those in the chasing pack, Mark, their initial thought is to try and catch Tommy Fleetwood in third place, try and get on the podium, try and get a medal, and then see which brand of medal you can get. So it could be a really sensational final day, I think, with so many big names chasing just those 3 prizes.
The atmosphere there, the quality of the leaderboard, it does feel like it belongs. I have to, man, look, maybe I'm biased because I do a lot of golf with you, but I don't know, it feels like it does now.
Yes, I think so. I remember back to Rio and the return of golf after 112 years and so much, there was so much controversy about it, so many of the big names staying away, whether or not it was because they weren't interested or they were fearful of Zika. And I remember travelling in a car in Rio with the guys from the athletics and feeling like a bit of a pariah because golf was at the games. I don't think anyone involved in the golf tournament should feel that way at all this time round. I think the quality, as you say, of the leaderboard, the way the big names have turned up, the way the fans have turned up, the fact that the crowds have been more diverse than a traditional golfing crowd as well. But golf is providing a vehicle for people to attend the Olympics and enjoy it. It feels like it's been a huge success already, with the potential of a real blockbuster final day.
No Matt Fitzpatrick tomorrow, though.
No. He notified the organisers that he'd got a pre-existing injury heading into the tournament, and he's citing injury for withdrawing today after an 81 Remember, he shot 64 yesterday, but an 81 today, so he was down in a share of 53rd place. And Tommy Fleetwood actually saying afterwards that he really feels for Matt Fitzpatrick. You know, the fact that this only comes round once every 4 years is such a unique experience, and he's not going to be playing in the final round tomorrow.
Plenty more from Ian tomorrow for the final round of the men's golf. Maz Faruqi watching Spain-Colombia in the women's quarterfinals in the football.
Spain have pulled one back late on in the second quarter-final in Lyon. Jennifer Hermoso on as a second-half substitute, scoring in the 79th minute to make it Spain 1, Colombia 2 now. Spain, remember the world champions' name, is such a strong 11 for this match, but need to find a goal in the last 10 minutes or they are out of the women's football tournament.
That will be a big, big shock. Great Britain have their first sailing medal of these games. Emma Wilson took that. It was a bronze in the women's windsurfing IQ foil. She had been guaranteed a medal after dominating the earlier rounds, but she finished third in the final. Here she is.
Oh, Emma, you bossed the opening series of this, but it's such a cruel format, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't have much to say. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to carry on with this. It's so hard. As a person, I know I love windsurfing and that's why I do it, but I'm not sure I can carry on with the format like it is.
It's been such a joy watching you all week, really raising the bar in this sport, in this women's division. It really is. And what a showcase it was for the sport also.
Yeah, it's super cool, and I'm really proud of my performance this week. Like, to dominate how I did, and I did it at the Worlds the same, like a 60-point lead, to dominate that. Maybe the medal doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just how you go about the sport and how you approach life. I don't know.
Sport can be cruel, and particularly that format, but you'll leave Paris 2024 with another medal, a double Olympic medalist.
Yeah, it's super cool, and I mean, as a kid, if you told that to me, I'd be really happy. So I think in a while I'll be really proud, but it's so hard. Like, I know I could be Olympic champion, and I just made some mistakes today.
We saw you running up the beach to your brother. I know he lives in Australia. He's come for today. I mean, a massive amount of support, both here in Marseille and at home.
Yeah, it's so nice to have like support. I mean, in Tokyo we didn't have anything, so it's so cool to have my family and friends here. And I mean, I turned off my phone all week, but I think it might blow up when I turn it back on. So yeah, just grateful for everyone for supporting me, and yeah, I don't know, just really happy for everyone supporting me.
Olympic gold medalist Shirley Robertson was asking the questions there, and Shirley joins us now. Tough to listen to in many ways, that actually, Shirley.
Oh, it's been a heartbreaking kind of day. I mean, you know, she deserved the gold medal. She had an immaculate opening series, race after race after race. I think she dropped a third from her scoreline and was, 28 points ahead of the next board. But like lots of sports at the Olympics, it's all changed. It's evolved. It's a new discipline as well. Foiling, windsurfing. It's a new format made for television, and I'm sure it will be reviewed because it was so harsh. She's obviously she'd won the opening series, which meant she went straight into the final. She was guaranteed a medal, so that was great. But she's not part of the quarterfinal and the semi-final. She's not allowed to train on the track, and really difficult venue also here. So it was pretty hard. I mean, she came in cold. She led for a while, made one tiny mistake, and that cost her the gold. And I can't tell you how well she performed all week. I mean, really, I'm not exaggerating when I said, really lifted the bar on this sport. And my heart was breaking for her. But saying that, the rules are the same for everybody, of course. In the men, our British representative, Sam Sills, went in an 8th spot, and we were wishing him to overtake everybody. So, really, really tough day.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. The way they've changed it to the IQ4 replacing the RSX is for television. It does look good on television when you watch it with the board sort of hovering above the water. And Emma Wilson has said that she's grown to enjoy it and likes it being faster and more fun. But on the format, Shirley, of this being a one-off winner-takes-all race for the final, which again is a televisual thing, so that people watching just think, right, it's one race, I can see who's ahead, they're going to win gold. Do you like that, or do you think it doesn't recognise the form and the hard work of the qualifying?
I mean, I think people might look at it from other sports and say, well, it's the same in the 100 metres.
Sure.
But this is a different sport. The track changes all the time, and that's why historically we do a series, and so it kind of generally works its way out. You do some days in strong wind, some in light, some situations you win and others you lose, and at the end the person that's most consistent will be the champion, and she's done that all week, like with bells on, and just this tiny little short race just decided her fate. And to me, that's not right. I mean, obviously I was commentating on the race as well, and it was so exciting, and it was, we didn't know the medals until the very end, and all that's amazing. But I don't think it's fair to ask an athlete in this sport to invest all of that time, and also the federations as well. I mean, the amount of money and resource that has gone into making that athlete so brilliant at what she does, and then all comes down to that. And I know, I competed, so I definitely come from that side of the fence, but I think I would not want to do that, knowing that the odds are so kind of stacked against you at the end. And the same happened in the men's windsurfing as well. The guy who finished first, who dominated the opening series, he ended up with a silver medal. So I think the sport will have a good look at it. Certainly sailing social media has gone a bit crazy about it. And yeah, it will be reviewed. I mean, I certainly hope it will be reviewed.
Shirley, thank you very much for coming on. Shirley Robertson on Emma Wilson's bronze medal in the windsurfing. We'll go from windsurfing to skateboarding. Delighted to say, as we come to the end of our little bit, that we've been joined by Team GB skateboarder Lola Tambling. Evening, Lola.
Hello.
I'm told you've come out of a Paris restaurant to talk to us. How are you finding Paris?
It's really sick. It's really busy and hectic, though.
What are your preparations like then? When do you get underway, and what are you going to do between now and then?
Just make sure I'm sleeping well, eating well, keeping fit, just that kind of stuff, really.
Have you seen the venue? Have you been down there? I mean, I've been down there a couple of times. It is sensational.
Yeah, no, I've skated the course already. I had my second practice today, so yeah, the venue's so sick.
It really is. And what is your philosophy, to just go out and enjoy it? How are you viewing this Olympics?
Oh, 100%. Like, have the much fun as I can and be positive and do the best of my ability and show the world what I'm capable of, and hopefully just do me, really.
Have you been around the village? Have you seen anybody? Are you bumping into people now? You've full on Team GB kit and everything. Who are you seeing?
Yeah, I only just got to the village last night, so I haven't been in there that much, but I've seen all the athletes are there from every different country, and I'm staying in the Team GB apartment block, and it's really cool seeing everyone in the kits just vibing out,
It must give you such a buzz.
Yeah, it's really sick.
And how is Andy helping you? How's Andy McDonald helping you as well? Because he'll be in the men's event. He's a little bit older than you, isn't he? He's 51 and you're 16. So is he passing on plenty of experience and tips?
Oh, yeah, Andy's the best. He's just there being positive, keeping the vibes, just doing his thing, being Andy, shredding it.
Well, listen, you keep on enjoying it and go well.
Thank you.
when you get underway, and just keep enjoying Paris and this whole experience that it's going to bring you.
I will. I'm soaking every bit up. It is really best experience ever.
Good for you. Everybody wishes you well, Lola. Hopefully we talk again during these Olympics. Take care.
Yeah. You too. See ya.
Thank you, Lola Tambling, skateboarder who goes later in the week in the park events. Maz Faruqi.
Big shock still potentially on the cards in the women's football tournament into the fourth of 10 minutes of stoppage time at the end of the second quarter final. It is still Spain 1, Colombia 2. That 79th minute goal from Jenny Hermoso giving Spain some hope that they're going to be able to grasp this one back. But Colombia just got to hold on now. And this would be a huge shock in the women's football tournament if they were able to do so.
It will. So when that final whistle goes, you will hear it here on 5 Live Sport. There was a gold medal decided last night in the athletics, which is the men's 10,000 metres. But tonight things really, really get going. There are 5 up for grabs. Plenty of other sport going on as well. And Kelly will guide you through it all.
All right, okay,
Hello?
thanks very much for that. Lovely to talk to you. Have a lovely day.
I couldn't hear you.
Don't worry about it.
What
We're
did you
all
say
one team
to me?
here, chappers. Don't worry.
What did you say?
I just said hello. How are you? It wasn't even a difficult question.
No,
I was just adding a little bit of bants to the situation.
Right.
Do you know what? I think there are technical because they've had to move my position now because we've had some slight technical issues.
Were
so
you not
I'm
happy with your
original? Corner.
You weren't happy with your original and demanded to go somewhere else.
Listen, not only was I perfectly happy with my previous position, I've also brought brownies for the team, so I'm already on brownie points for this evening. However, I have been squashed into a little corner here, so I'm now juggling my notes, juggling my laptop, trying to work out where we're going. I'm flying without wings here, chappers.
Whilst eating brownies.
Whilst eating brownies. So, you win some and you lose some. But you're right, we have got a brilliant evening ahead here at the Stade, and following on from your skateboarding comments a little bit earlier on, it is absolutely lit here at the Stade de France. We've got the women's 100 metres final coming up. Before that, we've got the semi-finals, so obviously we won't have the full start list until after that one is done, but we're about to find out who is the fastest woman in the world. That's the highlight of what's going to be an absolutely packed evening ahead. Chappers, we'll let you go off. Enjoy your evening in Paris.
Thank you.
See you later on the highlights.
See you later. Yes.
Thank you very much to Mark Chapman. And we are taking over here on 5 Live Sport. We're live from the Stade de France. We've got a whole packed evening of sport ahead. Big match coming up in the boxing as well. Lewis Richardson, the sole successful Team GB boxer, is in action this evening. Big night in the swimming as well. There are 4 medals up for grabs there. And we'll bring you all of it after the BBC News with Dan Maudsley.